Greetings and welcome back to another episode of The Greatest Show in the Galaxy, the show where I, the curator, discuss my personal favorite show of all time, personal favorite franchise of all time, Doctor Who. And today's episode, to wrap up this whole month of just celebrating the anniversary of Doctor Who, and obviously the actual anniversary of Doctor Who, which happened last week by the time you're watching this episode. We were going to have a pretty big, massive show. I was going to have two guests on today. We were going to talk about literally every single episode of the show on television. We were going to have this big, massive T ranking list of all the different Doctor Who seasons. Unfortunately, one of my guests had to drop out pretty much last minute, which is understandable. And you're probably mostly familiar with him. He's been several times on this show. As a matter of fact, he was my first ever guest on this show, Raiko, also known as Canada Rocks. However, my other guest, thankfully, was very, very delighted to fill in, and I am going to introduce him now. First time on this show, and hopefully not the last. Say hello to my good friend, Chris Ingle. How are you doing, Mr. Chris?
It is a pleasure to be here in your TARDIS.
Yes, it's a mighty fine TARDIS, I should say. So, before we start, we have the usual segment that we open every episode of the show with, the birthday section, also known as the Whoopie Birthday. So this week we are counting down birthdays of significant people in Doctor Who from the week of the 22nd to the 28th of November. And this was a very fun list this week, and very interesting in that other than two people, it's pretty much exclusively modern series people. But there are a lot of them, so let's just not waste any more time and get right to it. So on the 23rd, pretty obvious at this point, the anniversary of the show. But aside from that, we also have Mr. Michael Gough, who played, as you can see in this picture, the Celestial Toy Maker. He's probably more famous to other people watching the show as playing Alfred in the Tim Burton / Joel Schumacher Batman movies. Mm-hmm. Also on the 23rd, the lovely Miss Michelle Gomez, better known as Missy or the Master to some people. And also on the 23rd, I believe that was the last person on the 23rd. Let me just see if I can pronounce this guy's name correctly. Mr. Kayvan Novak. You probably don't recognize the guy from the picture, right, Mr. Ingle?
I don't. Fill me in.
He was the voice of Handles in The Time of the Doctor. You know, the little Cyberman head?
Really?
Yeah, he was the voice of little cyber Handles. And okay, now, lastly, on the 23rd, my bad, we have this Zoe Ball. That is literally what it says right here on this website that keeps track of all the birthdays. She was a host of Doctor Who Live, and if memory serves, she was the one that announced Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. I still remember that moment. I think I watched that one live when it happened. On the 24th, we have Shirley Henderson, who played Ursula Blake in Love and Monsters, but obviously you're probably she's probably much more recognizable as being Moaning Myrtle. Yeah, and the Harry Potter franchise, as well as Babu Freak in The Force Awakens. She's one of only 4 actors, actually the only actress, that has appeared in both Doctor Who, Star Wars, and Harry Potter, the winning trifecta, which is pretty interesting in and of itself. On the 25th, we have Philippa Courthard. I apologize, I am terrible with names as per usual. She played a character called Georgie Turner in the K9 spin-off show that I still have neglected to watch, but I will get to it eventually. Also on the 25th, Lisa Hopkins. She played the character of April on the spin-off show Class, a show that gets way too much hate for my taste, but I am one of the few people on the internet that actually defends that show. Also on the 25th, Georgia Tennant. Obviously played Jenny, the doctor's daughter. She's also literally the daughter of a doctor, as well as the wife of another doctor, hence the Tennant in her name.
That whole scenario with her is so complicated.
Yeah. It somehow is more complicated than her actual origin on the show.
It's so much fun, though. She is a clone of a doctor. She is the daughter of a doctor. She is also, in real life, the daughter of a doctor. And her father is now the father-in-law to a doctor, and also the grandfather. It just goes on and on and on between those guys. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, and my favorite part about this is her son now has his favorite doctor as a stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
Also on the 25th, we have Paul Copley. He played the character Clement McDonald in the Torchwood 5-episode part Children of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely the highest point in Torchwood's lifespan. Also on the 25th, a lot of people on the 25th was apparently Mr. Simon Fisher Becker, who played the character Dorian Maldovar in the 11th Doctor era. Speaking of Georgia Tennant, he was also on her Big Finish series, Jenny the Doctor's Daughter, Volume 2, still running. He was a prominent character there. And on the 27th of November, a woman without whom none of this would be possible. The legend herself, the one, the only, Verity Lambert.
Mm-hmm.
First producer, showrunner of the show, and basically she is the mother of Doctor Who, no matter which way you look at it. Is the Discord notifications coming from my end or yours? I'm getting confused.
I believe it's your end, yes.
I should probably mute that as soon as I'm done with this segment. But yeah, also on the 27th, a little bit on the tragic side, we have Mr. Howard Atfield. He played Jeffrey Noble in The Runaway Bride. He was supposed to come back for Series 4 as Donna's father permanently. Unfortunately, passed away, which then the role was then passed on to Bernard Cribbins, I should say, played Wilfred Mott. Sorry. Yeah, Wilf, and also recently passed away earlier this year on the 27th. Again, we have Samantha Bond. She played the character of Mrs. Wormwood on the Sarah Jane Adventures, the mother of Luke Smith, technically speaking. And finally, on the 28th, let's wrap this up with the one and only Karen Gillan. Amelia Pond herself, Amy Pond, first appeared in the Fires of Pompeii, and later recast as a full-on companion of the 11th Doctor for 2.5 seasons. One of the longest-running companions in Doctor Who as a whole. So the huge, wonderful list of people we have today. Thank you all. We quite literally could not do this without you. So I am going to mute all of these different servers here so that it doesn't bother us too much. Meanwhile, since you're new here, that you're your first time on the show, please let the people know a little bit about you and why you love Doctor Who so much.
Yeah. So I am Chris Engel. Actually, I'm a huge science fiction nerd, and I grew up in the realms of course, Star Trek, Star Wars. Those were my bread and butter growing up. And then mid to late 90s comes out, and I'm watching Fox, and this strange TV movie comes on that I watch, and this guy seemingly dies that I don't know anything about, and then yet comes back to life. Ooh, and he's in this police box that like just is bigger on the inside, and it was like I was a companion with him. So my first introduction to Doctor Who was the TV movie back in the 90s. I didn't get into New Who until I would say probably Capaldi's run. In fact, the first episode I ever watched was Capaldi's first Christmas special. The one with is it Nick Frost as Santa?
Yeah,
that was my very first. And then it said, Doctor Who coming back. I was like, I like this. I like this a lot. And so I went back and started watching all of New Who. And now I've watched it so many times. And now, because I bought a Roku TV, on Roku, they have Classic Who. And so now I'm getting to enjoy Classic Who. And I love this so much being a Doctor Who fan. I'm wearing my Doctor Who shirt. I have a Doctor Who pop collection. He's a fascinating character. And I should say they, because of course we have Jodie Whittaker. And I call her the Rose Doctor. But anyway, I love them all so much. And it's just fascinating. Like, he is the hero's hero. This is a guy who will always do what's right. He will always do what you need to do, and he uses his mind. That is a great hero to me. And the actors have been fabulous. I love the writing. I sit and I look forward to every new season, every new special. I'm so excited that we're gonna have Tennant back at least for 3 specials, and then we get to see Nwoudi and see what he can do. But Doctor Who is awesome, and it fits right along that fascinating world of Star Trek and Star Wars. And just, if you're a science fiction fan, in fact, first comic book I ever purchased for myself was the crossover between The Next Generation and the 11th Doctor.
I love that comic book so much.
I loved it too, because I was like, Borg and Cybermen? Yes!
And I love that scene with Picard and the Doctor and the TARDIS, and they go all over the galaxy in the future, and it's like Cybermen Jadoon, Cybermen Klingons, Cybermen Raxacorican Philippatorians, Cybermen Cardassians.
I loved seeing even the little backwards, or the flashback where the 4th Doctor interacted with Kirk and Spock. I'm like, yes, this is the greatest. So yes, I love Doctor Who.
My first comic that I ever read was a Doctor Who comic, but not that one. It was a 10th Doctor and Martha, which wasn't at the time, but now Martha is my favorite of the modern companions. Hold on, let me just bring up the thing here. So, as I mentioned earlier, we were going to originally have a 3rd guest to rank every single season of the show. Hold on, let me just put it in presentation mode so the ads don't bother us.
There we go.
And obviously, this messes up the season layout completely. But you'll notice I have all of the seasons from Doctor Who, but obviously, I'm assuming you haven't watched all 26 classic seasons, right?
Oh no, I'm not as a joy as I never know where I'm going to go with Classic Who. But yeah, I'm playing a lot of catch up with Classic Who.
Yeah, because the other guest I was going to have on here, he's been watching the show since before I was alive, since the mid 70s. So he's like a huge hardcore Doctor Who fan. I always bring him on whenever I need like a heavy hitter, especially in the realm of Classic Who. But I decided, since he's not here, I decided we just focus on the modern ones, and I'll do all the classics ones with him at a later date. However, since you mentioned that, I also have the TV movie on here.
Yes.
So if you like to,
that's got to be in it. It's got to be and actually, it is one of my greatest disdains. Like, if I lived in Britain, I could order that movie through the Doctor Who BBC shop. But because I live in America, they don't have a regionalized version of it. And so I don't get to revisit it. And I really want to revisit it now and go, is it as bad as everyone says it is? Like, I just really want to review it and look at it and review it. But yeah, absolutely. You know what? We say New Who starts in 2005. Nay. I say it's the late 90s with Paul McGann.
Well, according to some people, if you really ask them, Doctor Who never actually ended in the classic series. It just made a not so easy transition into novels. Had a slight hiccup with the movie, then sort of revived through Big Finish, and then the modern series. So, in a way, Doctor Who's been around all this time.
Yep.
And it's interesting that you mentioned Star Trek earlier, because really, a lot of similarities between the two. Case in point, they were a few years apart from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And they obviously, no small secret here, they took a lot of inspirations from each other.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 63 when Doctor Who comes out. 3 years later, Star Trek is out. And you can't deny that Star Trek had a huge influence from Doctor Who, Lost in Space. Those things were all going on at the exact same time. And I think actually I would even argue that Doctor Who benefited from this resurgence of science fiction in the 60s in television. Doctor Who got better, I argue, after the first Doctor. I like some of what the first Doctor does, but I think it really picks up once we get to Troughton. Then we start to really define the Doctor more into the characteristics that we understand of the Doctor today. First is great. Don't get me wrong. He set everything in motion. But a lot of the things, the idea of regeneration and the history of Gallifrey, the term Time Lord, all of these things we get starting with Troughton season. And I don't think you don't go into that kind of lore without having other science fiction influences to kind of feed you along.
Yeah, Troughton is, and please no one take this the wrong way, Troughton is my least favorite of the main Doctors.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But those 3 seasons that he does are so important to building the lore of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love the Troughton era stories, just not really a fan of the Doctor in them. Like, they're great stories, like the Mind Robber, the Invasion, even some of the lesser favorable ones, like the Crotons and the Dominators. I love all of these. It's just the Doctor, when I stack him up against all the other Doctors, he always seems like the odd one out, even though he did, like you said, establish a lot of the characteristics that we associate with the Doctor today. Yeah. My favorite of the classics ones is actually Hartnell. He's my favorite of the classic Doctors. And not just because he established the show. He had to, sorry to say this, he had to limp so that the other Doctors could run.
Right. But, and I think Capaldi too, Capaldi gets a lot of influence, which was really great when we finally got David Bradley's version of the first Doctor and Capaldi together. But I think Capaldi had a lot of influence from the first Doctor. Yeah. Clearly it exists.
I promise we did not coordinate this. You and I are in complete sync. I was going to say that the first Doctor's character arc is very, very similar to what they replicated with Capaldi by the end. So having David Bradley's first Doctor show up in Capaldi's final episode was just incredibly poetic.
And David Bradley's so good. He is so good.
He nailed it. I think we can just sit here and talk about how much we love Doctor Who all day. We'll never get anything done. We're only 20 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
So let's just get into this. The TV movie with Paul McGann as the Doctor, Sylvester McCoy as the Doctor for a few minutes, Eric Roberts as the Master, Daphne Ashbrook as Grace Holloway, and Yi Ji Cho as the character Chang Li. Have you actually revisited since you've seen it the first time in the mid-90s?
I haven't. So I'm going a lot of off of my memory as a young teenager. Cuz this was like I was it 1996, 97,
Yeah, 96.
96. Yeah.
Oddly enough, the same year that John Pertwee passed away. So they sort of had
Mhm.
a dedication at the end of the credits for him.
So I was in junior high when this came out and I remember watching this pretty fervently. Um I don't remember it being as campy as everyone says it is. And I'm sure Eric Robert, again, I'm sure on a rewatch, I'm going to go, man, Eric Roberts is campy in this. But to be fair, the master is campy. The
True.
master is a campy character.
Since the Anthony Ainley iteration, he's just become the master of camp. And it still goes on today with Sacha Dhawan.
Right. So for me, I really enjoy this. I love Paul McGann, and I've actually have had the chance to listen to more Big Finish with Paul McGann, as well as the short of the when he
The Night of the Doctor.
the Night of the Doctor when he regenerates. Um I love what Paul McGann brings to the character, and knowing more about Doctor Who now, looking back, it really helps. And I don't think the movie is that bad. It's not great, so I kind of understand why American audiences didn't pick to it right away. But I think they need to give this a fairer shot. Really.
Yeah, the movie takes, in my opinion, a lot of unnecessary hate. Obviously, no one can forget the immortal scene when it's revealed, surprise, surprise, the Doctor was half human for like a hot minute in the movie. Honestly, they've moved on from that, and basically, who cares? Who cares anymore? It happened. Let's move past that. The rest of the movie, I would like you said, it's not great, but it's also not that bad. I mean, I could take 10, 15 stories from all of Doctor Who and just the TV show and point to them saying they are worse than the movie by a huge margin.
Yeah, it feels like a Doctor Who two-parter. And I'm okay with that. I'm very fine with it. It really fits, and I want more adventures with McGann. I think we as fans have been wanting more, and we've gotten a lot with Big Finish, which is great. But we all desperately would love to see more of McGann on screen, because I think of all the actors who have played the Doctor, McGann by far got the shaft even more than Eccleston. Like, he didn't even get a series. He didn't even get a chance to really push it and to show what he can do. And that's not his fault. He's not a bad Doctor from what we're given.
Yeah, I agree. It's him and Eccleston and Colin Baker that always come up in conversations that they just had the shorter end. But you're right. Eccleston at least had one series. Colin Baker had 2 full seasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's just McGann got stuck with that one movie that the Fox just didn't know what to do with at the time.
But I'm very happy that it's not forgotten in Who canon. It's not. So I'm very happy that it's still there. BBC, please, can we regionalize this and make it available for America? I will buy this. I'll pay the extra money. Please do this for me.
Yeah, the BBC can be very stingy sometimes, and people just come in like, "Please, I want to pay money." Nope, you can't. Nope, you don't. You don't live.
And
here.
I'm sure it has something to do with royalties and legal things, and because I know historically this was a mercy of love between the BBC and Fox of all things, and Fox ate a lot of money on that, and it didn't pay off. They wanted it to be the next sci-fi franchise to come to Fox, and it just didn't work. So I'm sure there's some legal reasons why it's not here in the United States, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, we all do. We all do. I completely forgot to mention the tiers. So we have the S tier, the trip of a lifetime, a pseudo nickname for the first Eccleston season. We're gonna go either way on this episode. The Time Traveler's Guide to the Galaxy was, I believe, the pseudo nickname for season 17. uh, Tom Baker's penultimate season. Flight Through Eternity was actually, I believe, William Hartnell's second season, the pseudo name. A Galactic Yo-Yo is, I believe, the second, the nickname, pseudo nickname for John Pertwee's second season, second or third, I can't remember. And On Trial was the pseudo nickname of Colin Baker's final season, also known as the Trial of a Time Lord. I felt like Trial of a Time Lord, little too on the nose, so just On Trial fit best. So where do we place the movie in these 5 tiers?
I'm gonna say because we didn't get to have much more, and it's not bad. I think it's middle of the road. As we said, it is better. It's better than most people give it credit for, but it's not horrible. It's got its issues, but a lot of that is those growing pains and the fact that it was produced mostly by Fox in conjunction with BBC. To see that, I kind of understand it. It deviates a little bit in terms of its tone. But the campiness of Eric Roberts is so much fun and fits with all the other masters that we've had. And so I buy it. I think it's that right in the middle. I think that's a low B. But I'm okay with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and one thing you can always say about Eric Roberts is he always dresses for the occasion. So now we move on to our first actual full season with Series 1 or Season 1. Again, we're going to go either way here. And we have, in the first season, we have Rose, The End of the World, The Unquiet Dead, Aliens of London, World War III, Dalek, The Long Game, Father's Day, The Empty Child, The Doctor Dances, Boomtown, Bad Wolf, and of course, The Parting of the Ways. This is a stellar season. I cannot pick a single bad episode in here. Is it the best season out of all 39 seasons? I would say no, but this is just a season without a single miss, in my opinion.
It had a lot on the line. And if this didn't work, I think it was going to result in the end of Doctor Who forever.
Again, yeah.
It had to work. And it's engaging so much. And like, if you're not a fan of you were not a fan of, as many people were not. Many people were not familiar with Doctor Who. Many people never saw the TV movie, and many people gave up after, even before the 80s. A lot of people gave up on Who,
since Baker left, pretty much.
Yeah. So if you did not have a successful reboot, this was going to blow up in your face. And yet Eccleston from the start is a charmer. He's not like super suave, kind of like how the Fifth Doctor was. The Fifth Doctor always had that very suave, charming, debonair kind of attitude. He wasn't, and yet you loved him. He had this kind of very rough and gruff exterior, and yet that smile that he had, and every time he said, fantastic. You went along with him. You were with him the entire time. And it's enjoyable. And again, he gets the short end of the stick because we don't get to have more of him. And I know there are lots of stories and lots of reasons as to why Eccleston did not get to continue the role. I know that. And again, thank you, Big Finish. Big Finish is redeeming a lot of that and giving us more stories with Eccleston. That being said, you're right. This hits all the points you need it to. And there are some bumps and bruises along the way. Everyone loves Rose, but this is not Rose's best season. It's not really. By her second season, I think we really pick up on Rose. but this has growing pains to it. That being said, the reintroduction of the Daleks, the Slitheen, I love the Slitheen. Like, that is a crazy, kooky idea, and it works. They're menacing, they're scary. The introduction of Jack Harkness, who is one of my all-time favorite Doctor Who universe characters.
Me too.
You know, we get all of that in there. The episode with Charles Dickens. As an I'm an English teacher. I absolutely love the Charles Dickens episode because it plays like a scary
Mark
Dickens
Gaddis
story.
wrote the episode, by the way.
I love it. All of these work to all the advantages. You know, we get killer guest stars who were not big names yet. Simon Pegg. We had Simon Pegg before Simon Pegg was huge.
This was before the Cornetto trilogy, wasn't it?
I believe so. I believe it's right before that. But this is fabulous. And then one of the scariest, maybe not the scariest, but one of the scariest episodes ever, The Empty Child. Oh, you my mummy. I mean, like that image, that relentlessness that exists in that whole story. It is scary. It is scary good. Yes, so much so. And then yet it balances itself with the Doctor dances, which gives us a very rare, true happy ending. You know, nobody dies. Not tonight. Everybody
lives.
That is such a great episode, two-parter too. On top of that, balancing horror and hope, and I absolutely love it. This season does so much for making this work, and everything that we get from after that is fabulous. And you know, Russell T Davies, say what you will, like him or hate him, he started us off strong.
Yeah, I think Russell knows how to make what makes Doctor Who from the bigger stuff, like you said, with the reintroduction of the Daleks. And first of all, just the redesign of the Daleks is just incredible. They took every element that made that design what it is and improved upon it, made every part of it practical. With the spinning midsection, the plunger finally does something useful.
They can go upstairs.
Yeah, they can. Well, actually, that was introduced in remembrance of the Daleks, but still, we see that in full display here. The intelligence of the Daleks with making the water sprinklers go and electrocuting everyone while being floating up in the air, so it doesn't hit the casing of the Daleks. The orbs insinuating the self-destruct. And going back to Rose, the episode, not the character, again, it's that intrinsic Doctor Who thing of starting with the story with the companion and introducing the Doctor later, because the companions are the eyes of the audience into the show, into the wild, wacky world of the Doctor. We're experiencing these things as the companions are experiencing it themselves, bringing back the Autons for this episode, an enemy that has not been seen in Doctor Who since 1971. And even that was allegedly because it was too scary to bring back to Doctor Who on television. But yeah, like I said, the Charles Dickens episode, the introduction of Eve Miles, and again, Russell is one of those guys that he never leaves anything off the table. Eve Miles later played Gwen Cooper. Never mind. Let's make them connected within the universe. The introduction of the Slitheen, like you said, love him or hate him, that episode was a great representation of the political status of the world at that time.
And we get an amazing this season also establishes the fact that it's not going to be just episode to episode to episode, that they will connect. We get Harriet Jones, who plays such an important part in this franchise going down the line. You know, the world, let's face it, the world gets saved because of Harriet Jones.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we will get to that in a few more seasons. Let's see what else we can talk here. Obviously, the Boomtown, after the introduction of the Slovene, we see that they're not just paint by numbers, black and white villains. They're actually humanized characters. He managed to humanize
That whole dinner sequence between the two of them is so funny.
Yeah,
I love it.
No, I would say it's split into two halves. There's the funny part where she tries to kill him and he one-ups her every time, and then there's the more dramatic side of it where she's actually literally pouring her heart out to this guy, and he right before the all hell breaks loose, he almost forgives her. He almost lets her go. And also, just as a showrunner, the decision to not open with the Daleks, instead save it for a mid-season drop, which is what he anticipated would happen. The emotional gut punch of Rose and her father. If you do not cry in that episode, you have no soul. Or maybe you just had bad parents. Who knows?
And it also establishes within us this idea of the fixed point in time. And that's a really important thing because that comes up over and over and over again. Can you change a fixed point in time? And we see the repercussions when you try to mess with a fixed point in time.
Yeah, because in the classic series, it's just don't mess with time. Why? Because I said so. And you just accept it. And obviously that part with her and her dad comes back at the end of the episode, at the end of a season, I should say. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to talk about. Yeah, the introduction of Cassandra, which came back next season, and also the introduction of the Face of Bo, and of course, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, or should I say, the big bad wolf in the room.
Yeah, Bad Wolf plays this common theme throughout Doctor Who, and it comes back over and over and over again. In fact, now the studio, I believe, that handles Doctor Who is known as Bad Wolf Studios.
Yeah, Bad Wolf Studios.
So it plays into a Doctor Who continuously. And still, if you look in every season, they still include Bad Wolf somewhere. Now, it doesn't play as heavy a role as it did back then, but that running thing still goes in a through line in all of Doctor Who now, and I love that. It continues to carry itself. Bad Wolf is we never knew what that was. What was Bad Wolf? What was Bad Wolf? It was the major mystery that we were dealing with, and yet we didn't even know it was a mystery. It was just there. And then when we finally get into that, realizing what Bad Wolf was, it was like, whoa, wait a second.
And because this season sets it up so beautifully, that's why it works as well as it does. And that's why they keep coming back to it, because the season worked so well. So obviously we can sit here and praise this season all day long. Where do we place it? It's gotta be high.
I gotta say this is an S tier. Now, I'm not gonna say it's the highest because we'll have others that are better than this. But like I said, I think the point is very simple. If this didn't work, none of this is ever going to be talked about. We're never going to talk about Capaldi and Whitaker and Matt. None of it ever happens. So this is, if you're going to introduce people, this is where you start them with.
Absolutely.
This is what you give them.
This is the jumping off point.
Yeah.
As much as I would love to live in a world where everyone has watched the classic series, that first William Hartnell season, I consider it an S tier season. It is not a good starting off point for someone who's never seen it, especially in today's modern context. Like you just cannot introduce people to the show through that one. You got to start off with this and then try to segue into some of the classic stuff. But it is a trip of a lifetime in more ways than one.
Absolutely.
Transitioning into, or rather, I should say, regenerating into season 2, we have David Tennant's first season as the Doctor. Now, I did something a bit special here, no pun intended, is I also included the specials as part of each season.
Mhm.
because I wanted to cover all the episodes.
As it should
much as
be. I
possible.
definitely think it should be, and I feel the Christmas Invasion is part of that second season
Yeah, it
to me.
introduces us to the Doctor.
Mhm.
Like, you cannot overstate that. You cannot just start with the next one. But yeah, you mentioned the Christmas Invasion.
Mhm.
You have A New Earth. My first episode, by the way, Tooth and Claw, school reunion. I cannot look at that picture without crying, so let's move on.
Ugh.
The Girl in the Fireplace, Rise of the Cybermen, The Age of Steel, The Idiot's Lantern, The Impossible Planet, The Satan Pit, Love and Monsters, Fear Her, Army of Ghosts, and of course, Doomsday. Went right for the emotional gut punch with that picture.
Yeah, the stories involved here again. 1-2 punch. T. Davies knows. We get the introduction of Torchwood, which
Mhm.
creates something huge, ramifications throughout the Doctor Who universe. Um, the Christmas Invasion is so interesting. It's one of my least favorite Christmas specials, but it's one of
Really?
my favorite David Tennant performances.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love David Tennant in this. Like, what's going on? I don't know.
Oh!
I love that. And then something so simple and throwaway as that cut off hand. That cut off hand that happens when he's fighting the Sycorax. What is going on? I regenerated. Yet that hand comes back to play down the line. And I love that. Like, that's genius level thinking, down the line in your writing. And then we get great episodes like New Earth. New Earth is a fabulous episode, the return of Cassandra. Tooth and Claw is a lot of fun. Again, back to those horror elements. And the introduction of
Are
Queen
you amused by
Victoria.
that episode, Chris?
Huh?
Are you amused by that episode, by the way?
Nah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. And then I argue my second favorite episode of the entire that season is School Reunion, because again, this is that incorporating classic Who with new. If you're gonna bring back a companion for the first time, you got to bring back Sarah Jane.
She's the best companion.
She was, best classic Who.
Best companion. And period. End of sentence.
All right. No other companion has got their own TV show. So,
Captain Jack did, but
it's debatable whether we call Jack a companion or not. But anyway, it's like
companion.
Same thing with River Song. It's like I don't think they're more than companion at that point. But I absolutely love School Reunion, and to have our amazing villain played by Anthony Head, who I love from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And to have him as our Krillitian villain was so much fun. And again, that charm and just ego. And then the one that makes me cry even more than Doomsday, The Girl in the Fireplace. I love the charm and the chemistry that that they have with each other. Is it Sophia? No. Yeah, Sophia Miles.
She was David Tennant's girlfriend at the time.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
That's why they have some great chemistry. Clearly,
chemistry,
as you can see, David Tennant clearly has a type.
It clearly does. But I love it. And then we go straight into the two-parter with the reintroduction of the Cybermen. And it's not
And once again, mid-season.
Yes.
Don't just open with it. He saves it for the middle, which is where usually in other shows, that's where the drop-off happens.
And then we redesign them. We choose to redesign the Cybermen into something very otherworldly. And they don't look kitschy. They don't look campy. Like, they are menacing and scary. And you can't tell me they're not.
Yeah. Especially when you see that scene in the cyber conversion factory.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And especially even more so when the mind-controlled humans wake up and realize where they are.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's that two-parter is fabulous. Also establishing the idea of different dimensions, that there are different dimensions out there, and that comes to play all the way down in Flux.
Yeah.
We get it all the way down to Doctor Who Flux. You know, they bring that back. I love that. And then my favorite overall two-parter of the whole season is the Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit.
Oh, really?
It
I did not know
really
that.
is the again, the horror elements to it. When Doctor Who does horror well. And I love this. It's scary, it's freaky, it's creepy. And then look at that thing. Look at that thing and tell me that's not menacing. When it's laughing at the Doctor, you know, like
We all grew up fearing an entity that looks somewhat like this,
mhm.
no matter which culture you're from.
You know what this episode had? It really reminded me of Alien. It
The
absolutely reminded me of
claustrophobic nature of the
the movie Alien, but like
yeah,
that whole idea of being alone in space and something's going wrong.
and you don't know what it is, and you can't
Yes,
stop it.
exactly. Like this hits all of the points, and then to top it all off, we get the two-part finale with Army of Ghosts and Doomsday, where we don't get just the Cybermen, we also get the Daleks. And boom, they hit us with a
First time ever that these guys were on screen together,
Mhm.
not in the same episode, but on screen, sharing scenes with each other.
We get a 1-2 whammy with it that is just absolutely fabulous. And then the heartbreak of Rose and the Doctor at Bad Wolf Bay. Again, Bad Wolf playing in, you know, when he's about to say I love, you know, we're about to get the I love you, and then the vanish, and it's just heartbreaking and so good. You know, and I'm so happy though that it wasn't the end of Rose for us. But you know, it's as happy an ending as we were going to get. And you got to think with David Tennant's seasons, and we'll see this, I think, with all of them. David Tennant's seasons never end on a happy note. Never. And he's so good at carrying that. This was a great succession. We had Eccleston, and it was like, how do you improve on that? And Tennant just runs with it in his first season. We get fan favorite things like the Cybermen. We get Cybermen and Daleks together, but then we get classic scary. We get a little bit of Sarah Jane and K9. Like again, Russell T Davies hitting it out of the park, bringing everybody together. Whether you're an old fan, new fan, or no fan, it doesn't matter. It's entertaining. So allons-y all the way.
Yeah, and something that you also didn't touch on is we get the mix between the classic stuff like Sarah Jane and K9. We get the Cybermen, but we also get new stuff like the Ood. And the Ood is something that I want to bring up, the fact that you mentioned this is when Doctor Who does horror right. It's always the reason we love the Daleks so much is that they are the perfect blend of terrifying and hilarious at the same time, which is something that all the best Doctor Who creatures always manage to maintain that balance. With the opening scene we see here in this picture, that all the Ood show up. We have no idea what these things are. They show up and they walk up to the Doctor, and all they say is, we must feed, we must feed, we must feed. Cue the opening intro, and then it's like, we must feed you if you're hungry. And it's like the transition between horror into comedy and maintaining that balance. And then later you learn that the Ood are something to be trusted later in the episode with the red eye, and they start to kill people using the translator orbs, and just that's a point I'll save for the next.
It's another genius original creation from Russell T Davies. We get so many now iconic Doctor Who things during his first run here. And the Ood are I think his first it's not his first. It's the original creation that stuck because the Ood come in and play more later, and we
Now,
love them.
unfortunately, though, I cannot help to at least shine a light on the fact that there are some episodes you very cleverly left out in your wonderful breakdown of the season. In particular, Love and
Oh,
Monsters featuring a creature designed by an 8-year-old, literally an
know,
8-year-old contest winner designed this creature.
the problem with this episode is that we get the Doctor for like 3-4 minutes at the most, and there
Because
is it's clever. Don't get me wrong, the idea is clever, but the execution's a little off, and this creature, the Absorbaloff, is not menacing to me. He's comedic and jokey, and I don't feel it.
he doesn't strike the balance that I mentioned of horrifying and hilarious at the same time. He's just campy, schlocky, played for the butt of the joke. Literally the butt of the joke. And again, this is a part of a problem that at the time they were making this, they could only afford to have David Tennant and Billy Piper for a set amount of times. So they had to do these quote unquote Dr. Light episodes, which starting from series 3, they had a perfect handle on it. Unfortunately, they had to break some eggs with this episode to figure out how to properly do that. Fear Her, I think, is a bit underrated. There are definitely scary elements there.
Fear Her had a lot of Fear Her had potential, but it faltered. It stumbled. I love the idea of this little girl being possessed and this idea of loneliness and what's going on. Like the ideas there, it just kind of stumbles a little bit. And it just doesn't really work. And as for the Idiot's Lantern, I want to skip it. I'm hungry. It's not entertaining to me in any way. It's the weakest of them, even more than Love and Monsters, because what Love and Monsters does have is giving Jackie Tyler more to do, and I started to grow to like Jackie Tyler because of this episode.
Well, don't let my good friend Ben Rayner, friend of this show, hear you say that that's his least favorite character in all of Doctor Who.
She grows on you, and this episode helps to do that. Yeah, well.
I mean, he's pretty set in his ways.
There's a lot of great stuff in here, but unlike the first season that we looked at, those few episodes kind of do bring it down a little bit, and they feel like filler. I would have to move this into that A category. There's a lot of good stuff in here, a lot of great introductions, but those filler spots, especially Idiot's Lantern and Love and Monsters, just kind of slow everything down, and we don't really need that. Fear Her, it's a good idea, but it brings everything down.
One could argue the same about Love and Monsters. Really good idea, not so great execution.
It was written by Davies too. Love and Monsters was written by Davies, and I expected more from Davies at this point.
Yeah, and again, you can only do so much with the material you're given. And like I said, the 8-year-old contest winner that designed the creature, that's what he gave Davis, and he had to now make a story about this creature.
Yeah.
And that was the best that he could do under the circumstances. But
yeah,
this does pick up greatly with Series 3. And yes, I'm using the cover of the soundtrack for the images. Get off my back, people in the comments.
I will say this. This is Tennant's best season. But I am not a Martha Jones fan.
Oh.
Not a Martha Jones fan. This whole I love the Doctor thing always bothers me. It bothers me so much because it doesn't feel genuine. Like, she hasn't been with him that long for me to feel the relationship is growing. And by the way, Amy Pond is my favorite companion. She suffers from the same issue. Initially, this whole I love the Doctor thing. It just is weird to me. The only reason Amy gets away with it more is that at least we know Amy met him as a child, and there's some lifelong connection that grows there. Martha doesn't have that. Martha just feels weird to me in this whole season.
Well, we'll have plenty of time to talk on that because in this season alone, we have The Runaway Bride,
Jonah!
Smith and Jones,
Mm-hmm.
The Shakespeare Code, Gridlock, Daleks in Manhattan. Oh, look, the Spider-Man there.
Yep.
Evolution of the Daleks, The Infinite Quest, The Lazarus Experiment, 42, Chris Chibnall's first episode,
Mm-hmm.
Human Nature, the TV version, not the book version, The Family of Blood, Blink, Utopia, The Sound of Drums, and Last of the Time Lords. Now, I will, but before you get a chance to say your piece, I will just say this: Martha is my favorite modern companion.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah Jane's my favorite overall companion. Martha Jones is my favorite, and here's why. You mentioned all the I love the Doctor bit. I agree. That is a major character flaw in her story. However, a big part of her character arc is that she learns to grow beyond that. She overcomes that,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of the times in this season, we see Martha having to be forced to be handled with situations that Rose did not go through. I mean, no need to point out the obvious, but obviously there's the race issue, which she does have to handle with on several occasions, particularly in Human Nature and even a little bit in the Shakespeare Code. But this just really, to me, emphasizes her strength of character, is that she grows above that. Strictly speaking, if in Human Nature, when that scene when she's scrubbing the floor, and then that douchebag
Mm-hmm.
child comes up to her and is like, with hands like these, how do you know what's clean, or whatever the hell he says? If it was Rose, she would have gone up and punched him in the face. But Martha, she learns to hold it in. She doesn't lash out. She's smarter than this. She knows she's better than him. I mean, she's freaking traveling with the Doctor. She's got nothing to prove to this douchey child who's really, at the end of the day, if you actually watch the episode all the way through, he amounts to nothing. So Martha learns to outgrow all these hardships, and in a way, that episode also emphasizes that the ones that always get bullied for one reason or another and stay quiet, they are the ones that rise up against the bullies. With Thomas Sangster's character, Tim Latimer, also got bullied by the same douche kid, and in the end, he saved his life in World War I. He's the one at the end of the episode that gets the Medal of Honor and all the decorations. He's the one that outgrows him, outlives him, and even in the three-parter, and yes, I do consider it a three-parter. Anyone who doesn't can, well, I'm not going to say it on air where they can go. But in that episode, Martha spends an entire year crossing the planet on foot, no less, traveling the world, telling tales about the Doctor, a man she now has already accepted will never love her the way she does, and yet she still does that all on her own, carries the weight of the world on her shoulders to save the world on her own. And by the way, speaking of Big Finish, they also came up with the Year of Martha Jones box set recently. Great starting off point for Martha Jones. And what else? Oh yeah, and 42, great episode with Martha. There's some really great stuff with her and the Daleks two-parter. And also in Smith and Jones, she's the one that gives up her final breath to save the Doctor. a lot of other people would not have given their final breath to do that. And I'm going to skip ahead to the next season because in the In Turn Left, she does that again to save the other medical student who eventually gets interviewed by the news in that episode. So Martha Jones is a selfless badass in any universe. That's what my takeaway from that whole sequence is. And moving away from Martha for a second, the face of Bo, obviously, with Gridlock. Gridlock is really great episode. And this is another thing that I love about how Russell is bringing back classic stuff. He doesn't beat you over the head with it. In Gridlock, we barely even know that the creatures at the bottom of the thing are Macra until like the very end. And once they actually reveal that it's actually this random one-off classic villain from the second Doctor era, they don't spend too much time with it. And again, bringing back the classics and introducing new stuff like the Jadoon. Obviously, we can't overlook the introduction of Donna Noble, which again, Russell T Davies doesn't leave anything on the table. He brings her back later, and he makes this episode even more relevant to the rest of the season. The Infinite Quest, I'd say it's very, very underrated. Not a lot of people actually know this episode.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this. This was one of those animated editions, yes?
Yeah, it was a 12-part animated feature. It's good. It's fun. It's enjoyable, but I understand why a lot of people skip it. And of course, we gotta talk about the return of the Master. And of course, we gotta talk about Blink, which is why I leave the floor to you, my man.
Yeah, okay. So I actually want to get out of the things that I don't like first. Besides Martha. Let's leave Martha on the table. Daleks in Manhattan and the evolution of the Daleks. Actually, I don't really like these episodes. I love the idea of the Cult of Skaro. I think that's actually really cool. Like these, we know the Daleks are sycophants as it is. But what happens when we have Daleks that are extreme sycophants? What is that like? What are they willing to do? Like, I love that idea here. But this idea that we're trying to genetically alter ourselves and evolve ourselves and the pigmen, and it just really feels clunky to me. And it doesn't really fit for me. Although I do love Andrew Garfield. That's great. Pre-Spider-Man. Like, I kind of love that. That's nice. But otherwise, it's something that I could just leave. And I get it has lasting repercussions later, but it just doesn't work for me. I find myself that it drags. It drags so heavily, those two episodes.
Yeah, it takes a lot for me to not like a Dalek story, but it's this two-parter is definitely on the lower side of the Dalek stories for me personally, and I think we might be on opposite sides regarding the Cult of Skaro, because the whole idea that the Cult of Skaro was created for the sole purposes of imagining new ways of survival. They're the Daleks that were allowed to think outside their shell, figuratively and quite literally in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And the one time a Dalek actually does dare imagine a life without the Dalek casing, the other Daleks just revert back to the original Dalek program of just, no, we got to stay pure, we got to exterminate, and it loses the whole idea of what the Cult of Skaro was originally created to be. And I think partially the reason is that this episode was not written by Russell, because the Cult of Skaro was created by him in Doomsday, and he handed the reins over to Jacqueline Rayner, who wrote this two-parter, who I don't think did justice to the idea that he introduced.
Yeah, but it just doesn't play well for me, and I could skip it, and I would tend to, because it just drags. For me, it's also the pacing in it. It very much is the pacing. But that being said, there are episodes that I absolutely love. Shakespeare Code. I love William Shakespeare. Not just the the author, but Dean Lennox Kelly, who plays Shakespeare in this, is so charming, so good, and so suave. I adore it. The mixture of Shakespearean references in here is fabulous. And then we get the mystery that isn't explained until the Doctor Who 50th anniversary of a relationship between the Doctor and Queen Elizabeth I. And I love that. It becomes a running gag. And I'm adoring that. It has so much charm and depth to it. And it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Smith and Jones is great. The Jadoon, we get the Jadoon. And I love the Jadoon. Actually, no joke, I have never seen a Jadoon episode that I don't like. There's something crazy about them. They remind me.
They didn't have that many episodes, though.
They don't. But they remind me very much of something that I would see with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes, absolutely. The Vogons.
Yeah, they remind me of the Vogons, and I love that. I don't know if you know, maybe Douglas Adams had some influence there somewhere, you know, somewhere, but you see it. You can see it. I see it. I definitely can see that. And Gridlock is a horror tale that's not a horror tale. Like it's you know, what if we were only in our cars? What, you know, what would this look like? What would this be? And like, it's a horror story in a weird way.
And it also, in a way, it teaches us the danger of drug addiction.
Yes.
And people still, and here's, it bothers me that people still to this day are like using the stupid, I hate this argument of, oh, stop making Doctor Who political. Doctor Who is always political from the get-go. From the minute you have space Nazis in your Saturday afternoon kids show in 1963, it just, you lose the right to call it a non-political show. So just
right.
And also, I didn't even get to talk about this in Eccleston's first season. Aliens of London and World War III. That's a political story. Like,
yeah,
the conservative politicians are secretly lizard men wearing human skins. You have a politician literally lying to the public live on the news about weapons of mass destruction. How is that not political in 2005 of all places?
Well, so, I'll speed this up, otherwise we'll sit on this for a while. Lazarus Experiment in 42, they merely add to the overall arc that we're going into. Otherwise, they're very fillery. They have elements which play into it later. That's fine. But otherwise, I'm like, all right, they're not bad episodes, but I'm not going to go back and go, man, I got to watch Lazarus Experiment again. It just doesn't happen. But Human Nature and the Family of Blood.
I think if anything, you watched Lazarus Experiment, not for this, obviously, but for the conversation that the Doctor is having with Margatis,
yes,
Richard Lazarus in the church.
Mm-hmm.
That is the reason to watch the episode. And for all the crap that Chris Chibnall is getting these days, 42 is a good first episode for him. I would say this.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but it's not one I'm going to go back to. It isn't. I'm like, okay, whatever. But Human Nature and Family Blood, I have gone back to numerous times because it is this great development for the Doctor and this idea of the human element that exists within the Doctor. And what if he was given the chance to explore that human element? And Tennant plays this so well, this very innocent, naive person. And I love the charm in it. And the Family of Blood are menacing. But the best part of all is the darkness that we see from the Doctor in dealing with the punishments for the Family of Blood.
Yeah, I always say this. People just assume that the Doctor was afraid of them. No. He was being kind to them. He gave them a chance. They could just walk away, lest suffer the consequences. And they chose not to. And the best part about it is he gave them exactly what they wanted all along. Immortality, but just like Rassilon and the Five Doctors, he wanted to show them that immortality was a curse, not a gift.
It also introduces us to a reoccurring element with the Chameleon Arch, which good job. I mean, this has been used, I think, pretty well so far. Blink, which again, back to the horror element, it introduces the absolute scariest creation out of Modern Who, and that's the Weeping Angels. I can never look at a graveyard or a church ever the same again. I can't.
Even looking at this picture right now scares me.
Yes. You know, and again, it's another Dr. Light episode, but this is a Dr. Light episode done right.
Yeah. Like I said, they got a handle on it after they had to break some eggs with the first one.
And then the trilogy of Utopia, Sound of Drums, and Last of the Time Lords. First of all, the reintroduction of the Master, which none of us watching it live would have expected. Derek Jacobi as Professor Yana / the Master. I love him so much. And again, he's another one where Big Finish has come back later and given him more. And I love it. Absolutely love anything with him. But his introduction of being the War Master is so awesome in this. And again, we don't know him to be the War Master until later we get the War Doctor and understand that dynamic that exists. But absolutely fabulous. His regeneration into the next form of the Master. John Sims. Holy cow. When you want to go back to camp, we talk about the Master being camp. John Sims, when he's like, here come the drums, here come the drums. That whole thing and just the craziness and this whole manicness that exists, and yet we understand, we'll know more later, but the drums, the drums and what that is just so fabulous. And again, the scariness of the Troclophane and what he does, and yet this whole thought of annihilating an entire race, the last of an entire race, for your nefarious purposes, perverting the TARDIS and Whoa! Love it!
It is 100% the Master.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes.
And again, you mentioned with the here come the drums, where he goes into this big dancing scene and like literally 10 seconds later, remove 1/10 of the population.
That's the Master to a T, and I love it. And then, of course, we get an amazing scene at the end where he's shot by his own wife. And the Doctor is like, just regenerate. I will save you. I will protect you. I will travel with me. And the Master doesn't want to give him that satisfaction and says, no, I refuse to regenerate.
And David Tennant's performance in that scene, I'm in tears every time. And I'm freaking crying about the Master.
Yes.
Like, that's what Russell T Davies does. It makes you cry over the worst person in history.
Fabulous. Dying. Yeah. Overall, this was Tennant's chance to shine. This whole season was all about Tennant shining. I absolutely love this, reintroducing the Master, giving us the angels, and then of course the two-parter with Human Nature, Family of Blood. Even though we had a rocky start, with the Daleks, and I'm like, everything else in here works very well. I again feel this is his, and in respect to the fact that you love Martha Jones, I'm also going to say that this is an S tier season. I don't think it's as good as the first season of with Eccleston, but I think it's close. Very, very.
Yeah, even I have to admit, my love of Martha aside, I said earlier, this season right here, not a single dud anywhere near it.
Yeah,
this season has a few weak episodes. I cannot in good conscience put this season above the other one.
Yes,
but I will admit that is when David Tennant is the best as the Doctor. Storyline wise, I think his best season as far as episodes is series 4 or season 4, starting of course with what a great way to open a season, Voyage of the Damned.
I really quick, I have to say something about this episode before we even begin. Years later, I discovered a short that was done as part of a special. I can't remember where it was, but it reintroduces Tennant to also with later his future father-in-law,
Peter Davison.
Peter
Time Craft.
Davison. It's a short, but after the events of the last of the Time Lords, what we see is the Titanic crashing. But what actually happens is there's a moment right before that where his TARDIS interacts with Davidson's TARDIS, and the two of them meet together, and it's amazing. And it's never seen the light of day again. And I love it.
That is why you go to YouTube.
This is true why you go to YouTube. Continue.
But yeah, Voyage of the Damned, Partners in Crime, The Fires of Pompeii, Planet of the Ood, The Sontaran Stratagem, The Poisoned Sky, The Doctor's Daughter, The Unicorn and the Wasp, Silence in the Library, Forest of the Dead, Midnight, Turn Left, The Stolen Earth, and of course, Journey's End. Kind of went for all the emotional gut punches in this one scene with this one breakdown of the season.
It's really weird, and I don't know how you're going to take the other 5 specials that come after it. I kind of include those specials with this. You have to, because it's the end of Tennant's run.
I decided to include them as a separate thing.
Oh, did you?
Because there's enough of them to qualify for a full season.
I suppose. I think of them together.
You want to include them here as well?
I think so. Yeah, I think they go together because the arc of Tennant's End is established in here, and it finishes with those specials. And so I kind of include them together. I think they're paired together. You have to. You don't get one without the other.
Okay. So other than that, we have The Next Doctor, Planet of the Dead, The Waters of Mars, Dreamland, and The End of Time, Part 1 and Part 2. Obviously, we're counting them both as 2 separate episodes, but I only got the one picture because it's a 2-parter in the traditional sense of like the classic series 2-parter.
Yes. So yeah, Voyage of the Damned. I love this. This is the kind of Christmas special that I've come to expect. It's got Christmas as a heavy theme, and yet this idea of the futuristic Titanic, so fun. Kylie Minogue, again, very charming. I love Kylie Minogue in this. And all of the supporting cast that's in this episode, I love, and I'm going to attempt to do this because he's my favorite part of this entire episode. Bana Kafalata. I can't do it. Bana Kafalata. I love him. I love him so much in this. He's funny. He's charming. He's clever. And he's a cyborg. All the elements that make for a great and fun character.
And he sacrifices himself to save his friends.
He does. I'll keep this short and brief. You don't need this. Yeah, you don't need this episode. You absolutely don't. It doesn't introduce anyone else new. It really it just adds more for the Doctor. But we do get the iconic, I'm a Time Lord. I'm, that whole thing, and I'm gonna save everyone. I love that. That whole view of Tennant as he's proclaiming, I'm the Doctor. I love that. We get that from that. But otherwise, you can skip it. And this isn't bad by any means. It just doesn't add anything further to Doctor Who. It just doesn't.
It introduces the new theme song.
That's true. That is true. That's true. But otherwise, you know what I mean? Like story-wise, it doesn't add much else into it. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's entertaining and I love it. but it doesn't add anything else in. Then we finally get Partners in Crime, which the introduction of the adipose. I love adipose. I am full of adipose. I'm a
Me
fluffy
too.
guy. But the reintroduction of Donna, who a lot of people argue that Donna is the best of the modern companions. And I'm not going to disagree with it. I'm an Amy and Rory guy. I always have been an Amy and Rory guy. But the best chemistry, by far, bar none, is between Tennant and Catherine Tate. They are so great together. And Partners in Crime is a blast. It's so much fun. And you see it with them. I love the scene where they're seeing each other through the windows and they're trying to explain to each other. And then you just see the villain sitting there, the matron, just waiting for them to finish. I love the comedy of that comes with that. And yet, right after that, we go into something so much more serious with the fires of Pompeii, where we get Peter Capaldi. Love it. Peter Capaldi, as well as Karen Gillan, coming into this hot. And we get, another really serious moment with the doctor where the doctor's like, it's a fixed point in time. I can't do this. I can't do this. And yet we see the doctor defying that and saving them.
Which also comes back later in Capaldi's season.
It does. Now I know why I know this face. It's to remind me, to keep me to the mark.
To hold me to the mark.
Yes, I love that. Planet of the Ood is another, and we get a bigger explanation of the Ood and how they work, and how they are what they are, but we also get the prophecy of the Doctor's life beginning to end.
Yeah, and it's also a great episode about slavery.
It is a great episode about slavery. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I had a clip, but I'm not gonna play it now. I love, speaking of slavery, the slave using the object of their slavery, their translator orbs, to kill their oppressors. That's a great hidden moment there.
Then we get another mid-season run with the return of the Sontarans. I love the Sontarans. They are so enjoyable to me because I never know what I'm going to get. Are we going to get the funny Sontarans? Are we going to get the threatening Sontarans? Strax in later seasons is my all-time favorite Sontaran, period. I love him. But it's charming. And the return of Martha Jones. We get the return of Martha, who is now working for Unit, which I love. And we get the return of Unit. Unit is back.
Yeah, where have they been the last 2 seasons?
Yeah, I love it. We get them. Followed that up by the Doctor's Daughter, which again, out of universe, we get, Tennant and Georgia together, which I just love that. But their chemistry as the Doctor and his daughter is fabulous. She's a great character. She hasn't got as many stories since in Big Finish and audio and things like that. But there are those who love her and know that, we care. And I still hope that we get more of her in the future. And it's not impossible. I think we could see more of her down the line, at least once. I think it could happen. The week episode, The Unicorn and the Wasp. And again, I love a good literary thing. And anytime we've got Agatha Christie and literature, and that's great. But it's not a strong episode. It really isn't. It's kind of a weak point. But then we bounce back.
Absolutely, we do.
We bounce back with what I argue is the best character besides the Doctor and a standard companion in River Song. We get the introduction of River Song, and this plays out so well over 4. I think she's in a total of like 5 seasons. I think overall she's in all 3 of Matt Smith's.
Yeah,
she's in this one and then Capaldi. Yeah, so 5 seasons.
And she's got like 11
Big Finish.
That's on Big Finish, yeah.
Yes, I love her so much. And the mystery of River Song is started here. And I love this. And again, this is another great horror episode.
Hey, who turned out the lights?
Yes, the idea of shadows. Who has never been afraid of a shadow as a kid? This is fabulous. It's wonderful. But then we follow it up with the highlight of the horror episodes for this season, Midnight. Midnight, if we didn't like episodes that were Dr. Light, this is as Dr. Heavy as you're ever going to get. And it's so good. It's a horror that we don't know what it is. We don't know what the enemy is. We don't know who the enemy is. We know nothing about our enemy, and yet it terrifies us in every sense of the word. This is the best horror episode of this season, and easily, if we're talking horror episodes, easy top 5, if not top 3. No questions asked. Turn Left is a great what if concept. I love the what if idea for Donna. What if she turned left instead of right? And started this whole thing, never met the doctor, yada, 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 yada. It's a great what if episode.
And a great Dr. Light episode.
It is a great Dr. Light episode. And then, of course, we end with the Stolen Earth and Journey's End, which is a fabulous 2-parter that combines Sarah Jane Chronicles, Doctor Who, Torchwood, all together in one giant crossover event that is absolutely fabulous. The Return of Rose, we get the Return of Rose. This is just a fabulous way to end it. And again, and the creating of the Metacrisis Doctor. We get a whole set of regenerations right here because of this. It's a weird, crazy thing. This season is so good. And we get the introduction of the Dr. Donna. The Dr. Donna, which is one of the most heartbreaking moments at the end. Donna becomes like the Doctor. She basically absorbs everything that is the time vortex, everything that is what it means to be a Time Lord. She absorbs all of that and becomes like the Doctor, intelligent and witty and quick, and she's as good as he is, but it overloads her and she nearly fries and dies. And so the Doctor forces her to forget. And that's where we leave her. Until we do know that Catherine Tate will be returning as Donna in the 3 specials next year. How that works, we don't know. But until then, we're left with Donna like this, as forgetting everything. And all the chemistry that we've built up is left behind. And it, again, leaves a sadness for Tennant, as he ends this season. But then there are the specials. The Next Doctor, which is a fun Cyberman romp. I love this episode. This is a lot of fun. This is a fun Doctor Who episode. We get Planet of the Dead, which isn't great per se, but the chemistry he has with Lady Christina D'Souza, played by Michelle Ryan, is a lot of fun. We thought maybe she could be a next companion. She wasn't, but I wouldn't have been unhappy. Waters of Mars, fabulous horror episode. Terrifying horror episode. And also, again, the Ood reappearing at the end of that, Sigma Ood, reminding the Doctor the end is near. This is the day you die. And he's like, nope, I'm not going to have it. But then we get the end of time with the resurrection of the Master and the return of the Time Lords with Timothy Dalton as President Rassilon. How threatening and amazing. And the sadness when we've been talking about 4 knocks, that the end would come with 4 knocks, and the Doctor thinking that it's referring to the drum beats for the Master, that it was doom, 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 doom. It's going to be the Master. And yet, in the end, after everything's defeated, he hears 4 knocks on a door behind him, and it's Wilfred Mott. And the speech he gives, knowing now what he has to do, because he can't just leave Wilf there. He can't do it. It's not in his character. And he lets Wilf out and absorbs all of that radiation and goes through this goodbye tour for everybody and meets Rose one last time. And it's going to be a fantastic year. And then, his famous, I don't want to go. This was the way to go out. Like, this whole season is a lot of fun. I didn't like Unicorn and the Wasp, but otherwise everything else in here was fun. And especially the chemistry between Catherine Tate and Tennant.
Honestly, I don't even know why I'm still here, because I clearly am not contributing at all.
Sorry, I overloaded your show.
No, it's okay. Hey, you said you're an English teacher. You teach. I just let you talk because you do it so well. I don't think even I could have done as good of a job as you just did here. First of all, just the fires of Pompeii at the time, not a lot of people didn't really think too much of it, but when you really think about it, it is a literal treasure trove of Doctor Who goodness. We get a future Doctor and not one but two future companions in Karen Gillan, and can you guess the other one?
Gosh, I would have to say that it would probably be Clara. Is it Clara?
No, I'll give you a hint. She's literally in the picture.
Oh, I'm missing it then. Who are we talking?
Tracy Childs played the character Elizabeth Klein on Big Finish, a companion of the Seventh Doctor.
Oh, see, I would have missed. I would.
So we have a scene where the current Doctor is having a conversation with the future Doctor, even though they don't know that yet, interplayed with a scene of the current companion, Donna Noble, having a conversation with a future companion, and Tracy Childs playing Elizabeth Klein. I said earlier, I love Planet of the Ood more than most people. It's not a great episode, but it's another great slavery episode.
That transformation of the president into an Ood is terrifying.
I have a clip of it, I think.
It's terrifying.
It's going to take a while for me to upload it.
He's been the whole thing is that he's been taking these tonics, which are supposed to be for hair growth, but he's actually losing hair. What's happening is that the Ood have been actually slowly poisoning him over time, and it causes him to turn into an Ood. And that transformation scene is again horrifying. So good.
And it's the Ood. It's a fan favorite alien creature with a goofy and quirky design, and yet still they're capable of something like this. And it doesn't look like that clip is uploading anytime soon. So let's move on. I like the Sontaran episode, the Sontaran two-parter. Not a big fan of the redesign. I much prefer the scary, menacing, and more importantly, towering Sontarans from the classic series. I don't like it when they take the Sontarans and just make them into the butt of the joke, which unfortunately happens a lot of the time. Strax being the exception.
Yes.
But the Sontarans were one of my favorite from the classic series.
I do think they're definitely redeemed in Flux, though. In Flux, they're given a lot more, and I'm very happy with that.
I absolutely agree with that. That is my favorite, tied with my favorite Sontaran episode. Here's the clip I mentioned earlier.
Oh, such good work.
Yeah, good prosthetic work with the peeling of the head there.
Yes. I love it. Fabulous.
And also something we didn't even discuss, Silas Carson as the voice of the Ood. Like you look at this clearly alien creature, but it's got that sweet, soothing voice of Silas Carson. It's a very trustworthy voice. And somehow they made a menacing character like that on Big Finish with Brian the Ood, if you're familiar with that. But
this is a guy too. You mentioned him, Silas Carson. This is a guy who's not unfamiliar to science fiction. Those of you who are Star Wars fans, this guy is Newt Gunray, Ki-Adi Mundi. He is this guy is in the Star Wars universe, and then he does the Ood, of course, a lot of other ancillary aliens that come in. He'll do voices for them. This is a guy who understands science fiction really, really well. And it's, I love him so much. And you're right. He's charming. What's the word? He makes you feel safe when he's talking.
Calming, a calming presence.
Yes.
And now the Doctor's daughter, you expertly talked about the relationships between her and David Tennant, and just even though they haven't started dating yet until after the episode, they have great chemistry as father and daughter in this episode, which is a little bit weird, but also it makes for a great telling of the story, and also the speech. A man who never would. Great Doctor. I mean, there's this thing in the fandom that people call doctor moments, like moments that you can tell that this is the Doctor. A lot of doctors have it once every few episodes. Tennant has it literally every episode he's in. And I will say another thing to add with Martha in this character, because they didn't just bring back this character for the sake of bringing back this character. She is on another episode that emphasizes her strength of character. She's kidnapped by these fish people. There's an explosion. One of her kidnappers is injured, and then her first instinct as a doctor is she's got to take care of him. She's got to tend to her patient, even at gunpoint if she has to. And even when the other half are about to shoot her, she refuses to leave her patient behind, and that is eventually what gets her into the half's favor. And obviously, there's later it pays off with the scene of that one half that sacrifices his life to save hers. And again, the decision to go outside in the open surface while everyone else is underground, again, harkens back to the year that she spent traveling the world together. I will admit, Unicorn and the Wasp, not that really great.
It's a great performance. I can't think of her right name, but the young lady that plays Agatha Christie, spot on. All the pictures I've ever seen, like, she's great, but otherwise, story-wise, it's just like it's a history for the point of history, and we're going to do an Agatha Christie mystery, and it doesn't work as well as you want it to.
It was fun to see Trevor Baxter in there, though, and also Jyn Erso was in this episode, and obviously Silence in the Library. Already that early on gets us ready for all the things to come, even name dropping the crash of the Byzantium, which we eventually get.
The Beryllium, the Night on Beryllium.
The Night on Beryllium, yes. I've seen whole armies turn and run away, and he just swagger off back to his TARDIS, open the door with a snap of his fingers. And for years, I remember it's like, who the hell is River Song? What is her deal? What is her connection to the Doctor? Are they really married? Are they? Is she really his wife? How does she know so much about him? Is he the future Doctor? Is she the future of Jenny? What is the deal with her? And obviously, my favorite episode in all of Doctor Who, the two-parter, The Stolen Earth, Journey's End. Not just a great crossover, it brings back the Daleks. It's the most destructive crisis in the history of the franchise. The reality bomb being the most destructive super weapon in all of fiction, makes the Death Star looks like a pea shooter, and Starkiller Base looks like a slingshot by comparison. Obviously, the end. We
also returned Davros. We got Davros back.
Yeah, Davros. And oh man, I can't remember his name. Julian something. The only actor to play a villain in both Doctor Who, Torchwood, and Sarah Jane Adventures. And the end scene with Donna, like, you cannot watch that without crying. Next Doctor, admittedly not the right title for the episode looking back on it, but
it was I know why they did that. That was to play with us. That was to mess with our heads.
it was a title that was great at the time, but it was destined to not age well. I like Planet of the Dead. I also really enjoy Lady Christina's adventures on Big Finish. Waters of Mars. I have this friend who is not a Doctor Who fan, but he saw recently a clip from Waters of Mars, and that terrified him to the bone. Like you said, the end of time. James Bond is now Rassilon apparently, and just the cliffhanger of just everyone on Earth turned into the Master, and that's still not over yet because the Time Lords are coming back, and they're not just that, they're bringing back the Time War, and like you said earlier, the foreshadowing of stuff to come in the Time War, and referencing the Scar of Degradations and the Nightmare Child and the Horde of Travesties, the could have been king with his army of meanwhiles and never was, the Master sacrificing himself to save the Doctor and get back at the Time Lords for what they did to him. It's all that put into a blender and comes out great. Dreamland, another one that did not age well at all, especially the animation. I remember it was groundbreaking animation at the time. Now it just looks horrible by comparison, especially when you compare it up with the Clone Wars, which was also out at the time. We talked about Turn Left. Great.
It's a great what if episode. It's a great what if episode.
Yeah. What if the Doctor wasn't around? What if the Doctor and Donna weren't around together? I will say this: not a fan of Midnight.
Oh,
not a fan of Midnight at all. We don't have the time to get into why I don't like it. And also it ties into another episode we've got later down the line that is my least favorite episode of the entire show, but we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Where do we put the season?
Oh, it's so tough because while I think acting wise, his second season was his better acting wise, the chemistry between him and Donna is fabulous, so much that it gets referenced all the time. And she's now coming back to work with him in the specials. You know, you can't discount that. And other for me than the Unicorn and the Wasp, for you, Midnight, I think this is a very, very solid season. Really, and it's a good way to end it. Some great two-parters, things that build in. I'm gonna mark this as a high A. It could easily be an S, but I just don't like Unicorn and the Wasp. You argue you don't like Midnight. Okay, then let's compromise on this. I think it's a high A. It could be an S, but I don't think there's any question that it's higher than the first season for Tenet.
I mean, it's an S to me. It's
close.
Midnight notwithstanding, but it's an S to me. Like the rest of the season is so good that Midnight gets a pass, in my opinion. It all depends on how much you dislike Unicorn and the Wasp, which will determine if it stays in A or if it gets upgraded to S.
Yeah, I have to also think too, Planet of the Dead, while I love Lady Christina, to me is not the greatest. I'm like, I love The Next Doctor. It's fun. And Waters of Mars is scary as hell. So like, that's why it's right at that mark, but Planet of the Dead kind of brings it down just a little bit for me.
Okay, so it's destined to stay in A.
Yep.
And now we transition into Matt Smith's first season with The 11th Hour, The Beast Below, Victory of the Daleks, The Time of Angels, Flesh and Stone, The Vampires of Venice, Amy's Choice, The Hungry Earth, Cold Blood, Vincent and the Doctor, The Lodger, The Pandorica Opens, The Big Bang, and starting from the Stephen Moffat seasons and onward, I'm also including the specials at the end of each season as opposed to the beginning with A Christmas Carol. And you'll see why it'll become more apparent as to why I'm putting this the specials at the end of their season as opposed to the beginning. If you have any discrepancies with that, look at the release dates of the episodes and you'll understand exactly why I'm doing it.
Almost, yeah. Yeah. They're all within the same calendar year at this point, so it makes sense.
No, not just that, a few weeks apart from each other, especially in some of the later seasons, especially with Capaldi.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I guess I'll run through this real fast with it, because I know we're taking a lot of time here. We're only on Matt Smith.
Normally I get yelled at if I go over an hour, and we're already almost at 2, and we're not even halfway done yet.
Yeah. So, okay. The introduction to Matt Smith is fabulous. This is absolutely fabulous, really. And again, it does here something unexpected in that it almost reboots everything.
Yeah,
Almost
yeah.
does. You could watch from here on, and you probably wouldn't miss too darn much.
Because of the cracks, they rebooted everything that happened in the previous 2 seasons.
But the 11th hour is great. Fish fingers and custard. I don't like fish sticks, but I've always wondered what fish fingers and custard taste like. Thank you, 11th hour. The Beast Below is a great concept episode. I really love this idea of the space whale, saving everybody.
Whale.
And it's not a whale. I call it it's a space.
No, it's a star whale. That's what I said.
Oh, star whale. I call it space whale. Anyway, yeah, it's a great concept episode. Victory of the Daleks. Again, another kind of weird one, but I like it. The performance of Winston Churchill, love it. This gentleman who plays Winston Churchill,
Ian McNeice, who played Winston Churchill on stage for years, that's why they picked him to play Winston Churchill in the show.
Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Love it. Flesh and Stone and The Time of the Angels, both of them together, is again, this is the first one with Matt Smith that we get River Song. And again, the chemistry is there, and it makes the Angels even more menacing than we thought they were.
Yeah, now they can come out of pictures, meaning the Angels here in front of us on this monitor, they can come out of our monitors and eat us.
Yeah. I mean, even if you look at an angel and close your eye, I'm like, whoa, like you're getting into some pretty heady stuff here. Fabulous, again, good horror episodes. But I believe this also, is this the one that, no, it doesn't. Okay, I'm thinking in my head. That's later on. Vampires of Venice. That's the one with their honeymoon, Amy and Rory's honeymoon, I think.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad. It's a fun concept. Amy's Choice. That's a good one. This is one where we don't know what reality is. And the introduction of Toby Jones as the Dream Lord, which, surprise, surprise, we find out the Dream Lord is actually the Doctor. Really good, scary stuff. Very much like it reminds me of the horror of the Nightmare on Elm Street series when it started out. Are you in a dream? Are you in reality? What is the reality? And can you die? And again, really good concepts in here. I like it. You don't know where it's going and what's going to happen. Love it. Hungry Earth and Cold Blood. I feel like this story has been done before in this idea of, we hate you. No, we just need to talk. We need to talk. No, I don't want to talk because you're stupid. No, we need to talk. No, I feel like we've seen that before. I do, again.
In reality, more so.
Yeah, we talk about redesigns of classic Who's. We have these guys. I love the redesign here. I don't know how you feel about it. I love the redesign of.
I don't, and again, it's just like the same with the Sontarans. They don't look quite as menacing as they used to.
But then we get Lady Vastra, and you can't deny how awesome Lady Vastra is.
Yeah, again, two redesigns of classic characters that I don't like the redesign, but I love the characters that came out of them. And by the way, that's actually Neve McIntosh, not as Madame Vastra as the other character here.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then Cold Blood also kills Rory. Cold Blood destroys Rory, and you're like, whoa. Something that, wow. We hadn't seen the death of
that Rory continues to die over and over.
Yeah, we haven't seen the death of a companion in a long time, and this was amazing. Vincent and the Doctor.
Yeah, we have in this episode.
Well, that's true. That's true. He does die a lot. Vincent and the Doctor, home run. This right now, if you tell me, if I have to give you 5 episodes to show somebody that this is Doctor Who, I'm giving you Vincent and the Doctor.
Yes.
Vincent and the Doctor is so good. And Tony Curran as Vincent Van Gogh just breaks your heart. And also I argue, by the way, as someone who suffers from mental illness, this episode is such a good job of showing what mental illness can do to an individual. And it's just heartbreaking and heart-wrenching, and an uncredited appearance by Bill Nighy. Love
He
that.
wasn't credited in this episode?
He was actually, I believe, uncredited in this.
Really?
Yes, he's uncredited as Dr. Black, the curator of the Van Gogh exhibit.
Yeah.
But I love this
Why
episode.
wouldn't he's a prominent character? Why wouldn't
You know,
he uncredit him?
I'm not sure, but here's what I'm going to say too about this episode. I hate all the Doctor Who-y stuff in this episode. The creature and all of that. I can't stand that. But the character stuff with Vincent and how it directly reflects into Amelia and her forgetting about Rory and all of that is so good. That's what makes this episode fabulous, is his portrayal of Vincent and that relationship that builds between Amelia and Vincent. This is fabulous. This is absolutely just mwah, chef's kiss to this. The Lodger, on the other hand, James Corden, we need to talk. James, why do you agree to do everything in the world?
Money!
Money! James
Money!
Corden. James Corden, I don't really like this episode. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, James.
Don't let Soda hear you say that.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. It's boring. It's boring. It's funny. It's funny. I get it, but that doesn't always make a good Doctor Who episode. They have good chemistry together. I actually like his sequel episode in the next season a lot better. I really do. But that is what it is. And then it culminates with the Pandorica opens and the Big Bang, which has been building all season. And we find out that the reason for the cracks is the Doctor. So we are told. We are introduced to the Centurion, Rory the Centurion, which I love.
Rory the Roman.
Yes, Rory the Roman. I actually have a pop of Rory the Roman staring right at me right now. But it ends it. And then, of course, A Christmas Carol, which many argue is the best Doctor Who Christmas special. I think it's second best. Husbands of River Song, to me, will always hold my heart.
It is my favorite Christmas Carol.
But this by far is the most Christmassy Christmas. It just is beautiful. The story is absolutely fabulous. And you've got Michael Gambon playing the role of the Ebenezer Scrooge in this. And then, of course, Katherine Jenkins as the young lady that he's in love with, Abigail. She is also, by the way, all the singing that she does on her own. She actually does it. I love her. She, by the way, another thing, she's a runner-up on the British Dancing with the Stars.
Ooh.
Yes, just a little thing. She was a runner-up her season. I absolutely love the performances in this, and by far the best example of taking a literary piece and adapting it. This is perfect for that. Great season to play with. Matt Smith, great way to start it out.
So I was one of those idiots that hated Matt Smith from the get-go when he was announced.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that was the end of Doctor Who. For me, at least, it was gonna sink the show for me. No one's gonna watch it. It was gonna ruin everything. Who is this Matt Smith kid? Get him out of there. Get Tennant back. In hindsight, it was just me it wasn't me not liking Matt Smith. It was just me not ready to let go of my Doctor yet. And I've since grown out of that phase. And Matt Smith won me over with a single episode, which was the 11th hour.
Yeah, Fish Fingers and Custard.
When that scene happened at first, I was like, okay, what is happening? Is this really happening in Doctor Who now? What are we doing here? In hindsight, rewatching it, I Absolutely love this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like every second of that scene. And later in the episode, when you have all the different doctors shown by the Atraxian, Matt Smith literally walking through his predecessor, being, "I'm the doctor. Basically, run."
Mm-hmm.
I do have to agree that the season was sort of a bit of a minor drop with the Beast Below.
It's
Right after
okay.
that.
It's okay, and I like the concept, but
Yeah, but to go from this to
Mhm.
this sort of brought me down a little bit, but it picks back right up with the British military Daleks in
Mhm.
the victory of the Daleks. Not the greatest episode, but I love a lot of the concepts here. Obviously, we can sit here all day talk about the new paradigm Daleks and why that didn't work. But one thing that this episode does great, and what it did to the lore of Doctor Who, is that the Doctor is now a friend of Winston Churchill, and which set up the idea that now Winston Churchill and the Doctor can meet in any different incarnation, doesn't matter which one, which they do over and over and over on Big Finish in every single incarnation of the Doctor. The Time of Angels, again, more of River Song. We still don't know much about her, but we're getting to know more. And I remember at the time when these episodes were coming out, the more we knew about River Song, the more questions we had about her. Even more so after this episode. You thought you'd get some answers in this one, and you did, but it only opened up more questions. And like I said earlier, the angels being even scarier than ever. Vampires of Venice is fine. Helen McRory, may she rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
Amy's Choice, great what if episode, just like Turn Left, great crisis for the Doctor and friends to deal with. And it was at that moment when first of all, I thought it was the toy maker at first until the reveal at the end.
Yeah. Toby Jones is fabulous in this episode.
Yeah, and after the reveal happened, it was like, oh, Matt Smith is the 11th Doctor. Are we gonna start to see shades of the Valeyard now? What are we doing here? Unfortunately, they never picked up that storyline, and I believe that's the only episode written by the writer of this episode. I think, not 100% sure on that one. Hungry Earth and Cold Blood. Honestly, other than more with the cracks and the death of Rory, it doesn't really do much for me, other than just the reintroduction of the Silurians. I'm happy to see the Silurians again. The redesign is not terrible. I just have personal issues with that I've already gone on to in a previous episode on this show. Vincent and the Doctor, masterpiece of Doctor Who storytelling. And yes, even with the annoying distraction of the Crofeus, the invisible creature that only Van Gogh can see, it served its purpose, I would say. They try to tie it up in a nice little bow tie at the end by saying that, oh, the Crofeus was just a big metaphor for Vincent. Whatever. The rest of the episode was perfect without it. You didn't really need that much.
Yes.
Lodger is in a almost similar category to Midnight. It's just really, really funny, and I like it better. Other than that, the episode doesn't really do much. There's a reason I picked this image right here to represent the Pandorica Opens. The speech, like River Song said before, seeing entire armies turn and run away. This is that moment. This is what this Doctor, Matt Smith Doctor specifically, this is what this Doctor is capable of with just the power of his words. David Tennant's Doctor was a problem solver. He did the legwork. He did the technical tinkering work. Matt Smith solves problems by yelling at them, essentially. And obviously, the introduction of the Fez with the Big Bang, and also the Big Bang. Yeah, the Big Bang being a double meaning was both the Big Bang restarting the universe, and it was also Amy and Rory having a Big Bang, which led to the creation of River Song, which is an in-joke from Stephen Moffat in and of itself. I love the museum scene. It almost feels like a bottle episode in a way, where the entire episode mainly takes place in the museum with no other people around other than just the Doctor and the Ponds, essentially. And obviously, my favorite Christmas special, A Christmas Carol, literally using the name of a Christmas themed story, but doing your own take on it, like you said, adaptation. And who knew Dumbledore was going to be a great Ebenezer Scrooge with Kazran starting a character that
flying sharks, dude. Flying sharks.
Come on, what's not to love about flying sharks? Come on,
I love it.
And this is another point that I'd like to bring up about Stephen Moffat's difference in writing style, particularly with the Christmas specials. Is Russell T Davies made good episodes that were based in Christmas. Stephen Moffat made good Christmas specials. Like, he really hammered home the point of Christmas in these Christmas episodes. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it was great. A few minor times he had a few hiccups with it, but this set the precedent for what we're going to see with the Stephen Moffat Christmas specials going forward. Overall, I would say it's weaker than all the Tennant seasons, but it has some great, great moments in it, like the Vincent episode, like the Pandorica Opens episode, the Christmas special, obviously, and obviously the 11th Hour. Other than that, Beast Below, Victory of the Daleks, Angels.
I would say this is an A tier. I think it's below the 2 Tennant seasons. It's still good. It's still got those elements that make it good. I think this is an A, but it's definitely below the 2, and it's better than the movie. It's better than the TV movie.
It's definitely better than the movie. I would say it is a high B, like the top of B.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give it to you. So better than the movie.
Easily better than the movie, but.
Yes. Great introduction for Matt. I mean, Matt, really, this was a good start for you.
And he took the ball, the football that he played with James Corden's character. He took that football and ran with it with his second season. With season 6, we have The Impossible Astronaut, Day of the Moon, The Curse of the Black Spot, The Doctor's Wife, The Almost People, The Rebel Flesh, A Good Man Goes to War, Let's Kill Hitler, Night Terrors, The Girl Who Waited, The God Complex, Closing Time, The Wedding of River Song, and of course, The Doctor, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Soda's first episode of Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm. I dubbed this the season of River Song. Because that's exactly what this is. This entire season is the relationship between the Doctor and River Song. And The Impossible Astronaut sets up a mystery for us that is fascinating. Because we witness the death of the Doctor. And we're like, what the hell?
That's how they open the season.
We're like, what the hell is going on? And yet it involves River Song. It's just wow. And then it keeps going. Day of the Moon, which continues that story, and we are fully understand the silence. And again, another great creepy original villain. I love the idea of the silence. It's just so good. Curse of the Black Spot is fun. It's okay. It's fun, but it's just okay.
It's a fun pirate themed episode.
Yeah, it's a pirate episode. The Doctor's Wife, a great concept. Love this. What if the TARDIS was personified human? Absolutely love this. Although one minor critique, the young lady that plays the TARDIS, Suren Jones, I believe is her name. Should this not have been Helena Bonham Carter? I just look at her and go, that should have been Helena Bonham Carter.
I never thought of that before. And I'm having a hard time seeing it.
I don't know. I'm crazy. I see it. But I'm nuts. Anyway, but again, a great concept. Let's personify the TARDIS. Love that. Rebel Flesh and Almost People, again, is a great idea that sets up a twist reveal, which is cool, but these episodes drag to me. They drag. And
Very
again,
much.
the concepts are great. This idea of what is artificial? Or does artificial have a soul and a feeling? And these are great concepts, but it just drags too much. But we get the reveal that the Amy that we have seen from all this season is actually a flesh avatar, and it is not the real Amy. And so we get the end of part 1 of this season with A Good Man Goes to War, where the Doctor and Rory go to save her, and we get, of course, Strax and Lady Vostra, and just all this help that comes into helping it, and we discover that River Song is actually the daughter of Amy and Rory, and Amy has been pregnant, by the way.
Spoilers.
Yeah, well, if you don't know by now, it's season's over 10 years old. I think you need to know. But then it goes into the second half of the season, Let's Kill Hitler, where we discover that Amy and Rory's childhood friend is actually their daughter. It's actually River Song.
She named her daughter after her daughter.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We witness her trying to kill the Doctor, but this is where she falls in love with the Doctor. We discover that. Night Terrors is okay. It's dolls. It's creepy dolls. It's okay. It's creepy dolls. The Girl Who Waited. The Girl Who Waited. This is Karen Gillan's chance to shine as an actress. She does so well, and the pain and torture that she goes through, and both old Amy and new Amy, or old Amy and young Amy, fabulous episode in here. The God Complex. This is the one with the Minotaur, I believe. Yep. Again, it's okay, but it's not executed the greatest. It's okay. Closing Time. This is the better of the two episodes with James Corden. It is a Cybermen heavy episode, but I kind of like it. And this idea that human emotion can be used to defeat the Cybermen. We've seen it before, but now we truly see it in action. That human emotion can be used to beat cyber conversion if strong enough. And we are introduced to what is it? Armageddon, to Storm Armageddon.
Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All.
Dark Lord of All. That is the name, because apparently the Doctor speaks baby.
Doctor speaks every language.
I love this. That is absolutely fabulous to me. And then the Wedding of River Song, where we discover the secret behind the death of the Doctor, and what's been going on the whole time. And we also witness finally what truly happens. We saw briefly a fixed point in time of what that can happen. We see what happens when a really solid fixed point in time is disrupted. And it messes with everything. And I love the depiction in here of time coalescing into all moments happening at once. It's fabulous. And we see the connection and the love between River Song and the Doctor really flourish in here. And of course, the secret of the Doctor whispering something in her ear, which we're curious as to what it is, but we're pretty sure it's his real name. As was alluded to in their first encounter. And then, of course, the Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe, which is a play on the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. This is a fun one for me. A lot of people don't like this one. I don't get it. I enjoy it thoroughly, especially the ending. The role of Madge, played by Claire Skinner, and the pain that she goes through and what she's trying to do for her daughter, and the speech she has in the end about how having to accept the death of her husband and the sadness that brings and what Christmas means, and all of that is heartbreaking. And yet we reveal that her husband lives thanks to the work of her and the Doctor, is just heartwarming and fabulous. And I love it. I enjoy it. I think this is Matt Smith getting to play at his Matt Smithiness. I enjoy that so much. So I
Max
thought that
Smith.
his Matt Smithiness.
No,
But
you didn't hear. I said Max
Oh,
Smith.
Max Smith. Okay. I love it. This is a lot of fun. It's not a great setup with the idea of the trees being alive. I kind of am like, eh. But the chemistry otherwise and the acting from all the kids and Madge and Matt Smith is just fabulous in there. And it's a good way, a heartwarming ending to what is about to come to something that is very, very hard and very sad. So overall, this has a lot to it, but really the focus is River Song and the Doctor. This explains all of that background and everything we've been wondering about River Song, and really goes into that and establishes River Song as the kick-ass character that we know her to be.
Beautifully well said. Now, yeah. First of all, the restructuring of the season, giving us the two-parter at the beginning. That's quite a great way to let us know that things are going to be different from now on. We no longer have to conform to the familiar structure that was introduced with the Christopher Eccleston reintroduction of the series. Case in point, even beyond just the two-parter being the opening part of the season, from now on the seasons are going to be split to make sure to cover as much of the year as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do something like that, if you open the season with a two-parter, you better make sure that two-parter is damn well good.
It is.
And it is. It is just magnificent. Opening it with the death of the Doctor by a mysterious astronaut. It's got all the Stephen Moffat isms that you love about this guy. He just throws details at you that you don't see coming. You have no idea what's going on, but you're going to see that later. And when you go back and rewatch those episodes, revisit them with the information that you have after seeing the conclusion of this story, you realize just how genius of a writer that guy is. With all the different hints, he's literally showing you everything you need to know, and you just don't know it yet. With the astronaut and with the silence. Again, the silence, another part of Stephen Moffat's mission to make you afraid of everything in the that you see in real life. Started off with gas masks, then he moved on to statues, then he moved on to shadows, and now it's just the things you see in the corner of your eye. Like Stephen Moffat's mission to make you afraid of everything. Curse of the Black Spot.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah, another Rory death. Not so not too great on that one. The Doctor's wife, Neil
Gaiman wrote this.
Yeah, Neil Gaiman as the writer, Michael Sheen as the villain, and you can have your River Songs and your Rose Tylers and your Emilia Ponds and your Sarah Jane Smiths. The Doctor's true lifelong companion is his TARDIS, no matter which way you look at it. And I love the line, and it's a line that only Neil Gaiman, the way he understands this franchise, could put in an episode, is when he says to the TARDIS, "You've never been the most reliable. You didn't always take me to where I wanted to go." And she pulls it back around and says, "But I've always taken you to where you needed to be," which sets up the relationship between the Doctor and the TARDIS beautifully, and it sets up the concept of the whole show perfectly. The Rebel Flesh and the Almost People, we already talked about this. It's a great concept of that is still relevant today. The execution, not so much, and the special effects, not the makeup and prosthetics, the CGI special effects, much like the Lazarus Experiment, did not age well. Fun moment with the two Doctors hanging around, and I love that the plot point of they switched shoes, and so the Flesh Amy was much more comfortable with the Flesh Doctor. She didn't know why, but she thought he was the real one, and that really was the clue that he needed to get us to A Good Man Goes to War, where the Doctor calls in all of his favors from characters we've never seen before, but we will grow to love.
That opening when he says, "I have a message from the Doctor." I have two things. I just love that whole sequence as it opens
a message
up.
from the Doctor and a message from me. Where is my wife? What's the other message? Boom! Would you like him to repeat the question? By the way, did you know that Ud Sigma was supposed to be in this episode as well?
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, they had plans to have him there. Russell T Davies is credited as creator of the Ood in the credits of this episode, but he never turns up.
Oh.
Like never actually happened. But yeah, obviously, like I said, the reveal of River Song, the unfortunate demise of Doria Maldavar. But I still remember the break. Like, this thing happened. I went on my pre-military trip to London, where they had all the promotion for Let's Kill Hitler, and then several months later, like the way they promoted this episode, you would think that Hitler was gonna be a major player in this episode. Reality, he was only there for 5 minutes, but
yeah, again, great concept, but everything River Song's time on screen is fabulous.
Yeah,
love River Song's time.
And it's more important than giving Hitler the time of day. Let's lock up Hitler in the cupboard where he belongs, so we can get to the Tesselector.
Yes,
great concept added to Doctor Who. It's a shame they never reused it after this season, but the whole post-regeneration scene that we normally are used to seeing the Doctor going through. First time we get to see another character going through that. Even when Romana regenerated, we didn't see her go through the same phases that the Doctor did in his.
Well, it's not the first, because we witnessed the Master regenerate.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the post-regeneration trauma.
Gotcha.
Wandering around, not knowing who you are, and all these different things. We see the Master regenerate, but we don't actually get to see the implications and ramifications of it. And we do see that with River Song being able to burst energy and take out a bunch of Nazis with it. And then she obviously gives her remaining regenerations to save the Doctor. And yeah, Night Terrors, a little bit more nightmare fuel from Doctor Who for you. Girl Who Waited, great character piece for Karen Gillan. Now we all know why she landed the role of Nebula in the Guardians franchise, and why she's got that Jumanji franchise that she's still doing great in.
Old age makeup great in there.
Yeah. God Complex, it tries to be another horror episode. Yeah. Closing Time is fun. Really funny. Great Cyberman story. No, not great, but a fun Cyberman story. James Corden is back, and this is another one of those Matt Smith without his signature companions, the Amy and Rory. Just, having some fun. We do get a hint at what Amy and Rory are doing at this time, but really it's all about the Matt Smith and James Corden chemistry. The wedding of River Song, great ending to a season, and in my opinion, the last great Stephen Moffat ending to a season. And I'm sorry, we'll get into more of that in a few minutes.
The ending was good. Don't get me wrong. And this idea of, again, breaking the moment in time, and a lot of the images that we get are really good with this. However, in the grand scheme of all of it, all it is a character piece for the Doctor and River Song. In the end, that's what it is.
In much the same way that John Pertwee's second season was all about the Master, it was all just to set up the Master. The reason why it's such a great villain and why we love this character still to this day was that introductory season. This is the same thing for River Song. This whole season, just a great big River Song fest, and I'm all here for it. Doctor the Witch in the Wardrobe, it's a fun Christmas story. Like I said in the previous one, another take and another good adaptation of A Christmas Story, of an existing piece of literature, but not the best Christmas story told overall.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do we do with this season? This definitely has more better episodes than the previous season. Still has a few duds that drag it down a little bit. One might argue.
Here's the problem. Curse of the Black Spot, you could take out. You could take out Night Terrors. You can take out the God Complex. But in reality, if you think about it, that almost takes out every non-River Song with the episode, with the exception of The Girl Who Waited and
Yeah.
Closing Time. It almost
That's
takes
not
it
half
all
the
out.
season.
It kind of is, yeah. And so that kind of takes it down for me a little bit. Everything with River Song is spot on fabulous. 100% everything River Song related. I love. I'll eat it up over and over and over and over again. The rest of it, I'm kind of like, yeah. And then of course, the flesh stuff. I love the idea. And again, the twist at the end is good. The twist is good. But the execution of the rest of the episode is very lackluster at best.
Now, you're not going to watch the whole episode just for the twist.
Yeah, I 2 episodes. 2 episodes.
Yeah. Why do these guys get their own two-parter?
Yeah,
they do not deserve to have a two-parter.
So, I don't think this is as good as Matt Smith's first outing. This is great for River Song. Great for River Song. But in terms of the whole, it's not as good. So I would put this below Matt Smith's second season or her first season. I would keep this at a B. I keep this at a B. But I'm gonna say it's below that, but above the movie.
Still better than the movie, then.
Unfortunately, the movie is gonna get a beating. It's not the movie's fault.
Yeah,
it's not. It's gonna get a beating.
And it's definitely not McGann's fault.
Yeah.
And now we get into where it all started to go downhill for me.
Yeah.
And we'll get into why in a few minutes. But we have season 6. And yes, we're counting both halves of the season as
season 7. 7.
Yeah, 7. Sorry, my bad. Both parts of the season as a whole. We have Asylum of the Daleks. Dinosaurs on a spaceship. A Town Called Mercy. The Power of 3. Oh boy, The Angels Take Manhattan. The Snowman. I think I'm missing one.
Bells of St. John?
Yeah, the Bells of St. I don't have the image for some reason. I'll upload it later. But yeah, the Rings of Akaten.
Mm-hmm.
Cold War. Hyde. Journey to the Center of TARDIS. The Crimson Horror. Nightmare in Silver. The Name of the Doctor. The Day of the Doctor. And The Time of the Doctor. And yes,
I would also include the short of The Night of the Doctor too. You have to.
Oh, but... really? I wasn't. I don't
know. I think I include that in there because it's such an important part into the lead up. It also gave us Paul McGann back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which yes, all the way. We weren't expecting it. That was nice.
It wasn't the one we were expecting. But see, I wanted to put it there, but I also caught myself thinking if we put Night of the Doctor here, then we also have to put Time Crash and all the other.
It's fair enough, but it's an important footnote. At the very least, it's an important footnote.
All right, let me just look up the picture of Bells of St. John. See why that didn't get uploaded.
Yeah, and, that's okay. Let me start breaking into this though too, so we don't waste any time. This season really suffers. It absolutely does. First of all, they split it up into 2 pieces, which isn't bad in and of itself, as we saw with the last season. That can work. It absolutely can work. But the problem we face here is the first half of this season overall is not actually really great. Asylum of the Daleks, again, is another scary concept that I do like. The idea of a planet of all insane Daleks. That's nuts. And of course, we get introduced to Karen Gillian, or not Karen Gillian, excuse
Jenna
me,
Coleman.
to Jenna Coleman, who will reoccur throughout this whole thing. She's Oswin in this one, who turns out to be a Dalek. Again, a great twist. Good twist. I kind of like that. But some interesting concept. And we're also introduced to the idea that Amy and Rory didn't work. Amy and Rory broke up. You're like, what? I like that dynamic, that it isn't all puppies and happiness, and sometimes things require work. Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. It's fun, and we also get Arthur Darvill as Rory's dad, who I love.
Brian Pond.
Yes. Rory Williams. Mr. Mr. Pond. Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is a fun concept. Again, and I believe Nefertiti is also in this. Kind of some weird combinations that I really like. David Bradley is in this episode.
Yeah, Solomon.
Solomon, yeah, David Bradley.
This was years before. Well, this was the same year. No, a year before he was cast as the first Doctor.
Right, when he was playing Hartnell.
William Hartnell, yeah.
Differentiate.
The first Doctor.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea, and I think the whole idea in this one, Chibnall was going, what if we had dinosaurs in space? I think that was the only question he asked.
I think he came up with the title and then worked his way up from there.
Yeah, I think so. Town Called Mercy is an interesting idea, but it's kind of boring. Again, crazy idea that I like, but it's boring. Just doesn't work for me in the end. I believe it at that. It just bored me. Power of Three is another weird one.
Speaking of boring,
God, the power of the cubes. This idea of these killer cubes. Again, your idea was interesting here. I'm gonna say in the end. This had potential. This felt more like a special than it actually did, kind of like a connective tissue episode. This first part of the season suffers from the fact that in the next episode, the Angels take Manhattan, we lose Amy and Rory in a very heart-wrenching way. Say what you will about this episode, because this episode has a lot of problems. It has River Song and everything. The loss of Amy and the Rory at the end is heart-wrenching, the way it goes down. But this whole first part of the season suffers from, why are Amy and Rory here? Why are we dragging this out? Why is this dragged out? And it really causes a lot of problems. And Chibnall's to blame here. Moffat's to blame here. It kind of went all around the house here. And it really sucked. Gonna be honest. I'm in a rewatch right now, and I'm in the middle of this season right now. I'm on Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. And the reason why I'm not watching more is because it just drags on, but I've got to get through them. I don't like it. I'll play it there. Snowmen, on the other hand, I like the Snowmen because we get Richard E. Grant, who I love, actually. Love Richard Grant. Ian McKellen, Sir Ian McKellen as the Great Intelligence. Yes, more, please.
Don't get your hopes up.
It'll never happen. But yes, more, please. I love it. And Richard E. Grant also plays a great villain. Richard E. Grant also has played the Doctor in a Red Nose Day kind of special, briefly, very, very, very briefly, but I loved it.
And an animated special.
And an animated special, yes. And again, we get Jenna Coleman as Clara Oswald. But again, not quite the same Clara that we will eventually get.
Not the one you're expecting.
Not the one you're expecting, but it's fascinating. Then it cuts off. We get about a 3-month break, and then we get the Bells of St. John, yes, which reintroduces. Now we get the Clara Oswald that we come to expect. We get the introduction of her into the Doctor Who universe, and it's not the best restart. And it's not the best introduction of a companion either, especially for someone who sticks around as long as she does. But then we get the Rings of Akaten, which I love this episode for this speech and this speech alone. I have actually memorized this speech. I will not do it for you and bore you now, but the Doctor's speech to this creature, this living sun planet, whatever you want to call it, is so fascinating to me, and I love it. It's beautiful. It is at the heart of the pain and the torture that it means to be the Doctor, followed by this beautiful song in the background, which I have actually downloaded. I have downloaded this song because of this speech.
That is the song I want played at my funeral.
It is so beautiful. It is a fabulous episode, and then, you want pain. Here it is. Take it all, but there's a lot, and you're not going to be able to handle it. And that's how he defeats the baddie in this. And I love it. This is a great singular character piece for Matt Smith, diving into the pain of what it means to be the Doctor. I've seen so many. I try not to recite the speech, but it's a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous episode. Great episode. Cold War is okay, kind of.
Reintroduces the Ice Warriors, no redesign necessary.
Yeah, it does reintroduce the Ice Warriors during the Cold War. Kind of interesting.
Literally the Cold War.
Literally the Cold War. That's true. It's so-so. It is. I'm sorry. It is. It's a so-so episode, but the Ice Warriors it's a nice touch. Hyde attempts to be another scary kind of thing, written by Neil Cross, actually. And I like a lot of the things that Neil Cross does. Neil Cross also wrote for the series Luther, if you're familiar with that at all. I like it. So I was a little hopeful for this episode. Unfortunately, it's so-so. It really is just a kind of.
It's another so-so.
Yeah. Journey to the Center of the TARDIS. Anytime we get to kind of delve deep into having to go into the TARDIS, I love it, because the TARDIS is this unraveling mystery that will never ever end, and I love that. I love that idea of it. We get to see the engine room of the TARDIS, which just again fascinating stuff into this. It's a fun idea.
The Eye of Harmony. Speaking of the movie.
Yes, and I absolutely love that. The Crimson Horror, it is what it is. We get Madame Vastra back. Love Madame Vastra. Yes. But again, it comes out to being another so-so episode. I mean, and I love Vastra and Jenny, and they help make this episode, and Strax, which is nice, but it's not great. Another Neil Gaiman episode, the penultimate episode. This I like. The idea of the Doctor being cyber converted slowly, and this whole inner turmoil that he's dealing with, which we saw a little bit with the Dream Master. Little bit of that we built into this. And I like it. And it's the first one since closing time. So it's been about a year, a little more than a year since we got this. And this idea, that game of chess is epic. I love it. I absolutely love this. Neil Gaiman hits it out of the park in here. Warwick Davis is in this episode. I can't say enough. I like this one. I do really like this one. And then, of course, the name of the Doctor, which is the end of this, where we are about to deal with the journey to Trenzalore. It's coming. We know it's coming. The Great Intelligence returns. Richard E. Grant returns as the Great Intelligence. River Song comes back, of course. John Hurt. Also, we have a brief appearance at the very end of it with John Hurt as kind of a preview kind of thing. We know him as the War Doctor. He's a coming. But anyway, I like this. This is not the best way to end the season, but leaving us on a cliffhanger was kind of nice. Even though it's not part of it, I gotta mention Night of the Doctor. Paul McGann generating into a computer de-aged John Hurt was really good. This was fabulous. And then the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor. I want to like this. Geek, I want to like this. I want to like this so bad. And the idea is great. We get a completion of the love relationship between Tennant and Elizabeth I, which I love. And the Zygons. We get the Zygons, which is cool. But we kind of understand now what happened with the Time War. We know that that Gallifrey wasn't destroyed. We get the introduction fully of the War Doctor, and also our first appearance of the 13th Doctor. We get the first appearance of Capaldi, briefly, his eyes. I really love this idea, but the War Doctor doesn't have a lot to do. He really doesn't, and it's a shame. The rest of the quips between Tennant and Smith are a lot of fun, and we get the appearance of the Curator, which was a fabulous little treat and has played into what we know today. Very today, when we now have David Tennant returning, right away, the Curator tells us you might see some old familiar faces, but just the good ones. That was predicted to us years ago with 10 years ago with this special. And then of course the Time of the Doctor with his time on Trenzalore, where the rules of regeneration are completely rewritten, and we get Matt Smith dancing around, don't ever tell me about the rules, and he regenerates one last time, drops and regenerates into Capaldi, and that ends Matt Smith's run as the Doctor.
Okay.
I'm torn. I'm torn about this season.
Okay, is it my turn yet?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I like this. I like that we're taking turns because we each have our different takes on it. It's better to do it like this than to just have us both talk over each other. I much prefer this exchange.
Yeah.
That being said, this season, that was the season that I was drafted into the military, so it was kind of difficult for me to watch it. But I still did my due diligence as a Doctor Who fan and watched every single episode as soon as it was available for me to watch it. Asylum of the Daleks, like you said, cool concept, and I love that they officially finally went back to the traditional Dalek design, the Time War design that was introduced in 2005. The new paradigm Daleks were almost completely swept under the rug. You see a couple of them in this episode. I like the modernization of the idea of the Dalek agents with the eye stalk coming from their forehead. A bit of a minor change from the 80s when they basically just had literally the Death Star helmets, but with the Dalek spheres and the Dalek eye stalk molded on top of it. Like that was, it was Dalek shaped Death Star helmets from Star Wars.
They're Dalek bumps.
Yeah, the Dalek bumps. If you know, you know. But overall, an interesting introduction to Jenna Coleman. I'll say that for now. Interesting introduction for Jenna Coleman. Never appeared until the next. And we already knew by that point, it was already publicized that she will be the next companion. It was just weird for everyone to see her in this episode of all things.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs on a spaceship. I love. All you need to know is the title. It's Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. Is it the best episode ever written? Hell no. Is it a lot of fun? Hell yes.
You put
And
it the best. He wrote the title first and then
he
went with
just,
it.
I think he just woke up one morning and was like, ooh, dinosaurs on a spaceship. I gotta make a story out of it somehow. And yeah, was it the best executed story? No, but it was a lot of fun. Just like, and I think you said it best. A what if? What if dinosaurs were on a spaceship? And obviously, he had to bring back the Silurians because he's the one that brought them back in the
Arthur
before-
Darvill, I love him so much, and I think he's great as Rory's dad.
You mean Mark Williams?
No, Arthur Darvill.
Arthur Darvill is Rory.
I keep saying Arthur Darvill, don't I? I'm sorry. You're right. Mark Williams. My bad. I was like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah, Mark Williams.
Yeah, Rory Williams and Brian Williams, played by Mark Williams,
So
who
confusing.
played Arthur Weasley in the Harry Potter
That's
movie.
why I'm doing it. It's the Arthur Weasley. That's why. Okay.
And yeah, so Town Called Mercy, cool concept. What if Joseph Mengele was still around and had to answer for his crimes, for his war crimes?
It is better than Aliens versus Cowboys, or Cowboys and Aliens.
Yeah, definitely.
Way better.
Hell of a lot better. And Kalartek, great character that should have come back but never did.
Mm-hmm.
Big Finish, if you're watching this, take notes. The year of the slow invasion. I will say this. The reintroduction of Kate Stewart, and not only that, the reintroduction of Unit cannot be understated. And again, we didn't even get a chance to talk about this, but in the Wedding of River Song, when they had that moment of the Brigadier died, coinciding with the actual death of Nicholas Courtney around that same time as an homage, and then the season after that bringing his daughter, which was introduced in a spin-off, like one-off, weird off back in the 90s, bringing her back fully into the show, played by the wonderful Gemma Redgrave. Not the best story, I'll admit, not the best story, but it has a few things going for it, like, once again, Mark Williams and the dynamic between the Doctor, Amy, and Rory, mere seconds before that's taken away from us. Now, you said it best. This episode, Angels Take Manhattan, has a lot of problems in it. Case in point, the Statue of Liberty is an angel. Okay. Fine.
You're telling me you're gonna say the same thing I do. You're telling me that nobody in the city of New York is looking at the Statue of Liberty? At any given time, somebody's looking at that statue. It cannot move.
The city that never sleeps.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
You
know what? But here's the thing. I can easily fix this. You want the Statue of Liberty to be an angel. Okay, here's how you fix this very easily. You do it with a simple line, Doctor. Here's what you do. You say, how is it able to move? Everyone's looking at it. Well, it's so big and it's collected so much energy that it's able to circumvent that. It's crap.
I was just about to suggest that.
It's crap, but it would work. Give us something.
The fact that we both thought of it is the reason why it makes so much sense.
Just a simple line. One line, Doctor, is all you had to give, and we would have bought it.
Yeah, but putting all that aside, the death of Amy and Rory twice. One of the most heartbreaking moments in Doctor Who, and that's saying something, especially considering some of the other seasons we've already talked about. And just how it affects the Doctor.
Yeah.
Not just in this story, but in other expanded media story stuff.
I love Amy and Rory passionately, very much so. And this did not give them due justice. Now, I'm not opposed to killing them off. I'm not. They did it in such a way that I cared about these characters. I cared, and you took them away from me, and it hurt. But I understand that from a writer's perspective. That's fine. But all the rest of the stuff in this season does not do them justice. You didn't build up to it. I don't feel you earned the right to kill them off. I just don't.
But I think the way that they did it,
Oh, yeah.
paid off or not, I think the way that it happened is still pretty effective.
And then when we have the snowman continues that. It doesn't just ignore the fact. It continues that torment and that torture, and that the doctor has put himself in exile now. Like, I like that. I do, and I again, I'll say I love the snowman. I think it's a great special. It's a lot of fun. I thought this was going to be the Clara that we were. Oh. But I thought this was the Clara we were going to get, and then for this Clara to die, you were like, "What is going on here?" That torture for the doctor, though. That is the saving grace in this season, is that pain that we feel along with the doctor.
But in a way, you said all the good stuff about this episode with Richard E. Grant and Ian McKellen playing this iconic character from the 60s, and we finally get some answers as to where that creature came from.
Mm-hmm.
The death of that version of Clara just made that whole episode tragic. And it's my second least favorite Christmas special, because it's so tragic and it's sad, and it's not.
Yeah.
And I don't even celebrate Christmas, but still,
I love the villains more than I love everyone else in that episode.
Yeah, it just, a Christmas special is not meant to be sad, and this is what they made that Christmas episode be. And then once you actually get to the proper Clara stuff, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. Clara is my least favorite character in the entire franchise. I hate this character with a passion. I despise this character's very existence. Love Jenna Coleman. Nothing against the actress. Nothing against Stephen Moffat, who wrote her. The way he wrote this character ruined the show for me. For years.
I'm with you. Listen, I don't like Clara in season 7. I don't like Clara in season 7. I don't feel she has chemistry with Matt Smith. I don't buy it. Now, that being said, I think she has better chemistry with Capaldi. And I will say that her final season, and we'll get into that in a minute, or well, a few minutes, but I liked her final season better. But you're right. Starting out for her, this was bad. This was not a good start for her. Not at all.
And they tried once again to do the doughy-eyed, loved girl that it's in love with the doctor, and it's been done to death at this point.
Yep.
You did not need that with Jenna Coleman. And this intro season for her, this whole entire season, she was nothing but a MacGuffin. She was a plot device, starting from Asylum of the Daleks, through the Snowman, and into the Bells of St. John. Cool, interesting concepts. Love the visual effects in this in particular. And the return of the Great Intelligence. More on him later. But yeah, I was intrigued by the mystery of Clara Oswald until we got to the end. And trust me, we'll get there. But then we have the Rings of Akatan. Yes. I love this episode, and I hate this episode for the same reasons. Because the reason I love this episode is, like you said earlier, the song and the speech when the doctor is giving to the planet. That speech, one of the greatest speeches the doctor in any incarnation has ever made, is completely undone and undermined by Clara showing up and just basically, she's the one that has to kill the planet. It wasn't the doctor that killed the planet with his speech. Like we said with the Pandorica, it wasn't the doctor's ability to defeat his enemies by talking, by yelling at them. It was Clara with a leaf. Like, forget this 1100-year-old Time Lord who's lived through a literal time war and knows how to, and kills gods for breakfast. This 20-something-year-old girl with a leaf. That's what all it takes. She just showed up and he's like, yeah, move out of the way, stupid. I'm the star of the show now. And it only gets worse from here. Cold War, again, great reintroduction of a great villain. A very not good episode. David Warner completely wasted in this episode, not doing anything, especially after he played a great doctor on Big Finish in the Unbound series. Hide this episode from me. The Journey to the Center of TARDIS, again, more Clara shenanigans that I said I was intrigued at the time. Not so much anymore. I cannot watch these episodes anymore, knowing what's coming, knowing what the character of Clara is going to be. Crimson Horror, I would have loved if it just stayed focused on the Paternoster gang, on Vastra, Jenny, and Strax, without the Doctor or Clara playing any part in it. Once the Doctor and Clara show up, the episode just loses steam for me, no pun intended. I liked that they gave Catherine Stewart's Jenny a scene where she gets to fight to show off some of her fighting skills against this group of people. She flips one guy to the ground, and that's it. Like, she doesn't get to show off her fighting skills. Just one guy, and then retreat until Strax shows up and starts blowing shit up. Crimson Horror, not a very good episode. Nightmare in Silver, this is the weaker of the Neil Gaiman episodes, I'll admit.
I love Mr. Clever, though, so much.
Yeah, I love this. I love Matt Smith in this episode. The kids cannot stand the kids in this episode.
Yeah.
And again, more focus on Clara. Again, one other positive I'll say that the episode gave us, fast Cybermen for once.
Yes.
Finally, Cybermen that can actually run. And Warwick Davis, great character. Shame they wasted it on this one-off. The Name of the Doctor, the conclusion of the MacGuffin series of Clara. I did not like the conclusion. I was intrigued by the mystery, hated the reveal, hated the conclusion that she spread herself across all the Doctor's timelines, even going so far as to show actual clips from the Doctor's past. And one of the many things that really infuriates me is that the Great Intelligence, an ultra-powerful character from the dawn of time, dies, Clara doesn't. Why does she get to survive when the literal Great Intelligence, does not? And then it forces the Doctor to do one of the dumbest things he's ever done, jump into his own timeline of all things to save this character, which, by all accounts, should be dead by now. It would have been a much better story arc for this character if she died in this episode. And this isn't me just hating this character. I'm saying this as a story perspective. It would have been so much better if she just died in this episode for story reasons. But the positive is that it gave us the War Doctor, and then it transitions us to the Night of the Doctor. And thank you so much for convincing me to put this on here.
It should be. Yeah.
Paul McGann coming back. When this dropped, I was like, it came out of nowhere. And when I saw that, I was like, holy shit, Paul McGann is back. And then he shows up. It's only 6 minutes. It's not that big of an episode. Don't get your hopes up. And now they're bringing back the character from this one-off into Big Finish. How that's going to play, who knows? They bring back the Sisterhood of Khan from the Morbius episodes. Right here, we're seeing some of the shades of the Timeless Children already being planted. And then the Doctor drinks the lemonade and turns into the War Doctor, which, again, Paul McGann wearing the same clothes, but CGI, a young John Hurt's face on it. The Day of the Doctor, it's good, okay? It's not great. It's not the 50th anniversary I dreamt of when I was a kid. It's not the anniversary I wanted, but at least it did not suck. That's all I can say.
The whole MacGuffin, I mean, it's really nice that we do get kind of this finalization of what happened during the Time War. What set everything in the end in motion? What was going on? And this idea that the War Doctor was willing to destroy himself and everything to stop this war. He was willing to do the unthinkable and use the button. He was willing to do it. and we get again the return of Rose, but it's not Rose. It's not
It's
Rose.
the Bad Wolf.
It's the Bad Wolf.
Honestly, if this episode just focused on the Time War, it would have been so much high up on my list.
Yeah,
If it didn't shoehorn the Zygon subplot in the middle, which made no sense.
It was fun. It was fun. Don't get me wrong.
It was fun. Don't waste the 50th anniversary for this subplot. Did not need to be there.
But the ending with all 13 doctors at the time doing that equidistant thing and that plan, and that whole, I've been planning this for a very long time, and you see all of them talking, all 12, no sir, 13.
13.
And you see the eyes of Capaldi for the first, just the eyes of Capaldi, and this they're saying, Allons-y, Geronimo. Oh god, Gallifrey stands, and I love that whole epicness. And then the kind of what I call the epilogue with them in the museum where Matt Smith meets the curator. That whole scene, and he says, you may see a few other familiar faces, all the good ones anyway. I just, that whole idea that eventually he will become the curator, eventually he'll return to Faces. And this opens up that possibility with what we're getting with David Tennant now. And it opened that up.
Yeah, and it also goes back into some expanded material stuff of him being the curator of the Braxiatel collection.
Mm-hmm.
If you're familiar with that concept, if you're that deep in Doctor Who, I don't know any other people watching this, but I'm sure you probably are, but I'm not sure about any other people watching this. But then obviously we get the Time of the Doctor, just another Stephen Moffat torturing the Doctor beyond past the point of no return, sticking him on one city and one planet for 900 years. We saw how bitchy the third Doctor was when he was forced to stay in one place for a couple of years. This Doctor stuck around for 900 years almost.
Yeah,
fighting every other creature under the sun. Another one of Stephen Moffat's excuse to shoehorn everything in Doctor Who into one story. We do get handles, which is fun.
Yes.
We finally get the explanation of where the silence came from.
Mm-hmm.
Bit underwhelming considering how big those characters were in the previous seasons.
But I do have a problem with this episode that really bothers me, and I think many fans have pointed this out. It's the simple fact, not that you rewrote the rules of regeneration. I'm not against that. Not at all. No problem here. When we throw in later down the line the idea of the timeless child, and we know that the Doctor technically can regenerate ad infinitum, what was the purpose of this with the Time Lord energy? Was it that the Doctor had convinced himself, because we know his mind is wiped regularly? Do we believe that because the Doctor believed he couldn't regenerate anymore, that he wasn't going to? Was it just kind of a fool thing to make the Doctor think, so therefore he does? Because when later down the line they introduce the idea of the timeless child, that makes all the actions of the Time Lords on Trenzalore, sending him that energy for new regenerations, to be a moot point, and it's really weird.
I will say this, if he really was at the end of his life and had no more regeneration energy, why did he pretend regenerate in the previous season? More to the point, how could he have regeneration energy to fix River's wrist in this scene?
Yeah.
But let me just dissuade you with any feelings of that. Is that the way I took it is from the Timeless Children story, the way it was presented, the way I understood it, is basically once the fugitive Doctor ended her relationship with the Division, they used the Chameleon Arch to turn her into an actual Time Lord, which meant she was limited by the 13 regeneration rule, which meant that this was actually this Doctor as a Time Lord, his final regeneration. And when the crack opened in the sky, after Clara told them to, because of course she did, when the Time Lords poured that energy back into the Doctor, they turned him back into being the timeless child. Now he has infinite regenerations. He didn't have them before this episode specifically.
It makes a little more sense, but boy,
That's
does the
just
show.
headcanon on my part. I
But
don't know.
boy, does the show not tell us that.
Yeah, I mean, the approach to canon is only important for the specific story you're telling right now.
That's true.
What happened before or after does not matter.
It's
That
just
is how
something when I look back on it that makes less sense now than it did before, and it's rough. And here's the thing:
And you
at
know
the
what
end,
else? It's gonna make even less sense after we get what's coming with David Tennant next year.
we'll figure that out. But that being said, all of this together, this is the weakest of Matt Smith's run. It is by far the weakest of it. That first half, it just is rough. That first half is very, very rough. While Assignment of the Daleks is nice, and again, great concepts, what they do to Amy and Rory kind of hurts. I'm like, yes, I know you like dinosaurs on a spaceship. I don't. Town Called Mercy, I can leave it. Power 3, I can leave it. And Angels Take Manhattan, that ending is beautiful, but too many other questions. It's too rough. It's too rough. The Snowmen, love it. I love it. It's good stuff for the Doctor overall in terms of carrying over that pain of losing Amy and Rory. Okay. But other than the Rings of Akatan, I can't really look at another episode in this second half of the season and go, yeah, I really want to rewatch that. They waste the use of Clara and a new companion. The Day of the Doctor and the Night of the Doctor are a lot of fun, but actually, the Day of the Doctor's weak. It's weak in the end. I love the ideas bringing here. The Zygons were fun, but what's the point? And that whole ending was a lot of fun, but again, I got to get through all that slog to do it. And then Time of the Doctor, unfortunately, it just it let me down. It let me down quite a bit. I would say if I have to put a letter on this is a C season. A season.
The Day of the Doctor is my 4th favorite decade anniversary special out of 5. That lets you know not how bad I think this special is, but how good the other one are. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
The 5 Doctors? I love that one.
To me, it's the 3 Doctors at the top, the 5 Doctors, Zagreus, Day of the Doctor, and if I have to, Dimensions in Time. If I have to. And I have not listened to The Light at the End yet. Yes. But, so I'm almost tempted to put it on the F.
No, I don't think it's that bad because there are elements in here that are beautiful ideas. There are and again, the Rings of Akatan, if there's anything that saves this at all, the Rings of Akatan and that speech for the Doctor, and then the ending of the Day of the Doctor with all 13 and the revelation of what really went down with the Time War, and then the introduction of the Curator. Those give this a C, but everything else, if those weren't there, it would be a lot lower.
Yeah, if you just take out that stupid Clara scene with the leaf, it would have elevated that episode so much more. But then again, that was a sign of things to come and how Clara will continue to assert her dominance over the franchise and continue to overshadow the Doctor even more in my least favorite of the modern seasons, Series 8, with first of all, deep breath. Okay, you gotta take a deep breath because we're in for a bit here. Into the Dalek, the robot of Sherwood. This piece of garbage. Time Heist. The Caretaker, Kill the Moon, Mummy and the Orient Express, Flatline, In the Forest of the Night, Dark Water, Death in Heaven, and Last Christmas. And before you go, I just want to take the reins on this first. This I always go back to. I always point back the finger. And this was the season. This was why so many people dropped off of Doctor Who after Matt Smith left. Capaldi's first season, out of all the Doctors, including Colin Baker, this season, out of all the Doctors, is the roughest first season of any Doctor ever. Remember when Doctor Who was no longer about the Doctor? Remember when Clara took center stage? Remember when it was the Clara show, guest starring the Doctor? Remember when it was just Clara Who, not Doctor Who anymore? Who the hell is this Doctor anymore? He's not interesting enough. We gotta build up this Clara character. Remember when Matt Smith literally phoned at the end of Deep Breath to give Clara pointers on how to manhandle his future incarnation? Remember how she basically just became training wheels for the Doctor? Remember when the Doctor became a joke in the Robin Hood episode where even the Sheriff of Nottingham thought she was the ringleader and the Doctor and Robin Hood were just her stupid underlings? Remember when the Doctor was so full of himself that he decided to let this Doctor go ahead and kill people just to prove a point, and then Clara decided to slap him in the face? Remember when Clara went back in time and was a mother figure for the Doctor? The first Doctor as a child, of all things. Remember when Clara became the most important character in the Doctor's universe, if she wasn't already important enough in his universe? Remember when this happened, remember when the Doctor left her behind to take care of the moon, to decide if she wants to let the moon die or to let the other people on Earth die? He just left her there with a school kid and let them take the reins and decide if they want to kill the moon. Remember when the Doctor became this tiny, minuscule thing that Clara can just shove in her bag and carry around while she's pretending to be the Doctor badly and screwing everything up even worse? Remember when the Forest just came out of nowhere and it made no sense? Remember all the Danny Pink stuff? Remember when she killed her when she killed her boyfriend by accident, allegedly? Remember when this show basically just became Keeping Up with the Oswalds? In this episode of all things, she was constantly in and out of dates with Danny Pink, manipulating both him and the Doctor, manipulating the two most important men in her life at that time, leaving him at the restaurant, openly, bold-facingly lying to him in several episodes all throughout the season. And then remember when she finally decided to leave, lying to the Doctor about Danny Pink when the Doctor lied to her about Gallifrey. And then remember when she came back for a Christmas special and then she died because she was old? And then, nope, sorry, fake out. She wasn't old. She was still young. And then she came back. And remember just the Mummy on the Orient Express episode where it says, after the Kill the Moon episode, I don't want to travel with you anymore. I don't want to see you anymore. I'm out. I'm done. I'm out of this season. No, I'm back. No, wait. I want to go back I want to go back home. No, I'm back again. Back and forth. The Clara episode, and the worst offense in this episode when she pretends to be the Doctor lying to the Cybermen, and then Jenna Coleman gets top billing over Peter Capaldi, the Doctor, the guy who's playing the character whose name is literally on the marquee for 50 plus years. And then you see her eyes pop up at the intro. Remember all that? Remember this piece of trash season? Go ahead, Mr. Ingle. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I like Mummy on the Orient Express.
I love Mummy on the Orient Express. I love Mummy on the Orient Express because it puts Clara in a box, locking her up and letting the Doctor do his thing. I love Mummy on the Orient Express. Any episode that just keeps Clara in a little secluded box and focuses on the Doctor is great for me.
I also love that at the very least, this season introduces us to Michelle Gomez as Missy.
Yes!
We get Missy through the whole season and we didn't even know it. Like the realization that, Missy, well, I couldn't very well keep calling myself the
master. Now could I?
You love that moment.
Yes! The master's back and he's a woman! Yes!
I love this. And Missy kissed the Doctor, which now when I look at it, I go, it's weird, but That whole I will tell you from an existential point of view for me. This whole idea of what is death after? What do we have later? What's to come? And the ideas that are presented here with the master's plan, with Missy's plan, and converting neural energy and being able to resurrect dead bodies as Cybermen. Holy cow. Like, it's a scary existential crisis concept. Like, what if my death means nothing and I'm it asks a lot of existential questions. I really like this.
Don't cremate me. Don't cremate me. Don't cremate me.
Yeah. But no, I really like these ideas. And I love the reveal in the end with Missy and the Cybermen. I like it. I like Missy's introduction in this. It really gives us what I argue before Sacha Dhawan, I would have said is the best master. Hands down. But Sacha Dhawan is giving Missy a run for her money. Well, he really is.
Well, I mean, the best master will always be Roger Delgado.
Well, you can argue that all you want, and I understand that, but there is just an awesomeness to her and a quirkiness to her that is fabulous. Fabulous. And the rest of this season, toss it in the bin. Toss it in the rubbish bin. Mummy on the Orient Express, I'll watch every time. Love it. And then Dark Water and Death in Heaven both are really heart-wrenching. But the introduction of Missy as the master makes all of this worth it. And it begins this chemistry between Michelle Gomez and Peter Capaldi that I find far better than Capaldi and Clara. Now, here's the thing. Jenna Coleman and Capaldi actually have pretty good chemistry overall.
They're good friends in real life. They're
really good chemistry. You know what? Actually, that episode right there is not an all-around terrible idea. The shrinking TARDIS is kind of like,
The 2D characters, I like that.
Yeah. But the rest of it is just crap. And I think for the sake of time and everything, I don't think we need to sit on this. This is one of the poorer seasons. This is a D tier. With the exception that if I had the ability, Michelle Gomez would be moved just by herself up to the A tier. No questions asked.
She's an A tier master. She's not an S tier because that's Delgado, but she's an...
We can argue it all we want.
Obviously, we got to talk about the departure of the Paternoster gang.
Yeah.
But on the plus side, they got their own spin-off show on a series on Big Finish, which is great. And speaking of Big Finish, Michelle Gomez also has her series, and I just finished listening to all 3 seasons. They're amazing. Yes. I love Missy and the Monk. Please bring back the Monk in live action and put him in a show with Missy. I'll watch the hell out of that.
Yeah. All worth it in the end. Oh, don't show this again.
Yeah, they made a Robin Hood episode. Ugh. I should have loved this. I did not.
It just doesn't work.
This.
I say we just move it in the rubbish bin. Let's face it. It is what it is.
Yep. Where is it? There it is. Bye.
I'm sorry.
You are on trial, sir.
Capaldi's first season wasn't good. It wasn't his fault. And that's another thing. Not his fault. We're going to see this pattern that it's not the doctor's fault. It's the writing. And I hate to say it, Moffat, I'm looking square at you.
Yeah, he was too busy balancing this between this and Sherlock at the time.
But
so he couldn't give it the
thank you, Stephen Moffat, for giving us Missy.
Yeah.
Genuinely, thank you.
Thank you so much for Missy. And thank Michelle Gomez for giving us Missy. And yet, somehow we go from one of the worst seasons in the show history to one of the best seasons in the show's history, season 9, with the Magician's Apprentice.
You think you're cool. But you're not the Doctor riding on a tank, wearing sunglasses, playing hard rock metal in the middle of a medieval arena cool.
Yeah. Can you remember the year?
Nope.
1138.
Oh, I get you. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Do you like my tank? I bought it from my fish. Which, by the way, minor side note, that's how fish tanks got their names.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Where they were cover story for tanks, moving tanks around. They were just to make sure that no one would know about it. They literally used they called them they're moving equipments to build tanks for fish or aquariums, but they were in reality were actually moving parts to build tanks during wartime. So that's how the fish tanks got their name.
Yes.
But yeah,
but yes,
the Magician's Apprentice, The Witch's Familiar, Under the Lake, Before the Flood, The Girl Who Died, The Woman Who Lived, The Zygon Invasion, The Zygon Inversion, Sleep No More, Face the Raven, Heaven Sent, Hellbent, and of course, The Husbands of Riversong.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'm gonna hit this hard. I'm gonna hit this fast. The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar was the opening that we should have gotten. Plain and simple. We should have gotten this the season before. This, to me, is the better introduction to the Doctor. I understand why it's not. Every store was it. I get it. But this idea that, you know, we connect Missy and the Doctor closer again than we ever did before. That they were friends in the end, even though they're enemies. You know, and of course that intro of him riding it on the tank, fabulous. But that opening of the Doctor on the field with the young Davros, yes to that. That was fabulous. I was like, oh, and we're dealing with the Doctor's feelings and his who am I and do I save him? Do I not save him? What do I do? I love that. Absolutely love that. We still got Michelle Gomez to do what Michelle Gomez does and to have her manic self. But then we get the Doctor dealing with the Daleks, and in the end, the Doctor making the choice to save Davros, to change history. Love it. Absolutely adore that. Under the Lake and Before the Flood is not my favorite two-parter. It really
It is
isn't.
definitely a step down from the previous one.
Yeah, you can't do back-to-back two-parters unless you really give us something. This did not do that. However, The Girl Who Died with Maisie Williams as a shielder, if when we watched this, if we had any idea what role Maisie Williams would have in this franchise, let alone what she was about to walk into with Game of Thrones, if she hadn't already, just fascinates me. Shielder is one of those characters that I want more of. I love her so much. Absolutely a fascinating character. And then we get to fast forward again to The Woman Who Lived, which, by the way, if this isn't a two-parter, it should have been considered a two-parter. It kind of is.
I think it is considered a two-parter.
It is not, but
really,
it is not. No, written by completely different people. But it should be considered that.
I consider it a two-parter, so screw everyone else.
Yeah, and then what is acknowledged as Capaldi's best speech, best episode, the two-parter of the Zygon Invasion and the Zygon Inversion, and that whole speech about war being a game, and it's not a game, and that whole speech. If you want to sum up what Capaldi is all about, speeches, because let me tell you, he can give it to you. And this two-parter, even though a little bit confusing, it is a little bit confusing. In the end, when you get Kate and Zygon Clara together, Bonnie, yes, that whole stare down in the same spot where we dealt with the Zygons at the end of the 50th anniversary special, breaking this all down in the end. Wow. Just wow. And what he says about that box and just It's another speech that I really want to learn to memorize because it's so good. This right here is just, it is what the Doctor is all about. I that makes up that whole episode. Again, there's that speech in the end. Watch it, anyone. It's all about war, and are you willing to push the button? Are you willing to do what is necessary? Are you
I
going
mean,
to
you
do
call this a
what?
war, this funny little thing? This
Yeah.
is not war. I fought in a bigger war than you will ever know. I did worse things than you could ever imagine. And when I close my eyes, I hear
Oh,
more screams than anyone could ever be able to count.
your
But you know
Scottish
what
is
you do
good.
with all that pain? Should I tell you where you put it? You hold it tight till it burns your hand. And you say this: no one else will ever have to live like this. No one else will ever have to feel this pain. Not on my watch.
Would you like to do the Rings of Akaton speech too?
I almost did that, but I mean,
No, it's
that happened, but I mean,
it's a great.
I can't do it. I have memorized both of these speeches.
Yeah, they're great
Seriously.
speeches. They are great. And this one's bigger, but it's more powerful. Sleep No More is okay. It's okay coming off
A
of this.
weird one. It's a
It's
weird one.
but I go with it. You just go with it.
Yeah, just go with it.
Face the Raven.
Clara
deals with the-
finally dies. Yes.
We did not see this coming. I will tell you now, watching the show in real time, did not see that coming. Too soon. I was not
After
expecting
2.5 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, well, whoa. And she dies. We're at kind of with the help of Maisie Williams. Maisie Williams
Inadvertently.
And then the Doctor is captured and sent to, which has got to be unobjectively the best episode of this season, even more than the Zygon 2-parter.
Yes.
Even more than that. It's just the Doctor by himself trying to figure out what's going on. And we find out that the Doctor is locked in his own dial, his own confession dial. He's locked in there in a never-ending time loop. And just this is beautiful. I won't say anything else. You have to watch this, even if you know nothing else. This is a great character moment for Capaldi to just shine. To shine as the Doctor, to shine as an actor, to shine. This is a great piece for him. I could see this being done. It's no joke. This could easily be done, modified as like a stage production, a one-act stage production.
Wow.
I really feel that there is enough material in here done right that you could do that, because he's all by himself. And the confessions and the things he has to deal with are fabulous. Hellbent.
Oh boy.
I'm torn about this. The idea of taking Clara out of time to save her is interesting. Not objected to it, but not with it. And then so Gallifrey's back? Or is it not back?
No, it was back after the 50th anniversary. He just couldn't find it.
Oh, it was so it was confusing to me. I do not really like this one. After coming off of getting out of the confession dial for 4.5 billion years, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Getting Clara back is kind of neat. Don't get me wrong, it's kind of neat. And the ending to that I kind of like too, in dealing with Clara, and the storytelling aspect of this in the end is neat. The Doctor's memories of Clara are completely erased, and she's in her own TARDIS with the Shielder, with me. I'm sorry, now she's me.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of want to know more of the journeys of her before she goes back, because she says eventually I do have to go back. Eventually I have to accept my death. But I'm curious of the journeys that she would experience.
Big Finish, get on that already. What's stopping
her
you?
and maybe she meets River Song. Maybe she meets Jenny. Like, there are characters that this could fit with really well. But not the greatest for a season finale. However, he comes back later that month with the Husbands of River Song, which I thought Matt Smith and her had great chemistry. her and Capaldi absolutely are the couple that they should be.
Yes.
This by far is the Christmas special that I watch. If the best one is going to be A Christmas Carol, this is number 2 strictly on their chemistry. But by far, tying a nice, neat bow into the River Doctor relationship and finally giving us kind of the finishing of the Towers of Beryllium and explaining all of that and that final adventure. This is the final adventure. This is the way to go. And it's beautiful. It's magical. It's absolutely fantabulous and was worth watching it and paying the subscription I did just to get to watch BBC America, because this was so fabulous to me. And I still rewatch this regularly because it makes me cry. It just that heartfelt feeling of chemistry between these two is just amazing. And I can't say enough. This redeems some of the bad things in this season. This is a redeeming arc for Capaldi and made this season worth every penny for me.
So, after the turmoil from the previous season, where I felt like I had to force myself to like that one, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get through the day. Like, I kept lying to myself, saying that the previous season was good. No, it was good. It was it was the Master, and was the Mummy, and yeah, it was good. Hindsight, I can no longer look at that season the same way I wanted to look at it back in the day. But then they sucker punched me with this season, which is just, oh my goodness, where was this level of quality the previous year? Why couldn't you write this level of episodes a year ago? Stephen, first of all, still not quite sure what I think about Capaldi as a doctor yet. This scene sold me in much the same way that the 11th Hour sold me on Matt Smith. This scene is the one where I became the Capaldi fan that I still am today. The Missy and the Doctor relationship, we get the same Missy but slightly upgraded in this first episode, and this is the closest that the Doctor and the Master have ever been in, even closer than their days in the Academy. And just this scene alone, where the Doctor shows up in Davros's chair and he's like, admit it, you've all had this exact nightmare. And I felt that the fact that they had every single model of the Daleks was a bit forced.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
I didn't need to be there. It would have been fine if it was just the modern day Daleks, but whatever. We get all different generations of Daleks in the same scene together. We're used to it by now with after so many years of Stephen Moffat. But you said it best. Not just the Doctor and Master relationship, the Doctor and Davros relationship, quite possibly the best Davros story ever told in any medium ever. Under the Lake was a drop-off.
Yep.
Still a okay, passable story, in my opinion, especially with the two-parter aspect of present and past all at the same time. Another thing that really drones on this episode was Clara yelling at the Doctor.
Isn't this the one where he becomes blind?
No. That's next season.
Oh, okay.
The moment when Clara's yelling at the Doctor over the intercom is like you can't die, and he's like, everyone will die, even I will eventually. Not with me. Die with whoever comes after me. You're not going to die with me. It's like, who the fuck are you anyway? Okay, fine. You're Clara Oswald. You get a pass, I guess. But and then this episode introducing a shielder with Maisie Williams. I liked a lot of the elements there. I liked the Doctor. We didn't even talk about the Sonic's
sunglasses. Yeah. How awesome is that?
These days, I'm all about wearable technology. And then in this episode, they break it.
Yeah.
And it's just so funny. But yeah, and obviously the payoff to the fires of Pompeii and to the Peter Capaldi's opening episode, Deep Breath, where he recognized the face from somewhere, he just didn't know where. And this was the arc that the Doctor needed. He finally, a season and a half into his run, finally realized who and what he is. The training wheels, aka Clara, were off. This is the Doctor we needed. And what better way to follow that up than with just having the Doctor on a solo run, somehow clumsily running into a shielder again, which now she goes by Lady Me. Great episode. Again, any episode you get rid of Clara is a huge improvement in my opinion. The Zygon two-parter, like you said, confusing. I think this is the Zygon subplot that we needed. It did not need to be in the Day of the Doctor. The Day of the Doctor should have just been about, I don't know, the Doctor, maybe, because it was his day. But this is this two-parter makes that subplot worth it, because we get this episode with the Capaldi speech. If the previous season was the season that made a lot of people leave Doctor Who, this is the season that brought everyone back to Capaldi with this speech alone. Sleep No More, there's some fun concepts in there, like the found footage, the fact that it has no intro.
Right.
That was kind of weird and jarring at first. Overall, it's one of those episodes where you kind of have to ask yourself, did this really happen? Wasn't this really a part of the season? Because it's never actually mentioned anywhere else. And then obviously Face the Raven. First of all, the introduction of a hidden city within a city where aliens just go there to be refugees. Great concept. Wish they expanded upon that a bit more. But then obviously Clara making one of her dumb decisions, trying to be the Doctor again and failing as she usually does. Eventually landing her with a death blow. Finally, we think that she finally bit the dust, and then we get this one Capaldi masterclass of acting, a solo run, just him in a room acting his eyebrows off as the Doctor. This almost dethroned the Stolen Earth and Journey's End as my favorite episode of the show so far. And then we drop back down to this, where it starts cool. There's a very cool concept there at the beginning of just the Doctor is now the master of Gallifrey, banishing Lord Rassilon and the High Council away. But then it turns out to be just another Clara glorification fest. All he did was just to bring Clara back as a poor man's excuse of Stephen Moffat refusing to give up on that character like he did in the previous season. And then once again, Clara gets one final one-up on the Doctor, erasing his memories like he tried to do like he already did to Donna. But yeah, she proves once again that she's better than the Doctor by erasing his memories, and then she steals a TARDIS with a broken chameleon circuit and a human companion. So basically the implication is, yeah, she's the Doctor now, because that wasn't clear enough already. But on the bright side, the Doctor then takes off. The images of Clara printed on the TARDIS burn like the witch that she is, and he gets a brand new sonic screwdriver. And then finally, at the end of his second season, he finally gets to be the Doctor. And what better way for him to have his first proper journey as the Doctor than with his eternal wife, River Song, one of the best Christmas specials ever made, and a great send-off for the character of River Song. If we don't get River Song interacting with the Doctor anymore, I'm okay with it, because we got this episode, and because this episode was so good, and we got introduced to another great companion with Nardole. More on him later. But yeah, and we finally get the promised Towers of Darillium. And if you do not cry in this scene, you are not a Doctor Who fan. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It's just minus this thing, which was at least a passable episode for half of it. It's an S tier season for me.
Yeah, S tier. This by far is definitely Capaldi's best season. This was Capaldi's best.
Should we put it above Eccleston's season?
Below Eccleston. I that first season's still going to be hard to beat.
Well, I think Tom Baker's first season is going to beat that one, but I mean, that, that's neither here nor there.
Awesome.
And now we move on to, sadly, Capaldi's last season. After he finally learned how to be the Doctor, he only gets one more season to be the Doctor with season 10, which actually starts off with the return of Dr. Mysterio, and then moves on with the pilot. Smile. Thin Ice, Knock Knock, Oxygen, Extremis, The Pyramid at the End of the World, The Lie of the Land, Empress of Mars, The Eaters of Light, World Enough in Time, The Doctor Falls, and of course, Twice Upon a Time.
Oh, this has some interesting ramifications. First of all, the return of Dr. Mysterio, I think, was only done because of superhero craze. No, it's not a terrible episode. It's not terrible. It's very Doctor Who. It is like it's a very self-contained episode, and it's a lot of fun. Why we call it a Christmas episode, I don't know. It could have been a filler episode anywhere, but as far as fillers go, it's not bad. It's not bad in any way. The pilot, some great concepts. We get Bill Potts. I don't understand Bill Potts. This whole season, I just don't get her. I don't really understand her. I don't know what else to say about her. She's just, I don't get her. I don't. The pilot is not a bad episode. This idea of an alien existing in the reflections and is some interesting concepts that play out in the end of it. Smile, I love that. A robot that only speaks in emoji, and if you're not absolutely happy, it's going to kill you. Cool.
So basically the internet.
Yes. Thin Ice. It's I don't know what else to say about it. It's Knock Knock is another kind of for me. It's not the greatest. Oxygen, Extremis. There's this connection with this middle of the season. This is the one where he goes blind. Yes. I remember correctly.
Well, Oxygen, but it
carries
on
carries on. Pyramid at the Light, End of the World, and then of course the Lie of the Land. It's all so strange and weird, and I don't care for it. I don't. Look, here's what I'm going to say about this season. The stuff that we get where we discover that the person in the vault is Missy, and that he is spending an eternity basically watching over her punishment as she got caught and was going to be sentenced to death, but the Doctor didn't believe in that. He said, look, here's the deal. You can't kill her. I will take care of her and watch her. She can stay in the vault for the rest of time. That's fine. The relationship building that we get more between her and the Doctor is awesome. The turn of Missy realizing that she wants to be good, which is funny because last season, what did she say? I haven't turned good. And she vaporizes a guy right there. This turn that we get from Missy is fabulous. It really is. But it really doesn't come and culminate until the season penultimate episode and the season finale, when we are reintroduced to the Mondasian Cybermen and the death of Bill Potts, which also gave us the reintroduction of Sims as the Master. Now, I love this idea. We have seen Doctors interact, but we've never seen Masters interact with each other. Missy interacting with Sims was really a great treat. Here's my problem that I had with this. And this is all Stephen Moffat's fault. And I'm going to tell it right now as it is. They set us up early in the season, or early on, even before the season started, that John Simm was going to return as the Master. We hadn't seen him yet. We knew what was coming. We knew when it was coming. It wasn't a surprise. This should not have been leaked. This should not have been said. This should have been something that we sat there as fans watching World Enough at Time and shoot Bill Potts, and Bill Potts is dead. And we're like, holy cow. But then the Master takes off his mask and we realize it's the Master. Like, holy cow. We didn't get that. And it's a shame. It's a shame that it went out this way, because I love this idea. The interaction between John Sims and Michelle Gomez is fabulous. It is nothing short of fabulous. And this true continuity of good versus evil. Can John Sims' Master manipulate Michelle Gomez's Master? Can this be changed? I love that stuff. And then the reintroduction of the Mondasian Cybermen. Great playback to the original series. Fabulous idea. Awesome. But the fact is that all of this was spoiled for us from the very beginning in him in Moffat trying to sell this season. And it kind of ruined it for me. The character development for Missy is fabulous. But otherwise, it goes out on a whimper. And by the way, Nardole. Yes to Nardole. I don't know why Nardole is there. I don't know how he got there. I don't know when he got him. We never got an explanation to it, and I don't care. Nardole is absolutely fabulous. Matt Lucas is so quippy and charming. I love Nardole so much in this, and it almost redeems this season. Almost. But then we get Twice Upon a Time, where we get David Bradley not just playing the actor playing the first Doctor, as he did in that TV movie special, but we get him actually playing the Doctor, dealing with the regeneration and the choice. I don't want to regenerate. I don't want to do this anymore. I can't. And finding out that the first Doctor, was dealing with that. And then we deal with the Christmas armistice. This, by the way, is the last of the quote Christmas specials. This is the last time we would have a quote Christmas special. And it is just absolutely fabulous. David Bradley is amazing as the first Doctor, and he will reprise it a couple more times, which I really enjoy thoroughly. We'll get into that. This is a nice special. This is a really nice regeneration episode. We get the whole, always be kind. I don't ever eat pears. I love that speech. Capaldi goes out doing what Capaldi does best, and that's speech giving. But it works. This is absolutely fabulous. But it doesn't redeem this season. It really doesn't. This is a weak way to go for him. And it sucks because he's got Michelle Gomez. He's got Matt Lucas, who's an entertaining companion. But I don't understand Bill Potts. I don't know why she's there. I don't really get a lot of that. I don't get the chemistry between them. I just don't get it. And we have no other continuing through line other than Missy. And you ruined the payoff for us before the season even began. This is not a good season.
Peter Capaldi should have gotten one more season, and that one more season should have been with Bill Potts. You're right. She had mountains of potential that was completely wasted in this entire season. She, especially after the last companion turned out to be such a major dud, she could have been a great companion. She had the potential. Luckily, we got Nardole, so at least I'm thankful for that. Mm-hmm. But Bill Potts did not get enough character development, that she didn't get her time in the spotlight enough. We didn't have enough with this character to justify going back and remembering her fondly.
Mhm.
First in this season, first on the show, that is, on television, first openly gay companion. And this should have been a bigger thing, and it
Mhm.
wasn't. I will start off by talking a little bit about the return of Dr. Mysterio.
Mhm.
It was understandable at the time. I mean, by that point, they've gone about a year without a single Doctor Who story
Mhm.
on television.
Yep.
We had the Husbands of Riversong, then the show went completely MIA.
And then for a whole year, 1 year exactly.
12 months. Yeah, the Doctor showed up on Class 1 episode, whatever. And they needed an episode, and Stephen Moffat loves Christmas specials. He wanted a special. It almost felt like they were scrambling for content. So he was like, what's popular right now? What are the kiddies are into? Superheroes? Let's make an episode about that. And to their credit, it is not a bad episode. It's
fun.
a fun episode.
Mhm.
As far as a lot of other franchises and companies trying to capitalize on the superhero boom, especially when this came out, 2016, this was a good example of capitalizing on it. And I can't believe that I just realized it yesterday when we watched it. Looked at a picture of this guy. His mask is basically an upside down Batman mask. I only realized that yesterday.
It's true.
But as far as trying to capitalize on the superhero boom, this was one of the times where it was done right. Didn't mean that they should have gone that direction, but at least we got a cool episode and a cool character out of it. And
It's a good filler. It's a good filler episode.
Yeah, it's a good filler. The pilot, trying to be a pilot episode for this season. Like you said, cool concepts, but it was all over the place. Literally all over the place. Capaldi goes from the university to Australia, to some random planet we never hear the name of, to the middle of the Dalek Movellan War, which apparently you can travel back to that event for some reason. And then all of that was just to set up the love story between Bill Potts and this other character that I can't remember the name of at the moment, with the star in her eye, which will only be referenced again by the end of the season. And then Smile, it's a fun, good episode. It's an average Capaldi episode. Thin Ice, another example of an average Capaldi episode. Another great Capaldi speech right after he punched the racist guy in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Knock Knock, they were trying to do another haunted house episode. And you know what? If you're afraid of creepy sounds in the middle of the night, and if you're afraid of bugs, this episode's gonna scare you. Did not scare me at all. Oxygen, it's another political episode. And yes, Doctor Who does that all the time. Don't try to pretend that they don't. But it's one of those that, okay, the execution was okay, but the main takeaway from this was that the Doctor was blind, and it wasn't like a one-off. It happened in the middle of the episode and was fixed by the end, Star Trek style. This had ramifications for the rest of the season. Could have gone on for a while. First of all, it carried over into this episode, which the Monk trilogy. There is a good trilogy in there somewhere.
I don't know where it is.
You just have to really look for it. And you know what? I still haven't found any. But there are good ideas in there. Maybe if they were all written by the same person, maybe they were able to execute it better.
It's one of the problems we have with this season. Out of 14, counting the specials, 14 episodes, 10 different writers.
Yeah, all over the place.
Yep.
We moved away from the more focused season in the previous season to this thing. which in a way it's kind of sandwiched in. There's kind of a sandwich. The middle season is sandwiched between these two all over the place seasons where they clearly did not know what to do with this Doctor. Furthering my point that I think we needed at least one more season with Capaldi, and I will die on that hill if I must. Pyramid at the end of the world. Again, cool concepts. What is actually happening here? Why are you doing this? And more importantly, why are you just giving us an easy fix for the Doctor's blindness this early? It was barely in 2 episodes. Lie of the Land, closest that the Doctor Who has ever gotten to 1984, but they didn't go fully into that. They didn't do enough with it. Even though that speech with the fake regeneration was great, and it even got me, a long-time watcher of the show, to believe that there is the possibility that the Doctor could have been turned to working with the monks. They actually did the impossible and convinced me that he did right before the fake out. Other than that one scene, not much else. Not much substance to this episode.
Mm-hmm.
The Empress of Mars, a much better Ice Warriors story than the last one. Not that it's saying much, but I love seeing the Ice Warriors. They're some of my favorites, and I like that they at least gave it a good story this time around, as opposed to the previous one. Didn't blow me away or anything. It was a good Ice Warrior story, and I was happy to see the Ice Warriors again. It's a great Mars story as well. Eaters of Light, not 100% sure why this episode even exists, but it does. And I can't get that stupid music out of my head every time I think about this episode. And then we get to the World Enough in Time and the Doctor Falls. Now, this is where I actually reveal a very important detail about me. I am stupid. Because even though we got the teases in the trailers and the coming soons that John Sim is back, completely blurred it out of my head when I will watch this episode. And so the reveal actually surprised me. Going back and rewatching it, yeah, it was all over the place. You would have to be stupid like me to not notice that John Sim is actually coming. And here's where we differ. You say that the problem with the John Sim Master is that it was revealed to us too early and we never got the surprise reveal. My problem is different. Is that this is not the John Sim Master. I think John Sim is playing the part to the best of his abilities, acting the scenes, acting as the John Sim Master, the Saxon Master from a few years ago, but he's doing it to a script that was written for a completely different master. This was a script that hearing the words and the way it was presented in the story, this is what the Anthony Ainley Master would have done. Right down to the outfit. It's John Sim playing the Saxon Master to a script written for the Anthony Ainley Master. And I cannot unsee that every time I look at it. And it really it downgraded the John Sim Master for me. It pushed him down the list, which is fortunate because now Missy has overtaken him as on my list of my favorite masters. But the Mondasian Cybermen, and then once again going back to the Stephen Moffat thing of showing us all the different models at the same time. Yeah, we got that in this one. That being said, when Bill Potts is turned into a Cyberman, and that cliffhanger of realizing that Bill Potts was turned into a Cyberman was better than the supposed cliffhanger that the John Sim Master was back. And it's a nice episode of showing the Doctor with 2 different masters, how he navigates it. And it's another great example of the Doctor interacting with his signature master, which is Missy, and someone else's signature master, which is a great way of doing that in a story.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Nardole and also Bill Potts. But you talk about the reveal that we never got with the Master. We do get a surprise reveal that blew us all out of the water, which was David Bradley showing up at the end when Capaldi is refusing to regenerate, saying, "You may be a doctor, but I am the doctor, the original," you might say. That reveal should have the impact that it had should have been the same for the Master, and you say rightfully so that we didn't have that one. But at least we have this reveal at the end. And once you see the David Bradley the David Bradley Doctor, your head runs wild with the possibilities. Did the episode itself live up to my personal expectations of seeing the 12th Doctor and the first Doctor together? Not as much. It's one of those weird cases in Doctor Who where there really wasn't much of an enemy. It wasn't much of a plot. It was just, let's put these two doctors together and see what happens.
Right.
And while all the Christmas Armistice stuff I loved, it was great seeing Rusty again. And it was fine seeing Bill Potts again, but again, we didn't get that much with her. I loved seeing Nardole at the end. And one final slap at the face. We get to see Clara again, and she calls him stupid, as she normally does. She tells him never to forget him again, completely forgetting herself that she's the one that erased his memories in the first place. So what was the whole point of that scene anyway, other than just, hey, look, it's Clara again, bye? And the whole scene just fell flat. But the final scene of Capaldi, never be cruel and never be cowardly and never ever eat pears. Remember, hate is always foolish and love is always wise. Always try to be nice but never fail to be kind. Oh, and you mustn't tell anyone your name. No one would understand it anyway, except children. If the children can hear it, if their hearts are in the right place and the stars are too, children can hear your name. But nobody else. Nobody else ever. Run fast, laugh hard, be kind. Doctor, I let you go. Cue Jodie Whittaker.
Wow. Unfortunately, Capaldi does not. This doesn't give him enough. This is not the tour de force that we had with Heaven Sent or the Zygon Invasion. Like, his second season was probably his better season.
Yeah.
It's better than the first.
Yeah, definitely.
But there's just too much that I don't care about. The Missy stuff is far more interesting than he himself. I'm gonna put this in the C tier.
D, E, F, G.
The yellow. Yeah, yellow.
It was better than the Clara season with Matt Smith.
It is. And luckily, I think Twice Upon a Time, the stuff with him and David Bradley helps. The Doctor Falls and World Enough in Time, I like those enough, but I would have loved it better with a more surprise reveal. That being said, they're not terrible. And again, the inclusion of the Mondasian Cybermen, holy cow. Oh, crap.
And the Mondasian Cybermen is a great transition into the first Doctor because that was his final story.
Right.
And we get that with the previously on Doctor Who 900 episodes ago. Yeah.
But then we move into the Chibnall era.
Oh boy. Jodie Whittaker's first season. We have The Woman Who Fell to Earth, The Ghost Monument, Rosa, Arachnids in the UK, The Saranga Conundrum, Demons of the Punjab, Kablam! The Witchfinders, It Takes You Away, The Battle of Ranskor of Kolos, and yes, I decided to include Resolution on here.
As we should.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep this simple. Chibnall does not do a lot for Jodie Whittaker. It's
In
not
this show, important
Yeah.
distinction.
Yeah, oh no, Broadchurch is fabulous. If you ever get to see Broadchurch, she's amazing in Broadchurch, and Chibnall's got that down. This unfortunately suffers. It really does. And it's not her fault. We see that a lot with the doctors. It's not their fault. Their performances are top notch. They're giving everything they've got, but they're not given a lot to work with. I do not like The Woman Who Fell to Earth. As an introduction for Jodie Whittaker, I don't like it. I don't mind the villain in it, even though again I kind of don't care and don't know why, and I don't know what's going on, and that's okay. The teeth monster, like that's a scary image. That's creepy.
That's the Doctor Who version of the Predator.
It is, and I love that idea. I don't know why he's there, and I never really care even in the end when they kind of explain it. I don't care. It doesn't work. It just I don't, and then we don't get to TARDIS until the end of the Ghost Monument, and I don't really like that episode. However, Rosa. Yes to Rosa. Yeah. Yes to Rosa. All the way. Rosa Parks. It is a look at the story of Rosa Parks, and it's done with a delicate hand. It is done beautifully. And if you know anything about this time of history, the performance of Rosa Parks as played by Vinette Robinson is worthy of everything. It's absolutely fabulous. And the reveal in the end that Graham played by Bradley Walsh, is the reason why she was why they tried to force to move her is heart-wrenching.
And they can't do anything about it because history.
Yeah. It's a fixed point. It's another fixed point, and they've got to. Rosa is just a fabulous episode and a star in this, and absolutely required watching. If I again have to recommend a Doctor Who episode, this is a good episode for this. Absolutely is. Arachnids in the UK, we go back to crap. Just is what it is. I don't like it. Sarunga Conundrum, same problem. It's not good. We're not given enough for her to work with. And then we bounce back. Demons of the Punjab.
Yes.
Another really great episode. You know, here's the thing. The histories are done fabulously. The stuff that actually deals with Earth history. Demons of the Punjab, a lot of people, especially here in America, don't know a lot about the history of the creation of Pakistan from India. People don't know a lot about that. Yes, absolutely. The partition. Now, yeah. I will say at this time when this was created, this was done in 2018. Now here in 2022, we had Miss Marvel on TV or on Disney Plus, and Miss Marvel went a lot more into the history of partition and things like that. And so we got more of an understanding. But 4 years ago, this was broaching that subject, which nobody here in America knew anything about.
Unless you were part of Doctor Who did first.
I love that. So fabulous. Kerblam! It's actually a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. I like Kerblam. We get the Fez. Yes. Call out to the Fez. I love that. But the Kerblam man, I love Kerblam. It's a fun episode. But then the remaining 3 episodes of this season, Witchfinders, It Takes You Away, and the Battle of Avkolos, just again are letdowns. They're letdowns. There's no reason for any of it. There's no real, true connective tissue between all of it, except we get the same villain. We get the tooth-faced villain. But why? Why any of it? It just, it doesn't work for me. And then we get the first New Year's special, which is
The End of Time Part 2.
No, this is the first true New Year's special. Well,
The End of Time Part 2 was the New Year's special.
Was it really?
Yes.
Now I'm going back going, wait, was it? Oh, I'll be damned. Okay, yeah. Let me rephrase my statement. This was the first New Year's special that was designed specifically as a New Year's themed special instead of a continuation, or this was designed specifically around New Year's. Happy New Year. Anyway, So yes, you're right. It's okay. It's not a bad Dalek episode. It will have ramifications down the line, but it's just okay. It's just okay. Pretty much for me, this first season of Jodie Whittaker's run is not okay. It really isn't. Rosa, Demons of the Punjab, and Kerblam. I'll give Kerblam because it's fun. It's kind of that Doctor Who quirkiness. And I'm okay with that. Everything else in this season for her, she's not given anything to work with. And that sucks. We're not given any chance to get to know her as a character, any of the quirks that make the Doctor the Doctor. We don't get that with her. And it's a shame. It's a damn shame because it is the first leading female Doctor. It's not the first female Time Lord we'd ever seen, but it is the first leading female Doctor. And this was supposed to be a major thing, and she's given nothing to do. It's a piss poor season at best.
Still somehow better than Capaldi's first season. Okay, so my take on it. This is another one of those I wanted to like this. This had to be good. You cannot drop the ball on this. First, like you said, first female Doctor. We have a real chance to break new ground here. And this is what we get. Now, I actually liked The Woman Who Fell to Earth. As an introductory episode, like I said about the Day of the Doctor, it did not suck. It actually, I think Jodie had a good introduction here. I think. I actually liked the villain as one-dimensional and uninteresting and underdeveloped as he was. I actually liked Tim Shaw in this episode. And I actually did like the Ghost Monument to a point. To a point. It sort of harkens back to one of my favorite episodes from the classic series, which is called Enlightenment. Sort of a different scenario, but for the most part, for reference at best. And speaking of references, this episode also references the Stenza, which is the race of people as the villain in The Woman Who Fell to Earth, which gave me the hope at the time that they're going to be much bigger villains down the line. And aside from Tim Shaw coming back at the finale, we never got to see them again or hear of them ever again, which sucks because they had a lot of potential that they just dropped the ball on. Rosa, one of the best episodes of the show ever. One of the best episodes of television ever made. Not just the Rosa Parks stuff, but what's the name of the asshole bus driver from the story that I can't remember his name is? His name's not important. May he be forgotten for all time.
Trevor White playing James Blake.
James Blake, yeah, fuck that guy. But yeah, the opening sequence of the episode with James Blake and Rosa Parks several years before the events of the episode, which I didn't even know until I researched this, that actually happened, where she argued with him and she got off the bus to get into the colored section at the back, and then he just drove off. That actually happened. Only difference is it was raining at that day in real life, which makes that even worse. And the song at the end, and just this is easily by far Jodie's best episode, no matter which way you look at it. And also the introduction of Martin Luther King and just the atmosphere in the area around this episode was done so well. And yes, some people complained that the villain was too one-dimensional and one note. Guess what? That's what racism is. One-dimensional, one note, and just meat-headed. No need to expand on that anymore. Mm-hmm. Arachnids in the UK, I will say this, as a franchise with a long history of god-awful looking giant insects, this is the best visual effects on spiders that the show has ever had. Like, Say what you will about the Jodie Whittaker era. Shut up. Say what you will about the Jodie Whittaker era. This is the best visual effects that the show has ever had. By far. And this episode is a great example of it. It also introduces us to the character of Jack Robertson. More on him later. But other than that, not much good stuff we can say about this episode. Same thing goes with the Saranga conundrum.
Mhm.
I did kind of enjoy the episode on the second rewatch, but mainly because I know how stupid it is. So the second time around, it was actually pretty funny. Demons of the Punjab. I mean, if Rosa was the best episode of the season, this is clearly the second best. And I watched it at work, and by the end, I was in tears. I was crying, and I was like, how am I supposed to get back to work after watching this right now? So yeah, that was a thing for me.
This also, I gotta say, also establishes Yasmin Khan, played by Mandeep Gill, as a top tier companion. As an actress, a performance, this gave us that first glimpse into what she is going now going to be. I love Yasmin Khan so much, and this episode bought us that.
Yeah, it's a good thing that this episode happened. We get the Rosa Parks episode, which sort of focused on Ryan to a point. Mm-hmm. We get this episode which focuses on Yaz, and we get another episode that focuses on Graham later. But before that, Kablam! I love Kablam, and yes, it's another one of those political episodes referencing certain things happening in modern day, which you're either on board with it or you're not. And the funny thing is, this is clearly taking a shot at a very powerful company in the world right now, which was not happy about this. So they leaked the Witchfinders a week early or something like that. There was some weird thing that happened at the time between this episode and the next. But Kablam is fun. Again, one-note, one-dimensional villain that gets his comeuppance, but the fun factor in the episode was dialed up to 11.
Yep.
Speaking of being dialed to 11, Alan Cummings in this episode, the Witchfinders, probably the only redeeming part about this episode.
King James, yep.
Yeah, King James. Sorry, I forgot his name. Yeah, the villains
King
were
James
not great.
Sixth, yes.
Sixth, yeah. The villains were not great. We finally get a hint of a moment for the Doctor to do something, and it falls apart, and just King James, played by Alan Cummings, steals the show. Mm-hmm. So, another missed opportunity. And then we get this thing. The Talking Frog episode.
Yeah.
Honestly, the less said about this, the better. So, the Battle of Ranskurov Kolos could have built up Tim Shaw to be a much bigger villain, but it drops the ball. It misses the mark so badly, but at least we get that wonderful Graham moment where he knows he could kill Tim Shaw and then chooses not to, which is great character growth for him. And Resolution, probably this might be in competition with Rose as one of the best Jodie Whittaker episodes, and just even take the fact that it's a New Year's episode out of it, it's a great Dalek episode.
That action sequence in the end is really good.
It harkens back to something that the Christopher Eccleston episode did so well, just reminding us just how dangerous and deadly a single Dalek can be on its own, taking out an entire army single-handedly.
What's really great about this episode is it has ramifications down the line, which I always love.
Yeah, they always pick up. I always love it when they pick up after one of these. But this is a high point in the season. This is a high point in the season. This is definitely a high point in the season. and this is the highest point of the season.
That's the high point of the franchise right there, Rosa.
Yeah, absolutely. So look how far the franchise has come that you can actually have an episode like this now.
Yes.
But overall,
it's not a good season.
Not a good season. Still better than Capaldi's first, but
yeah, move it into the yellow tier. Bottom of the yellow tier.
Definitely, yeah.
Too much.
Now, maybe at this point, it's a good thing that my other guest that I invited on this show did not show up because he hates the Jodie Whittaker Doctor.
Wow.
Like me with Clara, that's him with the 13th Doctor, and possibly worse. He says that season was god awful. The second season was even worse, and Jodie's third season was the worst season in the history of the show. And him saying that gave me the idea to actually make this list in the first place, months and months and months ago. But
season 12,
and he didn't show up.
That's okay.
And now we're on to Jodie's second season, season 12, with Spyfall. Again, it's a two-parter, but we're using one picture for simplicity's sake. Orphan 55. Benny! Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. Fugitive of the Judoon. Praxius. Can You Hear Me? The Haunting of Villa Diodati. Ascension of the Cybermen. The Timeless Children. And, of course, Revolution of the Daleks. Not to be confused with Revelation of the Daleks from the mid-80s.
So I'm going to be a little controversial about this season. I know a lot of people don't like it. I absolutely fell in love with this season. We start out with Spyfall. Holy cow. The idea that Sacha Dhawan was the master. I did not see that coming. I was like, oh, and this is the master of old. This is the master with compression technology. This is the sadistic, twisted master. Yes, I love this. And then we got a spy episode to start out with it. That was so much fun. It was a blast. And again, the reveal that he was the master. You're like, wait a second. I thought the master was dead. We still don't fully exactly know where exactly in the timeline this master is, and I don't care. I love him so much. It doesn't matter. Sacha Dhawan is so twisted and so messed up, and I love every moment that he's on screen. He is not as good as Missy, but I think we only benefit from the fact that we got more of Missy, and there was more development with Missy. That's not a bad thing against Sacha Dhawan. He is just eating up the screen time so much. And he reminds me of what would happen if you combined Roger Delgado with Michelle Gomez. What would you get?
Combination.
What would you get thrown in with a little bit of John Sim? Just add a little flavor of that, and you get Sacha Dhawan's master. I absolutely love this opening, this two-part opening so much. It is fabulous as an opening. Love it. Orphan 55 is okay.
Benny!
It's okay. It's okay. Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. Now, I love this. I don't know, maybe I'm biased. I'm a little biased in this because Goran Visnjic, who plays him, I really liked him in the NBC series Timeless, so I'm a little attached to him. I loved the series Timeless. He's a Yugoslavian actor, actually, but he's fabulous. This guy, and him as Nikola Tesla. Tesla, first of all, as a person in history, is a fascinating subject. The whole rivalry between Tesla and Edison is a fabulous piece of history, and I recommend to anybody, please read about it. Like, no joke, Google it, go down to your local library, pick up a book about it. It's a fascinating piece of world history, and I can't recommend that enough. So to have a story about Nikola Tesla, who was a genius, is just awesome, and this performance is really great. Then we get to Fugitive of the Judoon. Yes to this every day, all day. It introduces Joe Martin. Joe Martin is the fugitive doctor. And this is not the last time we will see Joe Martin as, I call her the Ruth Doctor, but she's more the fugitive doctor, if anything else. But I love her so much. And in this episode, I was going, what? Wait, what is going on? What? Wait, what? This gave us that first inclination that the Doctor is not what we thought the Doctor was. And I absolutely, and also the return of the Judoon. Always good to see the Judoon. Love me some Judoon. But the reveal that she was a doctor, you're like, holy cow, mind blown. Again, the return of the Chameleon Arch. The Chameleon Arch returns. This was a high point for me of this season. I was not expecting any of this, and I loved every second of it. And Joe Martin as her, she's a welcome addition to the Doctor's people who have been the Doctor. Welcome addition in my book. Praxius is okay. It goes back to being just okay. It has to do with microplastics, and it has a very environmental message. Nothing bad per se, but I can skip it. Can You Hear Me is another interesting one. I don't even know how to really describe it, to be honest. It's when you kind of got to watch. Watch it once. You don't have to watch it again, but watch it once. I do recommend that. Watch it once. The Haunting of Dia Dilati introduces us to this different type of Cyberman. A different Cyberman, something we've never seen before. And this Cyberman. The lone Cyberman. Yes, thank you. And it's fascinating. This character, which actually leads into the 2-part finale, Ascension of the Cybermen and the Timeless Children. We find out that in this one, of course, the idea that the Master returns, first of all. Again, Sacha Dhawan is the Master. Yes! But he's working with the lone Cyberman. And we find out that Gallifrey, first of all, the Master says, you're not going to like what I have to say. You're not going to like it at all. They lied to us. And he actually told her that in the beginning, that everything you know is a lie. It's a lie. Well, now we find out what happened. It turns out the Master was actually sent back to Gallifrey and found out the truth of the Timeless Child, that Time Lords are a lie. Time Lords are created, not born. They are fake. They're, all based on the Timeless Child, and that the Timeless Child is from another dimension, another reality. And yet this creature has always had the ability to regenerate over and over and over and over and over and over again. And what we get a little bit of the background of what the Time Lords are, and the legend of Tecteun, and I love all of that. But the reveal, of course, that the Doctor is the Timeless Child, and that the Time Lords have been manipulating her over and over and over again for who knows how long. And so that Joe Martin, the Joe Doctor, the Ruth Doctor, is actually a doctor from a previous set of regenerations that she forgot. But the Master destroys all of Gallifrey, destroys and kills all of the Time Lords, and cyber converts them. So that way he now has Cybermen with Time Lord DNA. So when you kill the Cyber Masters, the Cyber Lords, they regenerate, and you can't kill them. That's a scary thought. Absolutely love that. So he creates his own army of this, but she manages to get out, to break free. and to fight the master and defeats them. But of course, we don't know what happened to them until Flux, actually until later, not Flux, the power of the Doctor, and then, but at the very end of that episode, after, by the way, it is when Graham and Ryan leave us in this episode, she is arrested by the Judoon. And she's taken away. We don't know what's happening. So she's arrested. And we get Revolution of the Daleks, which is not the official return of Jack. Actually, Captain Jack appeared in a glorified cameo earlier this season during, I believe, Fugitive of the Judoon. But Captain Jack returns fully to break the Doctor out of jail. I love it. It's worth the price of admission. But what we find out is that this is actually a continuation of last year's holiday special, where a jerk of a man, his name is it Robertson? It's Robertson. Yeah, Robertson is this corporate guy. He takes Dalek technology and creates these Dalek, basically drones, to use as protectors for the United Kingdom. They know it's Dalek technology, but they're not telling anybody it is. And so he does this. But what we found out is that his assistant, the genius, also found the remaining Dalek DNA and cloned it and created his own Dalek. And the Dalek took over and is now putting new Dalek clones into these shells, thus creating a whole new Dalek army. And the Doctor and Yaz, Graham, Ryan. Actually, I think this is the one where Graham and Ryan leave. But anyway, they all have to fight and defeat these Daleks and this new Dalek army on Earth. It's a lot of fun. I gotta admit, for a continuation, it's a lot of fun. Robertson is a jerk. I don't like him. Not as an actor. You're not supposed to like him. Do not like him at all. But this is that continuation. And it's really great to see Captain Jack again. And we get to see Ryan and Graham go off on their own. As we saw them first, Ryan learning to ride a bicycle. It's kind of a funny thing, but it's nice to see him moving on. And of course, the Doctor, is ready to go off onto whatever adventures with Yaz. So yeah, that's my take on it. I actually enjoy this one of all the Jodie Whittaker seasons. Overall, I enjoyed this season.
This season to me is an improvement over the last one. It's definitely Jodie Whittaker's best season. But the problems of the previous season still stick. Like, there are some good high points, but overall, not much for Jodie Whittaker to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if she was so happy and quirky in the previous season, this season, after Spyfall, after she sees the destruction of Gallifrey, it's a complete mood change for her character. Mm-hmm. And she continues on with that mood change with all the different trials and tribulations she goes through all throughout the season. I will say this. I love Spyfall. And yes, there I said it. Spyfall is a lot of fun. It's a great adventure. But rightfully so, this episode gets a lot of hate because what she does to the Master at the end. She exposes him as a person of color to the Nazis. That is not a very Doctor thing to do. Especially after we already talked about how, where was it? How Capaldi punched a racist in the face just a few seasons ago. Mm-hmm. How the Doctor went from this to this? Chris Chibnall. Only Chris Chibnall knows, I suppose. Especially since she already beat the Master in that episode. She did not need to rub it in his face and do a horrible thing like use an actor's skin color, an actor's race, as a weapon against him. True. Should not have been even considered to be on television. I still, to this day, do not know how Sasha Dewan even agreed to do this. It was something that the Doctor would have done to the Master under different circumstances, stranding him in the past, using his own technology against him. But still, the concept of the Doctor doing something like this shattered faith for a lot of people. Minus that scene, rest of the episode is like very, very high A tier episode for me.
Mm-hmm.
Benny is an okay episode. It's another one of those political what's the word I'm looking for? Representation of the times we live in type episode. Done in a sci-fi Doctor Who setting with some fun moments in it. It's not the best, but there's some interesting moments there. And I have a sort of side headcanon theory that this is sort of in the same time range as Smile.
Probably.
Yeah. It tracks. It makes... There's enough similarities between the two. Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror, this might be my favorite episode of this season. I love the Nikola Tesla stuff. The actor that you said his name earlier does a great Nikola Tesla. The Thomas Edison in the episode is also equally great. Anjali Mahindra as the villain. The little girl from the Sarah Jane Adventures as a giant scorpion queen. Yes, give me that any day, every day. And I just love the concept of the Skithra as just an alien being. Literally nothing bad at all to say about this episode. I love this episode. This is just a high point in the season, better than Spyfall. Fugitive of the Judoon was one of those moments in Doctor Who that just broke me. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, in a good way. The surprise of it shattered my brain into a million pieces.
We weren't expecting it. There is no way we knew.
Even more than John Hurt. You could have seen something big coming for the 50th anniversary. This is a complete random episode in the middle of a season. You're not supposed to anticipate something like this. And yet somehow we get introduced to a random incarnation of the Doctor that we never knew about. And you think Captain Jack showing up was the big surprise? Guess again. You have this in the episode. And obviously, like I said, the Judoon, it's great to see the Judoon back. How do they one-up that? They bring back Captain Jack. How do they one-up that? This character was actually the Doctor the whole time. And and you think originally that it's a future incarnation, but then it's revealed that it's not. It's something that you never saw coming and probably never get the answer to. Praxeus, again, it's another one of those environmental ones. It's easily skippable, in my opinion. Same thing kind of goes for Can You Hear Me? Interesting concepts, some good horror elements thrown here and there. But overall, you can skip this episode and you won't lose a thing. What I do like about this season, though, is that they're trying to do something similar to what they did in the Hartnell seasons, which is the end of one episode hints towards where the next episode is going to be. Like, the end of Fugitive of the Judoon is a soft lead-in to Praxeus. The end of Can You Hear Me? Soft lead-in to The Haunting of Villa Diodati. It finally took them to do a TV version of the story of Mary Shelley. And fun fact, the Eighth Doctors already met Mary Shelley in Big Finish. But apparently that didn't happen because it happens again in the show. Don't try to put Doctor Who timelines into context. It'll break your brain. Ashad, the Lone Cyberman, great introduction to a great villain. I love the haunted house elements in the episode. Sort of gets a little bit, downgraded with Ascension of the Cybermen. It just becomes another generic cyber story. But at least it reintroduces the concept of the cyber wars. And one thing that I will say in this episode's favor is you really do get a sense of this is the last hope of humanity. These people are the last humans living anywhere. We could be on the verge of extinction if we're not careful, if all these people don't make it out of this episode alive. Now, obviously, later towards the end of the two-parter, it's revealed not to be the case. But the ending of the episode, with the return of Sacha Dhawan's master, and then obviously the big reveal, the episode that broke the internet in more ways than one. One thing I forgot to say about Ascension of the Cybermen was the Ireland stories, the Ireland subplot, which was explained in The Timeless Children. The next episode, that subplot was more interesting to me than whatever was going on with the Cybermen. Like, I needed to know what all that stuff meant, could not care less what happened with the Cybermen. But then we get back to Gallifrey. Again, we get back to the Panopticon and into the Matrix, and that is when the big explain-o-vision scene happens, and that is the scene that turned a lot of people away from Doctor Who. For better or for worse. Now, do I think that the idea that the Time Lords have this secret history, that that they got their regeneration energy from this weird nebulous creature that appeared out of nowhere, the whole legend of Tecteun, and I love that they sort of referenced Rastalon and Omega in this episode, sort of. There's a lot of really good stuff that actually, no matter how many times people try to deny it, it actually fits well within Doctor Who expanded lore. Do I think we needed the Timeless Child to be the Doctor? Probably not. Have I grown to like that story since? Yes, I've warmed up to it because, like I said, the other expanded Doctor Who lore that we're now exposed to. This explains so many other things about this character that were considered fan fiction between that point. Do I think the execution was done well? Not exactly. But as an idea, the concepts are interesting, and sadly, they did not go all the way with it at all because it was almost completely forgotten in the next season and absolutely erased from people's minds by the time Jodie Whittaker's tenure came to an end. One thing that I will say is a good takeaway from this episode is her conversation with the fugitive doctor inside the Matrix, where she's upset that everything that she thought she knew was a lie and that she's not the person that she thought she was. And then the fugitive doctor reassures her, basically saying, so what? Since when have you ever been limited by who you are? And that was really the underlying message of the Timeless Child storyline in a nutshell. It's like, okay, so there's this big secret history of the Time Lords and what this big secret history of the Doctor. Who the hell cares? It's still the Doctor. This doesn't change who the Doctor is. The Doctor is still the Doctor, and even the Doctor realizes it in this scene when she literally uses her entire history of the show, all of her memories, to break out of the Matrix. Great stuff there. Great moment. And Revolution of the Daleks is a good way to end this. I love Revolution of the Daleks. I love all the scenes in Space Jail. I love seeing Captain Jack coming back again. I love the final last hurrah with Graham and Ryan. And I love the pseudo-Dalek civil war between the impure Daleks and the Daleks execution squad. I said earlier in this about 4 hours ago, it takes a lot for me to not like a Dalek story. In messy season, a lot of stuff done wrong, but a lot of stuff done right. Definitely an improvement over the previous season. I disagree with my good friend Raiko on this one.
Yeah, I really enjoy this one, and it's no secret. This will be my favorite of the Jodie Whittaker seasons.
By far.
Spyfall by far was a good start, and again, Sacha Dhawan, I love him so much as the master.
Soda says he's like the master by way of the Joker.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. I love that. And he's going back to some of the old tricks, the tissue compression, and like he's just menacing and twisted, and I love him. I want to see more of him. I don't know if it's gonna happen at all with either, you know, the Tenet specials, or if we're gonna get it with Nkuri Gatwa. I don't know. I would love it. However, I will say that it's been a long time since we've had a master transcend doctors. Johnson was with 10. Obviously Missy was with 12. Sasha Dewan is with 13. They really haven't.
And Anthony Ainley was with like 4 doctors.
Yeah, but it's been a while since we've done that. That's my point. It's been a while. I would love to see more of Sasha Dewan. He's just so manic, and I love every second he's on screen. That being said, if I have to put this in a rank, we've got to do it. I'm going to say that this is the best season by far. I believe that this is a B tier, but it's not as good as the movie.
Ooh, okay.
I feel that, yes, what's good is good. I like the Timeless Child. I love that reveal. I absolutely love that. And what that does for a writer opens up all of your possibilities. We're no longer restricted by regenerations. We're no longer...
The handcuffs are off.
Exactly. We could find other doctors periodically. You don't have to overuse it, but you can do something with that. This opened a door. I'm very happy this opened a door.
The Rowan Atkinson doctor could be canon now.
Yay! That being said, though it is still missing a few things, and this is Chibnall's fault. I'm sorry, it is. It's Chibnall's fault. I love about half of these episodes. Spyfall, Fugitive of the Judoon, Nikola Tesla, and the stuff with the lone Cyberman, as well as Revolution of the Dalek, which is a majority of them. But there are still too many in here that is a little off. But this is her best season. This should not have been the better one. It should not have been, but it is.
And side note, Sasha Dewan and Joe Martin are getting their own standalone series on Big Finish at some point in the future.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
They keep talking about it, but they never actually say when. So
I'll take it.
And now we're finally on to the final season so far of the show with Doctor Who Flux. Mm-hmm. And we have The Halloween Apocalypse, War of the Sontarans, Once Upon a Time, Village of the Angels, Survivors of the Flux, The Vanquishers, and I've also decided to include Eve of the Daleks, Legend of the Sea Devils, and The Power of the Doctor.
Yes.
What do we have to say about this season?
Flux is mixed.
It's pretty fluxed.
It is fluxed, yes. Here's the thing. What's really great. This is all one story, which is fabulous. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I know of that in a lot of classic Who, that was not uncommon, to where you'd have longer arcs that spanned a few episodes, but they were all one story. I'm okay with that. This idea of the mystery of the Flux is a neat idea. This destructive force, we don't understand it. What the hell is this thing? Is really, really cool. The introduction of characters like the Carvanista. I love the Carvanista. I'm all for this. But also Swarm. Very menacing, weird, and strange. I really enjoy the inclusion of them. And starting out on Halloween was an interesting choice. Was a very interesting choice. But I do like that. And I love the Carvanista. This idea of a species where they are honor bound to protect one individual human or one individual person. That's a neat concept. I like that. and performed absolutely beautifully by Craig Ells. Is it Craig Ells? I think is his name. Anyway, I love him. I absolutely love him in this series. It's just perfect. He's a lot of fun. Then we kind of go into this thing with the Sontarans that I feel is tacked on, and yet I love the arc with the Sontarans. Anytime we can get the Sontarans to be menacing and not funny, with the exception of Strax, is fabulous. I love these guys. They're threatening again. They're menacing. And come on, Sontarans on horseback.
Yes,
Sontarans on horseback.
I really wanted to ride their horse.
Yeah, no, I love that. The War of the Sontarans is really, really good. But now then in the next episode, we discover a war basically pending between the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Sontarans. And we discover kind of what is going on here, or at least an idea of what is going on with the Flux, and we get Azure as well as Swarm and the devastation that they can cause. And again, the stuff with Azure and Swarm, actually, I really like. It doesn't dig enough into it. Village of the Angels, which is another, kind of attempt at a scary angel story. What we find out is that the angels were sent as agents to capture the Doctor, and they capture the Doctor and turn her into an angel. Holy cow, that end of that episode was a really good twist. I love that. But survivors of the Flux and the Vanquishers are when things really kick into gear. We discover that the Flux is actually sent out by this interdimensional group. They send it to basically destroy a dimension, and then this group moves on to another dimension. They hop from dimension to dimension to dimension, and we find out that the head of this group is none other than Tecteun, the quote mother of the Doctor. Tecteun basically says, here's the deal, come help me. Help me out. I'm here to save you, but you have to choose to be with me. I can tell you all your memories and everything. Just give up everything behind. But Azure and Swarm managed to get in and want to take over and destroy all reality. And they managed to destroy Tecteun at that moment. And the only thing left that the Doctor knows of is the Fob Watch. Once again, another Fob Watch, which has every one of the Doctor's past memories that have been erased. And the thing with Azure and the Swarm is every time they touch something or someone, it destroys them. And they go to reach to touch the Doctor. And of course, we know the Doctor's going to live, but that's the freaky thing. What happens in the end, of course, is that she does manage to run from the Swarm, taking Tecteun's Ood with her. And basically they're fighting to get rid of the Swarm and Azure, as well as the Flux. If she doesn't stop the Flux, it's going to destroy everything. And yet if she lets them win, the Flux is going to, move on and destroy all of reality. And it's kind of this neat little finale that happens that doesn't add into much, except that the Doctor splits into 3 different time frames of herself in order to save the day. And she does end up doing that. She gets a hold of the Fob Watch, and you think she's going to open it, but she orders the TARDIS, opens up the console and says, don't show this to me under any circumstance until I absolutely need it. And she drops it into the heart of the TARDIS. So those memories are living in the heart of the TARDIS right now. And that kind of ends Flux. Then we get the 3 specials. Eve of the Daleks, which is a neat kind of time loop kind of episode about these Daleks that are invading it's an interesting concept. I'll say that it's an interesting concept, but of course the Doctor ends up winning. It doesn't amount to much else. It doesn't. The Legend of the Sea Devils is a return of the Sea Devils, which is nice. I like this. It goes and historically looks at Madame Ching, who was a pirate. And if you're a fan of the Pirates of the Caribbean, you've seen Madame Ching before. She was, considered a Chinese pirate. Otherwise, beyond that, it's a swashbuckling episode that isn't a swashbuckling episode. It wants to be. We also get a little bit more into the relationship between Yaz and the Doctor, where the Doctor, for the first time in a while, admits that she was married previously, referencing River Song, and that even though Yaz, who has developed feelings for the Doctor, cares, the Doctor could never reciprocate. It just can't happen because she loses people. And she cares about them more as their friends than as a relationship. And she just can't do that. But she loves them. And, she states that. Then we have the power of the Doctor, which is the return of Sacha Dhawan as the Master with his cyber army. His cyber master army. We get the Doctor is, in the end, is captured by the Master, who apparently has been hiding out in history as Rasputin, the Russian. Yeah, I was like, if anybody is going to be Rasputin, it's the Master. I love it. But the Master captures her. And he has a plan to use this energy creature as a cyber converter. He has a cyber moon, basically, that can be used to convert anything one way or the other. But he's going to use it as an energy source to force regenerate the Doctor, similar to how the second Doctor had to be force regenerated into the third. He's going to use similar technology to do it. Only this time, instead of forcing her to regenerate into a new form, he's going to force the Doctor to regenerate into the Master. So the Master will become the Doctor. Interesting concept, and succeeds. He succeeds in becoming the Doctor. And what a really good callback. He comes out the next time we see him dressed as the Doctor, but he's got like Thor's scarf, Jodie Whittaker's coat, he's got the question mark vest, he's got the celery, he's got Two's recorder. If he didn't have a fez, I don't get it. He had about everything from every Doctor, and I loved it. I loved it.
Tennant's tie.
Oh, yeah, Tennant's tie. Yes, Tennant's tie. Meanwhile, Jodie Whittaker is kind of sent to the point of no return, where all apparently regenerations go to. And if she crosses this precipice, there's no turning back. But she meets all the other Doctors, at least all the other ones who were available to perform. So we get David Bradley is the first Doctor, Colin Baker is the sixth Doctor, Peter Davidson is the fifth Doctor, Paul McGann is the eighth Doctor, Sylvester McCoy is the seventh Doctor, Joe Martin is the fugitive Doctor, all talking to her and explaining to her that it's not over yet. She can still make it back. She can still fix this. And through all her other friends, because we are also reintroduced to Ace and Tegan. Yes to this. Ace and Tegan are back. Of course, Ace, was, I believe, the seventh Doctor's companion. Tegan was Davidson's.
Yeah, started with Tom Baker, then moved on with Davison.
So using what happens is the Doctor created this artificial intelligence, should she ever die, to guide everybody. And it takes the form of whoever the companion recognizes the most. And in the case of Yasmin, it's 13. But in terms of Ace, she gets a moment with the seventh Doctor, which is really cool. And then Tegan gets a moment with the fifth Doctor, as in hologram form, but it's really cool. Them, along with Kate Lethbridge Stewart, John Bishop, still sticking around, and oh shoot,
you mean Graham?
Graham, thank you, Graham. They all come together. I'm gonna say this is a very heavy companion episode, This is about the companions coming together and helping the Doctor.
They
And
are
it
the power
works.
of the Doctor.
I don't know why all of the companions are there, but that's not the point. The point is, in the end, the Master had teamed up with the Cybermen and the Daleks. The Cybermen for the conversion technology, and then the Daleks are drilling into the core of the Earth and basically are going to blow up the Earth. That's kind of their plan. I don't know why. It is what it is. It's the Master. We go with it. But they all end up defeating all those forces and winning at the end of the day. And the Doctor manages through the technology to revert back into her previous form from the because remember, when you're in flux from regenerating, there's still this time where everything's not quite formed yet, as we saw with David Tennant when his hand was cut off. The regeneration energy is still flowing, it's still working its way through. So she manages to go back and faces the Master one last time to stop him and all his evil deeds. However, at the last moment, as she's trying to stop him and to help him, the Master turns this energy creature on her and kills the Doctor, forcing her to regenerate one final time. And you know, the Master manages to get away for his, well, what it's worth. But the doctor gets back in her TARDIS. We meet with all our friends. We have a nice conversation. Everything's great. Everybody goes off on their separate ways. We get a companion support group where we get appearances from some companions all the way back to the first Doctor. How awesome is that? Like, the companions we haven't seen in years are part of this companion support group and basically saying we never truly leave the Doctor. We love the Doctor. We will always be here for the Doctor. And now we have a commonality together. And together we can defend this planet. It's kind of a neat touch. But the Doctor goes off finally, ready to regenerate. She gives herself a really nice, simple speech, basically telling herself, tag, you're it. And she regenerates, but she regenerates into David Tennant, who remarks, I know these teeth. But what? And then the episode ends. I shouldn't have gone into the whole thing, but I enjoyed this episode. I very much enjoyed this. The idea of the regeneration into the Master, especially, by the way, this was reminiscent to me of when the Master was playing Voodoo Child. Here come the drums, here come the drums. Only this time he plays Rasputin, which is a kind of a punk disco kind of thing. And I love it. And he's, it's all about Rasputin. And even the Daleks and the Cybermen are looking at each other going, what is going on here? But I love it. I enjoy. In fact, I now have the Rasputin in my soundtrack because of this show, because of this episode. But the transformation into Tennant, who is now the 14th Doctor, they've made that officially clear. It is the 14th Doctor. I can't wait to find out how, why. But again, as the curator previously mentioned to, the Doctor will see some familiar faces and some of the old favorites, and we have gotten that. So it's a long explanation for a very short season. Flux is not great. The stuff with Tecteun, the idea of the memories, I'm hoping that plays into it later on. I'm hoping even down the line those memories come back and it isn't lost to time. Pardon the expression. The first two specials are... But the power of the Doctor was enjoyable. This was also in honor of the BBC's 100th anniversary. So they went big. They went big with this. And I rather enjoyed it. It doesn't redeem an entire season. It doesn't. But if that's the way we're going to kick off Jodie Whittaker's era, it wasn't such a bad way to do it.
You mean finish off Jodie Whittaker's era? So remember we were still talking about Flux at the beginning of this conversation. So when they obviously real world implications here, this was done during COVID. Like you cannot talk about this season without taking all of that into consideration.
Mhm.
Part of the plan was they either do like 10, 11 episodes, low budget, mainly in one confined space, or they went big, did a 6-part miniseries, put all their budgets into one place, and just run with it, whatever the hell goes. And they did that. They decided to go with that one. And in my opinion, I believe, regardless of the end result, that was the smart decision at the time.
Mhm.
And they went all out with the market. Well, controversial to say, but towards a few weeks close to when it came out, they ramped up the marketing. It was
Huge.
radio silence for months and months and months until they decided to drop it all on us. And when they started to drop it in on us, they held nothing back from us. Revealing the title of the thing would be the Flux, and all these weird wavy lines, and the Doctor Who logo on the YouTube channel changing literally every day during the whole Flux season, and just giving us the sense that things are not right and well with the universe. Something pretty big is happening. Did something really big happen? Not one to say. The Halloween Apocalypse, first time that an Doctor Who episode is ever tailored to be a specific Halloween episode, which was neat. Didn't quite go as much deep into the Halloween spirit as some of the Christmas specials did, but whatever. It served its purpose. It was mainly to kick off this new Flux massive event. It introduces us all to all the major points. We get all the major players. It's like setting up a chessboard. You take all the different pieces and place them wherever you need to be. We get introduced to whatever his face from the Victorian England, the guy with the tunnels, the girl with the Weeping Angels. We get some of the Sontarans. We get hints to all these other characters that are going to be much more important later down the road with the rest of the season. And somehow they managed to squeeze in a bit of story into the first one. Love Carvanista. Love this character. The concept, like you said, the concept of the Lupari, where they have different, every one of them has a different human that they are sworn to protect, and that they protect them whether they want to or not, and the whole building a huge shield around the Earth with their spaceships to protect the Earth against the Flux. That was a great concept, perfectly executed in this episode alone. Unfortunately, the execution did not stick, but we'll get to that later in this season. War of the Sontarans, finally, the Sontarans look menacing again.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually looks like the Sontarans from the classic series, but with the modern day updated effects, and they look good. And obviously, this episode has gotten a lot of hate for basically the Sontarans having the aim of stormtroopers in this episode, but this was not about the war. Even though it's called War of the Sontarans, it wasn't about the conflict or the battles. It was mainly about Mary Seacole, another historical character introduced into the Jodie Whittaker era, and her relationship with that one Sontaran that she helped bandaged, despite the fact that he is a Sontaran and he would gladly kill her if given the chance. And another thing that I love about this episode is that, again, the Sontarans are not treated as the butt of the joke anymore. They are their own fully fleshed out characters. They have funny moments in this episode, like, I really wanted to ride a horse, which is the only reason they decided to pick the Crimean War as their setting, and I'm all there for it.
I always love it too whenever they find the stupidest thing to chuck at that port in the back of their head. It's funny to me every time when like that's the weapon. It's just quick. It's funny.
And another great thing that I can say about this episode is that in the same episode we see the best of humanity, Mary Seacole, who, much as I mentioned earlier with Martha Jones, she would protect, defend, and heal even an enemy soldier, even an alien she's never met before. And at the same time, we see the worst of humanity with that captain soldier guy who burned out all the Sontaran ships because of his need to win, his urge for victory. This is a top tier Sontaran episode for me. I don't care what Raiko says about this episode. He says my taste in Sontaran's episode leaves a lot to be desired. Well, shows what he knows. He's only been watching since the 70s. Once Upon a Time is a weird one. Obviously, I will never say no to getting more of the Fugitive Doctor, and I love this new coat of the Doctor. The change is minimal, but it adds a lot, and I love it. And I love that we got to see that in the Power of the Doctor lately. And this is where the Fugitive Doctor sort of became almost like River's song in a sense that the more we saw her, the more questions we had about her. And I like that this episode showed us more of the Fugitive Doctor's past and her past with Carvanista. I would have loved to have seen more from this character. I would love to learn more about the Fugitive Doctor and how she fits into the Doctor Who universe. She should get her own spin-off TV show so we could see more from the Fugitive Doctor. Doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon, but overall, this is a weird one. I like the Fugitive Doctor stuff. Everything else around it, like the Grand Serpent, everything that's happening with Vinder, Bell running around the galaxy, what's left of the Flux. It does a little bit to show us how the rest of the universe is responding to the Flux, but it doesn't do that enough for us to care, at least. Like, the whole universe is being destroyed minute by minute, and we never get to see the boots on the ground type environment of it. That being said, Village of the Angels, Chris Chibnall in this episode does something that Stephen Moffat failed to do for years, which is make the angels scary again. This is the best Whipping Angels story since Blink. It's not better than Blink, but it's the best one since Blink. Not that there's much competition, but still, we finally get to be afraid of the Weeping Angels again. Like in this scene when an angel literally pops out of a television monitor to grab Eustachius Jericho. You're actually legitimately afraid of the angels now. Even more so when they added the new detail that if you're touched by the same angel more than once, you turn to stone and crumble and die. And what the angels do in this episode, they take an entire village and just put it out of sync with space and time. And all of that just to get to the Doctor. It's like, this just really shows you how powerful these creatures are. The fact that they could have done that at any given moment, but they didn't. They are putting their powers to their nth degree because of their devotion to the mission by Teyun to get the Doctor back. Just, it shows you how powerful and scary these creatures are. And then survivors of the Flux happen. When the Doctor, after being turned into an angel, and by the way, the imagery of just the Doctor turning into an angel might not have been the best visual effects done on the show, but just the image of that happening is now burned into my mind forever, and I can never look at that scene the same way again. But the survivors of the Flux, while the Doctor is off in her Explain-O-Vision journey with Teyun, the rest of the companions are going on a 3-year journey, traveling the world together in a world that somehow is still under the influence of the Flux. Like, we never actually get a confirmation. Is the Flux just in that one moment in 2020 whatever where the Lupari show up? Or is it also happening in the 70s where these characters are traveling? Is it the 70s? I can't remember. But yeah, these 3 characters are traveling the world, basically doing Indiana Jones stuff for like 3 years. And this is where we fully delve into, for the first time at least, the relationship, rather the feelings that Yaz has for the Doctor. We also get the origin of Unit. Not sure we needed that. But yeah, hey, surprise, surprise. The Grand Serpent had something to do with it. The Grand Serpent to me was just a wasted villain. He could have been a really great villain. They just did not use him correctly. And this season was just too overstuffed to give us any kind of character development with that character. So he basically ended up being just another Tim Shaw.
Yeah, it really should have just stuck with Azure and Swarm and Tecteon. I'll go with that. I'll buy those that way. Two different factions here. By having this guy in here, I kept asking myself during the series, why are you here? I don't
why?
understand. It gave a foil to what was his name?
Vinder?
To Vinder. Yeah, it gave a foil to him, and I understand that. But with only 6 episodes, we don't have a lot of time to work with. So yeah, I feel it was messed up.
Yeah, if Jim had his way and he actually did get 10 episodes, yeah, keep the Serpent there and keep him there for more episodes to have more conflict with Vinder. But you only have 6, so you cannot waste a single minute talking about this villain, which isn't really that well developed of a character in this story anyway. And also, Craig Stewart is there because I don't know, because they wanted to have Kate Stewart there. People kept asking for years, "Where's Kate? Where's Kate? What happened to Unit? What happened to Unit?" And he's like, "Okay, here you go. There, she's in the story. You happy now?" And she does nothing. So
I do gotta say though that the gentleman Craig Parkinson, I mean, they don't give it a lot. I understand that, but let me tell you, if there is a guy who just exudes evil and malice and menacing, this guy is it. We just needed more. We just needed him in another season.
And more writing.
Yeah.
And then the Vanquishers happen, where you get a conclusion to the story. Was it a satisfying conclusion? Probably not. But
the splitting of the Doctors was a cool concept.
Yeah, I like the 3 Doctors in 3 different times and places. That was a cool thing. And it's a part of the Jodie Whittaker Doctor of like, she feels like she has a split personality sometimes. She keeps talking to herself, arguing with herself, and now she literally had a chance to do that with 3 versions of her spread across 3 different places. But my biggest problem with the Ravagers, which is what Swarm and Azure are, is that they're cool looking villains. They have a cool concept. Problem is they make them too powerful. Like, they could have killed the Doctor at any given moment, and they sort of did. They disintegrated her and reassembled her just to kill her again. Like, once you made a villain that powerful, how are you going to stop it? No matter what you do, it's going to feel like a cop-out, and in the end, in traditional Doctor Who fashion, it was their own ambitions which ended up being their downfall. And the Doctor somehow manages to stop the Flux by trapping all the Flux inside Passenger and blowing him up.
I really liked Passenger as a concept, as kind of this, even though it's a kind of a tool. I like this idea. I really did. I think it was a clever way to solve the problem, but also still to have something very menacing. And as the Doctor does, is able to turn something that is bad and horrible around to be able to save the day.
Yeah. I think my biggest criticism over the last episode of this, that this whole journey that we've been on was just to find Tecteun and basically do the Yoda thing from Return of the Jedi to confirm that, yes, Vader is in fact Luke's father. This was basically what the whole purpose of Tecteun being here. It's just to confirm that, yes, the Timeless Child is real, and the Timeless Child is the Doctor. And again, the Doctor furiously tries to figure out more about it. She furiously tries to figure out more about it. and Tecteun refuses to say anything. And by the end of the episode, even the Doctor realizes, as we mentioned in the previous season, it doesn't matter. She's the Doctor. That's all that matters. That's all you need to know. Don't pay no heed to the memories. That was the message that was already conveyed in the previous season to perfection. We did not need that reaffirmed in this season.
Right.
Could have just gone a different direction by the end. Will that ever be addressed? I don't think so. In my experience, Russell T Davies likes to play with his own toys that he makes. He doesn't likes to play with other people's toys. I don't think he's going to touch that fob watch at all. I don't think no one ever will touch
That
that
hurts.
fob watch.
That
And
hurt.
you know what? That fob watch, that plot line, it should have been addressed as part of the Chris Chibnall era. And you know what? It wasn't. And I suppose we're now going to have to live with it.
Well, we still have 3, you know, and not these obviously, but we have 3 special episodes next you know, next year. I'm hopeful that maybe some of that will be resolved. Let's finish and clear all of that out. That would be nice.
Yeah, but again, I feel like it should have been resolved in the Chris Chibnall era. I don't like the idea of. I think it's better when a showrunner resolves all of the issues that they started in their own run. Let a different showrunner start a new issues and resolve them in their run. I don't like the idea that, especially when a show like Doctor Who, like Russell, when he left the show back in 2010, he resolved all the issues that he ended all the storylines that he wanted to tell. Gave it to Stephen Moffat. Let's see what you can do with it. And Stephen Moffat split a lot of different storylines all around, but he brought all of them to a close the way he wanted to. Handed over to Chibnall. Let's see what you can do. And Chibnall did not really resolve any of the stuff. And again, it's this reaffirmation that it doesn't matter what those other doctors are. She's the Doctor now. That's all that counts. It just didn't really need to be in the flux. Eve of the Daleks, this is what we would have gotten if they have gone with the original plan. Just one location, only a few side characters, and just, not much else happening.
Mm-hmm.
And again, COVID time. I know why they did it the way they did it. It's just, you still have to make a good story out of it in the end. And in my opinion, they did not. I'm sorry. I did not like the supporting characters in here. I did not appreciate some of the Daleks' lines of dialogue. They felt too forced to me. This wasn't another one of those Dalek episodes where it picks up from where the last time we saw the Daleks in the previous New Year's special, and it just felt like shoehorn episode just to have another episode. One positive here is that it resolves what happened to the TARDIS with the flux. And we never actually got any explanation as to why the TARDIS behaved the way she did during the flux. And more to the point, we don't know what happened to the universe at large after the flux. So, half the universe gets destroyed, and then just move on as if nothing happened. And it's again, no questions answered in this whole thing. And it's cumbersome. Legend of the Sea Devils, I think, was more fun. It was funner than the Eve of the Daleks. Still pretty goofy. It's not the best episode. I'm happy we finally got to see the Sea Devils again. That's one of the villains that I've been hoping to see again. I wonder why they took them this long to bring this classic monster back. But at least they finally did it right towards the end of the Chibnall era. And like you said, it's a swashbuckling episode that wasn't a swashbuckling episode. There were some good moments in there.
Dan in his fake pirate outfit was hilarious.
Yes, that was hilarious. And when they sneaked up aboard her ship, and the kid was like, I'm here to avenge my father's memory, and blah, blah, blah. And then she hangs them both upside down. I like the character of Chihan in this episode. He was my favorite new character from this episode. I liked the Madam Ching in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
The-
It is another historical character.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Shihan is also a historical character. Was he?
Which one?
Or maybe he was a legendary figure. That Shihan, the other character, the guy that sacrifices himself, the guy that the Sea Devils were holding hostage. First of all, I love the scene of the TARDIS at the bottom of the sea. That's a great looking scene. But overall, Sea Devils were incredibly single-minded and incredibly one-dimensional and very Chibnallized in this episode,
Right.
which is unfortunate. But Chibnall somehow redeemed himself with the power of the Doctor. I was worried this was going to be a mess, and it was not. It wasn't the best episode yet, but it was a satisfying conclusion. It was one of Jodie's best. This and Rosa are like in my top whatever of Jodie Whittaker's best episodes. I love, and it's weird because there wasn't that much Jodie Whittaker in it to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? You said it yourself. They're celebrating 100 years of the BBC. This is also, all things considered, this is technically the 300th story of Doctor Who, television that is, and they're gearing up for the 60th anniversary. They're trying to do so much in such a little time, and of course they brought back the older Doctors and the Master, and this is the first time where we have the Master, the Daleks, and Cybermen teaming up, not in the same episode together, because they have appeared in the same episode together in the Five Doctors, but this is the first time they team up. I loved all the Rasputin stuff. I loved the dancing scene. Such a great reference to the John Sim Master. Great song to do it with. I loved the Rasputin song. As soon as that started playing, I was like, yeah, they're going for it. They're going for it. And it's such a master thing to do. And I love the little moment of the Daleks and Cybermen looking at each other and was like, we made a deal with this idiot? Like, what's he doing? And yes, you mentioned the mishmash of different outfits of the Doctor. Some of those outfits actually came to play because we saw the Fifth Doctor and the Seventh Doctor wearing their own outfits. Ace and Tegan were done brilliantly in this episode. These are the same characters that were in those 80s stories. They nailed those characters in the writing, and obviously the actresses who have continued to play these roles on Big Finish for decades since, they have not lost a step. Once again, an unfortunate, not much for Kate Stewart to do. I was saddened to see Dan leave, but understandable. I understand why he did that.
Mm-hmm.
It was great seeing Graham back. Got me completely by surprise. I was not expecting that. And all the references to the other Doctors, and of course, the companion scene at the end. William Russell coming back as Ian Chesterton, breaking a Guinness World Record in the process. And Katie Manning as Joe Grant and Bonnie Langford as Melanie Bush. Thank you so much. I wish we could have seen more people. I wish we could have at least seen a representative of each Doctor, but I get the problems with it. Again, still COVID times. You can only have so many people sitting in the same closed room together, and even that was a bit risky considering the age of some of these people. And I also love that they have these open chairs, insinuating that there's more to come. And if you actually look closely, there's like a laptop open in one of those chairs, assuming that someone was Skyping in or Zooming in or whatever. I would have at least appreciated a Martha Jones, like to tie different eras of the show together. I get we have Graham and Dan and Yaz in there from the Jodie Whittaker era, and obviously Kate Stewart, introduced in the Matt Smith era. We have Ian Chesterton from the William Hartnell. We got the Joe Grant for the Third Doctor. We got Melanie Bush, which is sort of the sixth and seventh Doctors. And speaking of seventh Doctors, we got Ace and Tegan for the fourth and fifth.
Here's
not much you can do for the second Doctor because none of his companions are contemporary at all.
Here's the thing about modern Who, though. This is a problem. This is an inherent problem that we've reached. Rose is in another dimension. We already mentioned, of course, Donna can't remember.
Until she can in the 60th.
Well, we'll find out what happens and how that works. But Donna right now can't remember. We know Clara's dead. Amy and Rory are gone. Bill Potts is gone. Nardole is dead too, technically. Like, all the companions, with the exception of Martha Jones,
and Mickey.
And who else?
Martha and Mickey. They got married by the end of the 10th era, and they have a daughter called August.
Nice. But my point is that if you're a companion in the new era of New Who, we have a problem. The only ones who have been left now, we already met in this episode. Obviously, we had Ryan and Graham, and as well as Yaz. Other than that, your fate as a companion in New Who is not a good one.
Speaking of which, now you mentioned it. Where's Ryan?
Where's Ryan?
Oh, yeah, they said something about him being in a different country. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah. But yeah, Martha or Mickey would have been fine, and
just kind of all you could have gone with, or someone else.
Or how about Captain Jack?
I don't think so. I think that would have been a throwaway thing.
Probably. But at least some a representative from the Sarah Jane crew, maybe
something from there, and that wouldn't have been,
since they're getting their own spin-off on Big Finish now.
Well, that's I feel bad about that because of course the actress is no longer with us who played Sarah Jane. You can spin it off, yes, but without Sarah Jane, that's
no. They're giving a spin-off just to
her
Ronnie and Clyde.
Yeah.
It's called Ronnie Chandra Takes the World or something like that.
Got it.
So, with all that being said, where do we place the Flux on this chart?
Here's my problem. Flux itself, the 6 episodes, overall it's a mishmash of too much. There's too much of everything. There are lots of great ideas and individual things, but if we're to say this is all one story, it feels too much like I'm throwing a Chibnall through everything at the wall that he possibly could. Not all of it stuck. And while we love the power of the Doctor, while Eve of the Daleks is not a bad condensed story. It's not by any means. It's, menacing Daleks all combined in one space. I like it. It's not enough to redeem this whole thing. And as you said, they're probably never going to touch that fob watch again. Yeah, I'm sad about that. So while Power of the Doctor is redeeming, I'm going to have to say that I enjoyed this more than Whittaker's first season. I'm going to have to put this in top C tier. It's not as good as her second season, but it doesn't get much better, unfortunately, even though there's some great ideas. I think she's very, very top of C. Yeah. Above
Capaldi's last season.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because there's more things in this I like. Capaldi's third season, we admit, didn't quite work as well as we wanted it to.
Yeah. Not the best way to end a
5.5 hour long stream.
Yeah, 5. This is by far the longest episode of this show. Not the longest I've ever talked about Doctor Who, but then again, last time I was on my own and I talked about.
You and I were, we're pretty thorough about this, and you and I are fans. Yeah, you're a bigger fan than I am, but we're fans of this. We love this.
I wouldn't say I'm a bigger fan than anyone is.
You're bigger than me.
But you know what? That is the most important thing is we love to talk.
Yes.
And obviously, unfortunately, because of certain circumstances, the work is incomplete because we still have all the classic seasons that I was going to do with Raiko. And looking back and looking at the clock right now, I cannot believe I was ever this naive to think we would actually get done with the classic series and the modern seasons at the same episode. Like, I can't believe I actually convinced myself.
There
into
are more
thinking that.
seasons of that you're gonna have to follow.
Yeah,
You know,
almost twice. Actually, more than twice.
it was brought to my attention this week too by my brother, who is a huge, he's like you, he is a huge Doctor Who, classic Who fan. It was brought to my attention this week that when David Tennant finishes his run next year, he will have had more screen time than Colin Baker.
Oof.
Not more episodes, because Colin Baker's episodes were shorter. But David Tennant will have more screen time than Colin Baker has.
And Colin's first full season, they were all 45 episode each.
Yeah, they were a lot shorter than they are now. And so he brought that to my attention. I was like, no way. And he was like, yeah, in episodes, yes, Baker's going to beat everyone hands down. But in terms of overall screen time, when you break it down, Tennant will have more screen time than Colin Baker.
Yet another. Well, does that include Power of the Doctor, though?
Yeah, I think they're yeah, they the way it was broke down to me was that in the end, after he'll finish it, he'll have more screen
in
time,
minutes.
more.
That is, you mean in minutes?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just have to wait and wonder whether or not Colin will show up in the 60th as well, or is it just going to be a big Tennant fest? But that is a story for another time. Finally, managed to shoehorn my outro into this. So, thank you so much for being here. I would love to have you on here and just talk Doctor Who. I would talk Doctor Who every day if I could, but unfortunately, we got to wrap this up. We've already gone longer than I'm ever going to be allowed to do again. But who cares? I'm the only show on this channel that actually gets in the views. So everyone,
what? And to reciprocate as a thank you to you, I just real quick, I currently have my own podcast. It is not Doctor Who related. It's Star Trek related. I have my own podcast with Brennan Marr, who has his own channel, and we do a show every week called Random Trek. And then the next few months, every month, we do an episode on a Star Trek movie. And I would love to invite you onto my podcast to talk Star Trek and to talk a Star Trek movie down the line.
I would love that. It's been a while since I've watched the Star Trek movies. I'm a bigger Star Trek movie fan than I am a Star Trek TV fan. So I would love to do that.
Yeah, we're just getting into the Next Generation movies, so maybe we could have you on for Insurrection or Nemesis.
I am actually one of the few, and when I say few, I probably mean not just myself, the few people that defends Insurrection.
Oh, you're good. All right, you know what? You're on for Insurrection already. Okay. I want you on for Insurrection.
I actually low-key liked Insurrection. So while I do my best to try and delete all the images that I've uploaded all throughout the episode without anyone noticing and without bringing any attention to it, why don't you get through the rest of your plugs first, my friend?
Yes, so you can check out Random Trek every week on Spotify. It is on Brennan the Mystical Mar, his channel, which is Page Turners. They Were Not. You can also find us, of course, through any of the other major medias. Some of them we also post on YouTube, but again, Page Turners, They Were Not. You can also find me on Twitch, on Twitter at CIngle1984. You can also find me hanging out on Patreon with some of the former Movie Trivia Schmodown competitors, Mr. Mark Riley, Video Drew, Ben Bateman, Dan Merle. You can find me hanging out on their Patreons as well. And I am now a contributor for the Let's Get Ready Network the LGR network as well. I'm going to be a contributor for them. So from time to time, I'll be doing things like this, talking about Doctor Who. And actually next year, Adelia and I are going to take a look and we're going to react to the Doctor Who 60th anniversary special as they come out. So that'll be fun to look at it a year from now. A lot of projects in the work, but that's where I'm at right now.
Very, very cool. Love to have you on here for the first and definitely not the last time on this show. And as for me, if you want to hear more Doctor Who from me, I have my own YouTube channel called 50 Shades of Geek, where I do weekly reviews of every single Doctor Who episode from 1963 all the way up to 2022 in that order. And I also do other stuff on that channel whenever I have the time to. I'm also here every Saturday on this channel with my good buddies Ben Rayner and Soda on the Northern Countdown, where we pick a topic and count down all of our top 5 favorite things. Also on this channel, by the time that this comes out, it's already should have been on this channel. I did a big trivia match with my nemesis Raiko, who should have been here today, but I guess he got beat up so badly by that trivia match that he decided to chicken out at the very last minute. Understandable. And also on Taco's channel, good friend of this channel, Something to Talk About. I did with him a 59 characters of Doctor Who. We gave them Pokemon types and signature moves. It was a lot of fun. The best part about it was trying to, or rather, watching Taco trying to pronounce the names of different Doctor Who characters and failing at it. And also on this channel, we have You Seen This? With a regular on this show, Snark, as well as his good buddies, Dave, and maybe someday Daniel will return to that show. Anyways, they talk about lesser television, and by that I mean every television that isn't Doctor Who or Star Trek related. So yeah, go ahead and check that out. And on this channel, we also have Soda with his The Squared Slice, where he talks about wrestling, and Soda and Ben have their own show called Rewind, where they pick a random movie from a wheel and they talk about it for about half an hour. Ben has his own YouTube channel called The Multiverse of Geekdom, where he has all kinds of weird and fun and cool shows. He does a show pretty much every week. Every day of the week. It's been a long night. I apologize. And as you can see, the sun is already up on my side of the world. So thank you for listening to this long list of plugs. And thank you, Chris, for joining me on this massive journey. You really made this Doctor Who Day celebration worthwhile.
I love it. And I can't wait for next year.
As am I. So, do you want to do Geronimo and I'll do Alonzi, or should we do?
Oh, I think we could do that.
Alonzi,
Geronimo!